Futures back in positive territory once again this morning, coming off a bit of a flat, kind of choppy session yesterday as markets await the three-day Jackson Hole Symposium, Economic Symposium, coming up on Thursday. That will be headlined by Fed Chair Powell speaking Friday morning on the overall state of the economy and the Fed stance against inflation going forward. The market in a bit of a wait-and-see pattern ahead of that. The S&P 500 now basically flat once again for the month of August after two big days to the downside, both on Friday and then Monday. Yesterday, as we said, pretty choppy. That's coming off a solid 9% rally in July for the S&P. So we'll see how the rest of the week shapes up here. We just got July durable goods orders, excluding transportation, 0.3 versus 0.3 expected. So in line there on that number. The market holding on to basically where it was in the pre-market here. Number of interesting moves setting up here this morning, including Bed Bath & Beyond back in action in a big way on the volume side of things. New loan apparently secured. Wall Street Journal reporting that a new loan to help them get through this bankruptcy ordeal has been secured for BBBY, JWN, some of the retailers back under pressure this morning. Macy's as well with a downgrade coming off a bit of a mess of a report for Nordstrom's. We'll have a look at that coming up as well. It is Wednesday, August 24th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go, some positive numbers to kick things off this morning. The S&P 0.18 to the upside, the Dow 0.07, relatively flat here. The NASDAQ, same story, about 0.2, but hey, we'll take it. Better than negative at this point. 0.85 there for crude oil. You can see coming off a pretty impressive move yesterday. Back to the upside after the move down to start the week. Bitcoin and Ethereum, little change to kick things off as well. First segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. We thank them for coming on once again today for the remainder of the week. Shout out to True Trading Group. Check them out at the bottom of the screen. Guys, we are, I guess, a day away from this Jackson Hole event that's going to kick off Thursday. We'll get Fed Chair Powell speaking on Friday. Same old, it looks like here this morning again, kind of a wait and see ahead of that.
Yeah, I think so, and everyone cares about what Powell says on Friday. Like, it's just you'll get a couple of days worth of meetings. They'll do their little bit of a powwow, but we just want to hear because we've been looking at this 50-75 rate hike, and it's either or. It's been a coin flip, and it's gone a couple of points either way. But at this point, people are just looking for a little bit of clarification because you still have that strong labor market, of course, and certainly there's a lot of concerns when it comes to inflation. There's actually some news coming out today. My chart is on SoFi because SoFi just tried to make a break of the 680 level and then sort of failed that break and is consolidating. So SoFi is in play. Like the long in it today. I want to be looking back at like 660 just to get that one out of the way there. But yeah, actually they're going to be voting on or maybe completing a decision on that student loan forgiveness. I just think we're going to be in a bit of a holding pattern in terms of that sort of overall market catalyst for on Friday, and I think we want to just look towards what is moving today. That's why my sights will be set on some of the movers on the watch list, and especially the chips. Right, so I want to be looking at Intel and Nvidia today because Nvidia reports after the bell. We get that first. We get Tesla split tomorrow, so Tesla's on watch, and then we can worry about the Fed when we come into Friday. Obviously, there's the one thing to be concerned about it with SoFi, but the one thing to think about with SoFi is that there could be, I think, like a sell the news type of event. In that case, it's strong for SoFi, that loan forgiveness, and we are expecting a decision could come today. That's why it's in play, but it's been talked up on social media as well. That's why you get that 9% bump. Tons of pre-market volume on this one here today.
Yeah, Peloton strikes a deal to sell equipment on Amazon. So Peloton right now, Brendo, that just happened. So this is news. Breaking news right now. Breaking news. Peloton right now going to sell fitness equipment on Amazon. So you're seeing Peloton ripping up here to $13 and now coming back in. I mean, you know what? That's great. I mean, more distribution, the better it is for them. And maybe if it takes off, then they can close some of those stores, which aren't being profitable right now. There goes Amazon off from a $11 right up to 13. Sorry, there goes Peloton on that Amazon news up to this 1280 level. I'd say this is a decent spot, maybe a breakthrough of 13, and we can retest 14, but there it is right now on that brand new story right there, just broke $11 all the way up to 13 on Peloton, already doing the shares and trying to push forward here. So Peloton right there, breaking news. I don't know, do you want to short this pop or do we want to go long when it comes back into here? Normally deals on Amazon are popular ones. So there we go, Peloton with that nice little move to the upside, broken right here on Trader TV Live.
Yeah, I looked at that just before we came on there. CNBC talking about it apparently right now as well, so helping this move. But here we go, yeah, there's a nice note for Peloton, obviously back to the upside in a big way. Neil, you mentioned this, the chip makers as well. Back on watch this morning ahead of NVIDIA to come after the close tonight. This note essentially pointing towards the forecast going to be key after gaming and data center issues prior.
Yeah, so NVIDIA was one of the, well, I guess every single one of the chip makers, save AMD, had a bad revision that scared everybody to death, or a bad quarter that scared everybody to death. And the one thing that could give you some, I guess, strength and optimism on NVIDIA is that everyone sort of thinks they're going to do the same thing again, or a lot of people think it could be bad, when really, when I look at it going into this, it's been like a sideways chop that's held support suddenly. I just got into SoFi there, so play that one back into that 650 area. Nice consolidation for it. But I look at NVIDIA today, and it feels like it'll be an in-the-pocket day. That's just my gut read based on the last two sessions. You've been in exactly the same range on NVIDIA. So I'm going to stick with that notion that this 169 to 170 is your support, and then this 174 to 175 is going to be that top. I think this is one where people are wary of it, but we've already sold off to the bottom end of its recent range here, and it's just been holding the line. Like, you can see what's going on here with the 50 period for NVIDIA as well. Like, I anticipated if we were going to break yesterday, maybe we would have broken that 50 period, maybe closed below it, but that didn't happen. You're just sort of towing the line. And anytime I see that happen, maybe you get a little bit of a bounce into that 175. But if they revise again to the downside that full year, and there's still more demand concerns, yeah, then this could get, I don't want to say it could get ugly, but beneath that 50 period, you're looking at least a gap of like $20 in there. I actually am going to be short, 99% chance I'm short Intel today, and that's just because if this is holding support, Intel's broken it. And I think that's just an easier place to go for me. If I think it's an inside day on NVIDIA, but I think there's overall weakness, well, support's broken on Intel at 3440. And that just, the last time this happened on Intel, it just gave you shorts for multiple days in a row. So I want to go over to this name and just feel like there's going to be not an easier trade, but I know where I'm wrong. 3450, that level. This is like a 3440 to 50 that was a previous low. Since then, shorting off that makes some sense to me. If NVIDIA breaks 175, then maybe people are putting some risk back onto those names, and then I'd have to get out of that Intel and start looking for some longs, probably in NVIDIA, not in Intel. But I want to be playing these two off that key range from the last couple of days in NVIDIA and short everything in front of 3450 on Intel.
Yeah, I mean, shorting Intel is, that daily is absolutely disgusting. I really like that play. I like NVIDIA today. I mean, Neil hit it on the head there. With earnings, you always want to trade stock that are moving with volume and have catalysts, especially on a day. Yesterday's volume was so pathetic. I mean, it was such a weak volume day there in the market that you had to be on those specific names, like the APE, AMC today. And we just took a quick 9 cents there on AMC, long 65, out 74s right there. We only got out of a small piece, so we'll see if we can rinse and repeat that again. Nice little move to the upside. I still am looking at that 680 break. But I did, I traded AMD, and I've just been shorting this name, yesterday was longing this name, but we were short. But now that you're down to $92, I think this is going to be an interesting play here for AMD. If you see this sort of chart, I don't know if it's going to, I don't want it to be too low on the screen here. Let me see if I just bump this up a little bit for you guys here. There we go. So back into this 94.40, 94.50 or so area here on AMD. I mean, this is the area that I'd like to be short if it does pop up. You're only at 92.50. We can easily, especially with the NASDAQ today being positive, although right now, you're trending down. I mean, we came in here up 0.3, 0.2, and now you're giving it back just like we were doing pretty much every day. But right here, $95. I like that level for AMD, and I just think you can short today. I don't expect it to be like a monster day one way or the other here today in the market, obviously, as we await Friday and to see what, I mean, it's just going to matter. Neil's already said it, like 50 points, 75 points, kind of like in the pocket right now. We don't really know what they're going to come out with. And that's not Friday. It's just the talk to see if it's going to be dovish or hawkish from Jerome Powell. But everything kicks off tomorrow, so we could get some volume pumping through tomorrow. That 92 is really key. If the market does drop down, then we'll short 92 on AMD. That's a little early for me. I like to see it give us some levels, but 94 definitely an area of concern for me on AMD. Let's just check back in on Peloton here. So it's fallen back a little bit, which, you know, no surprise there. You know, you get that Amazon deal, and all of a sudden all the algos and everybody read that headline and think that maybe it's something more than it is. All they're going to do is sell their products on Amazon, which means, of course, you lose a little bit on your margin.
Still got to sell them.
Yeah, exactly. You still got to sell them, and you're going to be losing, like I said, margin. Like Amazon's going to take a cut. That's kind of how it works, and you got to worry about the distribution and the shipping and all that stuff. But they're going to get all that figured out anyways. But there it is, a nice little bump to 13, and then now it's just been 15 minutes of straight down movement here for Peloton. So I don't know if this is a buy or not at this point, but right now you have the 50 periods at 10.50. I think Peloton, you know, it's close to a buy down here at 8.75 again. But when you're not making money and you can't have a U-shaped recovery on Peloton, it can't get back to where it was because the revenues were inflated due to COVID, right? And so I feel like this name is going to be in trouble for a bit. But hey, if you come back to here 10.50 or so, or even you just play this momentum, like we just hit 12, it's kind of bouncing off 12 here. You know, 11.50, 11.20, that's as if the news didn't even happen. So if it does come back down here, I think it's probably worth a buy a little bit. We went long on Bed Bath & Beyond. It broke 11, and we got out just because we were like...
It didn't break 11.
Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, that's right. We
it's
had
these
those,
dark pool.
Yeah, it's going to break 11 anyways, most likely. Oh, that's right. I got out at 9. I didn't even realize that. So not a big hit at all here. Stupid. So that was okay. I thought it actually broke. It didn't. So we take about a 10, 12 cent hit there on Bed Bath & Beyond because we are getting, look at all these prints, and that will trigger,
now
right?
Now it'll break.
It's going to break now. The volume got really dry here right now. Not too much on that level too. So if you're going to trade it and you're with us here or someone that triggers on these D prints, you got to watch out because you're going to get out of your trade. Bed Bath & Beyond right back down to 11, Brendo.
A couple more things on that Peloton story just coming through here. In-home delivery and expert assembly going to be offered at no additional cost to customers coming through the Amazon store. Customers apparently can also search for products that are available in their area. So if something is not available in your area, I guess it won't be on the actual Amazon store. But there you go, delivery and setup included off the Amazon store. The other kind of interesting story here this morning, this Bed Bath & Beyond note. There's no mention, it's a Wall Street Journal that's reporting this, there's no mention of A, where it's coming from, or B, how much it is, as far as I can see anyways. But BBBY back in action here again today.
Details, Brendan, details. No. Obviously, you'd want to know exactly what the deal is. Like, any financing is going to be good for a company that's running out of cash and is in trouble, right? Yeah. So extending the lifeline is always going to be a positive. But, I mean, how much it is and where it's coming from in any conditions, hey, that kind of stuff matters usually. In this case, well, look, 840 was a significant level where it made the bottom yesterday. So or 850, I should say, get that one out of the way. Simple as this, like it was a $10 high yesterday. $10 was the start of this run that got to 29 bucks. Was a breakout at 10. This morning it was a breakout at 10. And it did chop up at 11 here, and this is why I like 11 on a bit of a dip buy. Chopped up at 11 and then obviously took off. So 10 worked to 11, 11 worked to 12. I want to see if 11 can bounce here. But that's to be, like we were just sort of talking about those crazy dark pool prints. When you put a stop order, a certain type of stop order, at least for us on our system, you can get triggered out. If it breaks 11, I want to go right back to 10 to 10 quarter to look for a bit of a dip. It's always possible that it's made its run and it just wants to come right back down and be under pressure just like the rest of the squeeze names. But for now, it's doing good volume. It already worked once off this. If it can get off 11 again, I think it has a chance to get to 12. And there's a ton of room to run here. So I want to keep that in mind. Like, you get to 1250, and that's not even. Like 1250 was like that first area of resistance the first time it squoze, and then when it really like made the big move into 28, like it didn't even stall. Like if you really think about it, like it's a huge gap above 1250 if it can get there, and then you get to this 1350 area as well. So I think there's room to run, which is why it's worth that dip buy. But I've seen this in the past where we have AMC or one of these names, and then that pre-market push to the upside is only good for that pre, and then you have to wait for the sell-off to end at 930. Before you can go long again. So no matter where I'm at, I'm going to be reassessing this one at 930, whether I need a tighter stop and then try and get back in long. Maybe it'll be that $10 level. Obviously, 850 is pretty big as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm watching this because, again, I'm back into the long here right off 11. But Bed Bath & Beyond, it's the #1 name here for the sticky note, obviously, on volume there. And I had the same sort of thoughts, and that was that we can go back to this $10 level. There we go. I'm going to punch out as it breaks. We're going to go back to that $10 level. So there it is. I just went long again. Just took another 7-cent hit there on the break lower. It's fine. I wanted to test that 11 level. It was holding pretty good there. But I just think, back into here. Now I got to put my bids. I mean, it still could rip up. I mean, I just don't, like Neil said, I'm not sure it's the right play to be long right away here and just let this thing settle down. It could just break 11 right there and now just rip back up. And then right now I'm like, oh, now it's at 1160. Why did I get out? But I mean, we got to stick with some of these rules here on Bed Bath & Beyond. And I just think, look, regardless of whatever that financing is, it doesn't really matter. This is a headline stock, so it's going to move on headlines. People will ask, shoot first, ask questions later. I mean, that seems to be what everything is right now with some of these meme stocks. Like, we all thought Ryan Cohen was out of his position, then he was back in, then he was out. And, when did he sell? Did he sell on Tuesday? Did he sell on Wednesday? Oh, it came out on Thursday that, yes, he did sell, and now he's out. And then the stock was $27 or $31. Now it's back down to 11. So I think you got to wait a little bit here if this sell-off does continue, which now it's trying to hold 11. I think it's really showing us its strength here, to be honest with you. If it wanted to drop off right there, it could have easily fallen out. I mean, we just did a decent amount of volume at that 11 level, and it's holding it. So if it wanted to, it could have easily came back in right here. I mean, there's not much air up here, down here, down to this 1020 level. It could have fallen. It didn't. I'm going to be sitting here waiting at around 1060, 1050, 10. And honestly, if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong here at $10. Like, let's lose $1 and change on this trade if we're wrong. But here we go, man. Maybe we're going back up to the upside. Part of me just wants to get long, so screw it, I'm long. I just went long again right now. So let's just wait to see. I'm going to go less shares now so that I can hold if it does go back up to the upside, and then we can get a better average if and when it does fall back in. So the trades I had before were shares I was we're willing to sort of ride with. These ones are just, let's just test it. Let's make our money back. Just in case this gets up to 1150 here, we'll make the money back, and then we'll work on this on open. But Bed Bath & Beyond, still a name that I think everybody needs to be looking at. 17 million shares here today. Already rocking, man. We still have 40 minutes until open. So this one should be exciting the rest of the day for sure.
All right, speaking of these squeeze stocks, Helbiz, HLBZ, just popping up on this note. Just coming out here, they're expanding into Spain. Coming in September, you'll be able to buy Helbiz e-scooters September 12th in Spain. So 17%. If you remember going back a week or so ago, this one ran all the way up to almost 250 when this whole squeeze move started once again for HLBZ.
Yeah, Helbiz has a bit of a bid here. Obviously, it's at that dollar. It's exactly at that dollar mark. You're just passing it now. But second I pulled that one up as you were loading that story up there, Brendo, I saw this 95-cent level, which was already stacking this bid on that move. So when the announcement came out, you had the volume spike. It broke $1 and immediately found this like support level at 95 cents. So I'm long at 2s right now. Obviously, it's some room to that 95, so you got that $1, usually at like 98.99 as support. There's a bit of size at 99, but not a heck of a lot. The volume's only picking up now, so this could be a little more interesting maybe as volume kicks in or we get a little bit closer to 930. But that 95 has got to be that line in the sand. And then Helbiz, it did get past $2 the last time it made this move, but that 80-cent level is pretty big. If it breaks 95, I'm just sort of saying, like if it breaks 95, I'd only look back at about that 80-cent level. And I always like it when you have a stock which is given a big run, it's shown you can go, it's got that short interest play. but then it gives you a tight consolidation and then finds a catalyst and breaks back out. You're not going to see 240 on that type of a move. That's not how it usually works, but a lot of times you can get a decent push. Like 120 to 130 is kind of where I would expect this has legs if it wants to continue to hold that dollar at the open. Still a lot of time till the open, but I like these dollar levels.
Yeah, I mean, I was playing off a dollar, and that bottom was 93. So, or yesterday, the sort of that barcoded high there of 93 bucks. I think you got to keep on trekking with these names. If you're going to play these smaller cap names, then yeah, whenever they break a dollar, that's a catalyst in itself. So, I do like that play for sure. But I mean, I don't trade those names, so I'll pass on that. But okay, here we go. Bed Bath & Beyond right now. We are going to try to take 20 cents. We're waiting up here at exactly that 11.23, 11.24. A nice little run back up to the upside, so that's why we sort of took a few more shares there, went long just in case we could get this move. You know, it's only 15 cents right now, so we're not going to celebrate it, but nice take on 11. It did hold that 11 mark, so yeah, here we go. Take out that 20 with some volume there on it. So if it does that, then obviously the next level up would be 25, and then we'll see from there. I mean, this top of 11.40, I'm also waiting at 11.40 to get a piece out as well in case it does make that move. But now, see, now you're stacking the offer. So it is rejecting a little bit on that 20 level. There was a little bit of size, but that's, there we go. He just moved from 20 to 15. So you just saw that live. It was 120 there, and then he came down to 15. So this 10,000 shares trying to get out right now of their position. Probably someone that went long. Could just be a prop trader or anybody that went long there at 11. Trying to, there you go. He's getting hit now. Now they're out. So this should fly through 20 now, no problem, because that block's not there. So there it goes. Wow, okay. Sometimes tape reading is, yeah, what we do best right there, and that was pretty good right there. Let's see if it takes it out at 23. There we go. Yes, sir. A little bit of a face slap there. So that's kind of reading 101. You saw the guy move from 20 down to 15. He got hit at 15. It re-showed 20. He wasn't there. And then off to the races goes Bed Bath & Beyond with a nice little win here on the reload long.
Just having a look at crude oil. Why don't we, oil just kind of hanging out. Why don't we do this first? Let's get you caught up on what is being discussed on social media so far today. Interesting board once again setting up here. As we said yesterday, it was mostly on the AMC, the APE side of things. But this one down here, it's kind of tough to see. That's Bed Bath & Beyond, though. But BBBY back on this board once again today. In red, obviously coming off this news this morning. AMC here, STBX popped up yesterday, that crazy IPO. There's APE, again, that .AX, just the extension for Icon, Refinitiv Icon platform is what we're looking at for preferred shares, so disregard .AX. Tesla, SoFi here as well on a big move this morning. We'll talk about that. NVIDIA's here ahead of earnings, guys. So early look there at what people are discussing on social media.
Yeah, the weird thing is like APE is starting to settle down a lot. 2 days in a row, it's been pretty good volume. Actually, a lot of halts at the open for APE, and then a big sell imbalance at the end of the day, which drove it down. Maybe less yesterday than it did. It obviously was a big sell imbalance and drove it down. I think like 60 cents or about 10% at the close. If you want to go back into Monday, but it was strong yesterday, and that's because Chanos put a hedge position on shorting AMC. I shouldn't say it's because, but maybe part and parcel that he put on a short position in AMC, hedging it with longs in APE. So that led to a divergence where AMC was going down and APE was going up. And it hit this level that's worth watching today, 760. And when it got to that price, it reversed into VWAP, but it's held higher lows. It's continued to do that. Right now, the volume is elsewhere. The volume is in SoFi. The volume is Bed Bath & Beyond. The volume is in Peloton. Like in pre-market, I mean, I didn't really check AMC. It's done decent volume, but it's not really moving. It's sideways, a lot of block prints. So it's got to be that 760 that I'm looking at. I think it's got a chance to break out from there, but it's going to need to do a heck of a lot more than this to pique my interest at 930, unfortunately. So I understand it's been something everyone's wanted to watch the last couple of days, but the pre-market, it was moving the last couple of days, and this time it's not at all.
All right, so just a quick update there. I said the next level would be 40 there. That's exactly where we stopped on Bed Bath & Beyond. So we got a tick out there at 40 on Bed Bath & Beyond from 04. So 36-cent winner. That's why we went back into this name. I told you we went in with not as many shares. So and I knew I'd do this. And oh, that sucks that I don't have as many shares there. But that's okay. We're part of the ride as this goes back up to the upside. So, as the roller coaster goes, we'll fire off some cannons here. And then also we got a nice little fill on SoFi. Not nice. I mean, it would have been nicer down here, which is crazy because, again, waiting at 52, it went down. It says it went to 52. I was not on one of those gateways. I was trying to get paid for the fills, so we literally missed that by a penny, but that's okay. It came back up, and we just got ticked out at 70 again on SoFi. So just a couple ins and outs here. We're still long at 63, so we're flat on the trade. You can join me for now if you want, but you cannot join me on the price of Bed Bath & Beyond unless it fades back to 11 again. So I don't know. Maybe that was it, man. I mean, it's 9 o'clock. You'll see some more
I'm not sure.
orders come on right now. Yo, you're trying to
No,
go
it's
short?
like the position board's wrong.
Oh,
again.
the position board's wrong. Okay, well, we'll hopefully these guys can reset that position board. But right now, Bed Bath & Beyond continues to make a move upside. We're in that. And then SoFi, just because we just talked about social sentiment, both those names obviously high on that list. And we're going to keep on watching these two as we continue to push forward here. Brendan, another important part of trading is understanding where the analysts are, what these houses are doing. So let's go over to upgrades and downgrades at the big board with the big guy.
A bit of a light board to show you so far today. More retail on here, obviously. JWN, we'll talk about that. Bit of a mess as far as the earnings is concerned. URBN also reported, also got multiple downgrades. Advanced Auto Parts on here. A bit of a light board. I mentioned we're missing one at the bottom there. Twitter got multiple downgrades. XPeng as well as another one, XPEV, multiple downgrades today. DKS on here, Intuit, and Smuckers, guys.
Yeah, we'll definitely be talking a little bit about Nordstrom's today because of that bad earnings. But you remember Macy's. Macy's, the report stunk too, and it was still long anyway. So that's what I'm going to be looking for when we get to Nordstrom's. But just to clarify, like a lot of times what will happen is we put our position boards on, so it taps into the system, reads our summary, yada, yada, yada. But before we put that system on, if there's any trades before that, sometimes the stock is screwed and we have to reset it. So I was in Bed Bath & Beyond at like 7 a.m., and that's probably why. I am not short the stock. I'm not really looking to go short. I paid for shorts on the off chance that we get to a price that's appealing or a setup that's there, but I'm not really looking for that. So I got out manually when it broke 11, didn't want to use those scripts because obviously those still having some dark pools fire off at ridiculous prices. But I'm out of the stock right now. I'm flat, and once we take another fill, then we'll be able to sort of reflect that. So,
all right.
I still like the long. I don't want to hold off until 9:30, but I kind of want to look at that 9:30 area and say that's the dip I want to buy because it feels like we're dipping into 9:30. But yeah, I'm not in that short position. If I was going to short Bed Bath & Beyond, like I'd say, hey, look, this is the price level I want to fade here. This is the setup. And very rarely would I short one of these types of stocks at 857, in the middle of the range. Like that's the crazier thing too. Like if you're shorting that price, I think you're nuts because like where's your risk to reward? Like it doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. If you're short off the top at 12, yeah, I can understand that. Like you're fading a $12 level, but down at 11 wouldn't make a lot of sense at all, anyways.
Less than a penny per share short. So we'll pay for some shorts there on that. And then we can look. I was just looking at Peloton because Peloton is holding 12 right now. It's just right back down to it. The volume's tripled there since that story was broke here. It wasn't broken here, but we talked about it basically 30 seconds after it hit the wire. But there goes Peloton again, $13. I think that could be a break long. I mean, that's $12.90. We wicked up to 13. But again, you got to see this volume come in. Now that the news is out, obviously on that distribution deal, I guess, with Amazon, and Brendan mentioned also free home. I don't know if it was delivery, but it was also setup, things like that. So I think that there is going to be, a possibility for these guys to get going a little bit. I mean, for example, my facial cleanser, which is Kiehl's that I use, and my wife goes to Sherway and buys it right from the store. My kids, I don't know which one. I think it was my daughter. Was basically using. It's pretty expensive. It's like a little, not pretty expensive, but it's a little bottle like that. And I don't know what she was using it for, but I went in the shower this morning, and of course it was pretty much empty. So then I went right on Amazon to look to see how much it was to get another one. I think it was was like $50 or something, which I think is too expensive.
$50.
Yeah, it's like little facial. Well, the wife. It's pretty good stuff. It's
okay.
It's not medicine or anything like that. It's Kiehl's. It's, I don't know if you've heard, Kiehls. But anyways, whatever. The point is that what I'm getting at is that I even had an experience today where, you want something to buy, you kind of just go on Amazon, and it's just like, and I know some of you don't, and some of you are against Amazon, but I feel like for Peloton, people very, very familiar with Amazon, comfortable with it, return policies, so on and so forth. So I'm not talking up Peloton here. I just think that, hey, there is a chance that this is good news for them. At least it gives them an extra distribution channel. And I like Peloton here, but not willing to step into anything until we see how this trades at 9:30. Before we go back to Brendan, we haven't done this yet. Let's just look at the imbalance locator. I looked at it when I came in, and I was just like,
Oxy.
I don't know. Yeah, Oxy again.
Is something.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I said that I would start looking at Oxy more, and I actually forgot about that today. Still not programmed in my head there, but Oxy buy. Yeah, 75. Yeah, buddy. This name just continues to work and continues to fatten up Uncle Warren's pockets here, as that is up again today, another percent. As oil right now starting to come back in a little bit here, down to 93 on, I don't know if there was news there, but I think it's just bouncing off 94. So oil straight to the downside, but still a nice little.
It was just a big drop in Oxy.
Yeah, nice little recovery. Yeah, big drop in Oxy there, big drop in oil. Just checking the news here. I mean, Brendan will have if there's anything there. Some Chinese regulatory news coming through, but doesn't seem like anything about oil. But anyways, that's what that is. So, not much. Not much on the imbalance locator here today. I think the only name well spotted there would be Oxy, and then Pfizer's been sort of left to die by us, I guess. We haven't really looked at Pfizer or Moderna in a while. AMC, Alibaba down there as well. So, and then I don't know what to call this, but the controversial stock that is Twitter, now down to $39 here. I know that's where it was yesterday, but it was cruising around 44, 45, and then you got that whistleblower coming out, the chief security officer talking about bots and everything yesterday for Twitter. So, you did get that push down pretty good. I didn't even realize this at the end of the day. That's why when I looked at it, I was like 39. That was a decent move, man, from $41 all afternoon and rested here at 40. Yeah, this looks pretty sick right now, Twitter. Mind, I have this, these gaps right there. That's just overnight. But there it is, a nice little move down. And if you're drawing lines, man, I mean, you could draw one of these guys here. Oops, that's not the right spot. But anyways, something like this. And you could see that right now, Twitter starting to go to the downside, breaking in here. You got to break above 40 for sure to break through this trend. So we'll wait to see what happens here. Twitter at 40 seems pretty interesting.
Let's get a quick check of what's happening over in Europe to kick things off so far this morning. It's been another relatively choppy session for European markets. Quick headline, Rio Tinto sweetening their proposal for TRQ, Turquoise Hill. That's both Canadian and U.S. So here's Rio here's the UK, first of all, leading as far as decliners are concerned, 0.38 to the downside, 0.17 there. For Germany, 0.5% here in Spain. Italy as well back in the red after leading to the upside yesterday, but very mixed board across the European market landscape so far today. Here's Rio, as I was saying, 1.8% listed in London, guys, to the downside. These are pence, obviously. It's not $5,000 for RIO. Moving back to the downside on that note. Let's get into what you need to know here in North America this morning. That is the link to the watch list, guys. We sent out another big batch right to your inbox this morning. So we're slowly kind of scaling that up as far as how many emails we're sending it to each and every morning. So if you did get it in your inbox, hope you enjoyed that. Hope it's a better method to get the watch list. That's the link, though, if you do need it. You can sign up for it through that link, and then you'll be added with your email address to the email. Let's talk about Bed Bath & Beyond again. If you missed it this morning, Wall Street Journal reporting they have secured, or apparently secured, new funding that will help them navigate this bankruptcy issue that continues to plague them. But I mean, BBBY, as we said, headline driven anyways, so positive once again.
Yeah, up on the day for sure. Just one thing to add to the Rio Tinto, because you brought it up. Anybody that sees TRQ gapping up 20%, well, sweetening an offer to buy them doesn't always lead to sustained volatility. So it might be a gapper that is a momentum trader you might want to ignore. I don't want to say ignore, but you kind of want to ignore that today because it's not going to move too much unless there's more headlines on that Rio front. So get that out of the way here. We're not going to see $8 on Bed Bath & Beyond, but the off chance that we do, I think you got to look at that daily and respect the fact that that's clearly where the liquidity is coming to buy this thing. Right around that $8 level. It's got 10 it's got 10 for support. It's got 11 currently, which there's been. Every time it gets to 11, there's stacked buyers. It goes like 5 to 10 cents below and then manages to hold a bid. So it feels like 11 is pretty solid. Then you get Monday's high, this 1150 area, and then this 1250. Those are the big ones. So once you get past 11, 1150, 1250 are going to be two monster levels there. Through 1250 is where you get the more sizable gap. Potentially to that upside, right? And it's a huge one if this stock can get back above 1250. I'd love to know what the details are, but like we said, it doesn't necessarily matter. This is still good news for them. I want to see this thing hopefully settle down. It made a pretty big run, 10 to 12, and then pulling back in. And I've just experienced with the AMC a lot of times when it would make moves like this, you can get some sell the news events at the open, flush people out before an eventual run. So that's what I'm kind of looking for here today on Bed Bath & Beyond. I did pay for shorts because if it does something crazy and then we see like $20 or something like that. I remember not pulling the trigger when it had the double top at 28. And that was just a horrific mistake, right? Like it gave you a double top and a defined out. All you had to do was pull the trigger on it. So if we see something crazy on it, I will be looking for shorts at some point. More likely, it has to get to 15 bucks before I think that's a viable option. Because right now the catalyst is positive and it's still heavily shorted.
Big days ahead, I think, for Bed Bath & Beyond, at least today anyways. It's nice that, it's a valid story there coming through. It looks like, it's reported by the Wall Street Journal, so we like that. I think that's great. The volume's already 18 million. I said the same thing that's on the sticky note. You can find it at Trader TV Show. We just reloaded, by the way, at 11:05 there. It just went to 11:10. I don't want to scalp for 5 cents right now. Let's hold on to it a little bit longer here just to see where we go. So down to 1050, 1080, something like that off the open. But I'm going to be sitting here. My next buy is actually 1065. And then I just want to hold this till 10. Could get a big hit here off the open for sure if this name doesn't want to settle down a little bit and start to go back up to the upside. Remember where this was? We were just talking about 28, right? That was only a couple days ago, and now it's back down to 11. So we've talked about buying it. I said this yesterday. I didn't know they were going to secure financing. I don't think we ever know what the next story is going to be on Bed Bath & Beyond. But we talked about buying this name, at least I did anyways, down here at $9. You've been getting a nice little bottom there. Every time it's come down, it's sort of respected it. Came down there, hit it back up, came down again. Then the run started. And then right here, we've basically just been bouncing off of 9 for the last 3 or 4 days. We did get as low as 850, but if you're long at 9 on Bed Bath & Beyond, you're not getting out at 850. You're trying to make a couple bucks. You got to give yourself a couple. So I just wonder if people went long at 9, now it's at 11. That might be a good little profit spot for some of them. But others will be like, hey, man, let's see if this name wants to go back into that 14, at least 12 area, right? So I think that there is a lot of potential here in Bed Bath & Beyond today, and I don't want to be the guy that gets out of it way too quick. What's up, Tony, my man? How you doing? Tony in the building. Sharif, I need to talk to you as well. But there goes Bed Bath & Beyond right there. And then a quick little play for SoFi. We just keep getting out. We just got out again at 73. So a couple reloads down here near 660. SoFi, I think we're going to talk about this soon. So let's talk about this after, but I just want to give it to you that I just got another piece out on SoFi to the upside. So our net is kind of going back and forth here, but we're not really trading any big shares. Why? These are $6 and $6 names, $11 names. AMC is $7. There's going to be lots of opportunity to push in some big shares once this market opens up there, Brendo.
Worth noting on Bed Bath & Beyond, S3 Partners, guys, as of the close yesterday, still putting the short percent around 46% for BBBY as well. Here's JWN falling on its face right now. Took out that pre-market low already, 15.5% to the downside. Not much good in this report. They slashed their current quarter, their full year forecast. It's all bad, apparently, for Nordstrom's.
No, we wanted that I was not even paying attention. This is the second name on the sticky note. And guess what level we had as a breaker level? I mean, the same level as everybody, I would think, and that's $20. Look, I mean, now that it's taken it out, let's not cry over spilled milk here. There goes, by the way, on the reload, just I can't stop talking about some of these positions that I have. Just to give you guys an update there, we just got out some more Bed Bath & Beyond at the 20 period, at the 50 period for 20 cents. We just went reload there out. So this is, you've changed the game a little bit now, just trying to get out on any of these bumps. So that's been so far so good. But JWN, I mean, there's the break of 20. It's a pretty beautiful one at that. Pretty clean too, that now that I see that, the volume really started to pick up. When we were approaching that 20, it's been pretty strong volume ever since then. I mean, the volume's really only kicked in once we broke through 20, so that's good. Good sign for that. I think it's a good level. You'll probably get an opportunity to short that again, so we really shouldn't be too upset about it. But if you go to the daily chart, which I'm not trying, there it is right here. Here it is on Nordstrom. So although the wife likes to shop here, I guess not enough, which is probably a good thing for my pocketbook. Yeah, there it is, a nice little move. I actually really like the store. We were just there this last weekend, to be honest with you. But there it is, $20. It's been a key level for a while. We've broken it before, which is what I wrote down on the sticky note, that I only expect it. I mean, I don't know if you guys obviously can't see it, but what I wrote down here was just that, and it's on Trader TV, Sean, right here, maybe to 1950-ish. And if you want to short any pops to about $22. So they did have a horrid quarter. They missed everywhere. Brendan sort of highlighted that. You can find more exact details. That's why I don't put the details in the sticky note. I kind of just write them out here. I could type them to make it a little bit better, but $20 there on that bottom. I think that's a great little short area for them. Bad quarter. Big short percentage. They're going to get paid off today. So I do expect a little bit of a bump in that name just because of that. But there it is. Break to the downside. And I said maybe we'd hold at 1950. So again, not that we're Prodstradamus or whatever he calls himself over there. But, that breaks 20 and stops at 1950 exactly as written here on the sticky note. But there's more pain most likely to come on this name. But it wouldn't be surprising at all if we popped back up at least to 20, and then if not more, I might like the 20 break down the next time if we're able to get it. So I'm going to leave Nordstrom's alone and hopefully remember to come back to it.
Yeah, there's only one thing I'm always looking for when it sets up like this, right? Like, I'll show you a flow checker because it's a great resource there. Just to quickly check out, there's always different numbers for short floats. So here you can see it's across the board, 20 to 23% for Nordstrom's, and that's key because Macy's yesterday, the report was bad. Maybe Nordstrom's is actually arguably a little bit worse. I think you could argue. I think you can definitely make that argument, and it's gapped down more than that 10%. We're down 15%. That 20 level is gold because it gives you a clear line in the sand. Sure, we've broken it, but I've seen this play out before where you've broken that level, recovers at the open, and then doesn't take it again. And then I would just simply go back to the same well. If it doesn't break below, only one place to go, and that would be if it gets back above 20 even, I would still look for the squeeze long rather than the short. As Sean said, if it's going to hold below $20 all day long and just continue to flush, there's room to go. Right, like you've got there's the 1950 gets below that price. I think that's a much more appealing entry point if it fails 20 at the open because you've still got room to the downside on the daily chart. And that's why if it's going to trend all day long, you can try to get into it to that short side of the trade. But if it's going to squeeze and you're short early, it's going to rip your face off. And there's only one shot at that long usually, which is right at that open. That's why we're looking at Macy's. Now Macy's, we got fortunate. I'll just point this one out because I didn't actually get the long right away on Macy's yesterday. Like you actually got really lucky to be able to have it go at 9:30 and then catch a dip by it into 19. Sometimes that doesn't happen. Like a lot of times it'll just go, but it went 19 to 20, well, 19 to 1970, and then dipped back down into 19 to give you that run. And they had a horrid report too. It wasn't gapped down as much because I think some people found some, I guess, kernels of positivity in it. But I care about that short interest initially when it comes to Nordstrom's.
Just having a look at Google. Not really doing anything, but this just out. Fitbit Inspire 3 coming for $100 for returning customers, which is kind of interesting only in the sense that the Pixel Watch is apparently coming September or October as well. So remember, Google acquired Fitbit, so a new Fitbit to enjoy. But as I said, The stock not doing anything. SoFi, on the other hand, as we saw, a big move so far this morning, up nearly 7% at the highs on heavy volume. There's not much on this. If you remember going back to last week, there was that SoftBank news. They have a 4% stake in SoFi now. But, I mean, lots of retail mentions, lots of social media mentions for SoFi, it would appear this morning, guys.
Doing SoFi right now. Yeah, we're just looking at the rundown there. Shout out to Christian. Thanks for your interest there. And you can forward anyone has any questions or comments about Trader TV Live. You can send them to marketing@tradertv.live. Okay, SoFi. Yeah, look, I mean, we've just been scalping it out a little bit, and someone said there on the chat that, yeah, this is a day trading channel, so people saying, why, maybe why am I getting out of BlackBerry, Bed Bath & Beyond, or SoFi? And it's just because we're hitting some key levels. I'm still in 80% of this trade because we were able to get more down there as well. So no worries, I'm still here. I still think SoFi is a buy, and you got to trade the volume, right? President Biden's coming out today, I believe it is. It's already been approved. That's what I saw last night anyways. Anybody making sub $125,000 a year is getting a $10,000. I think it's great. I mean, a $10,000 student loan relief. So I guess, I mean, I'm thinking that if you owe 50, now you owe 40. I mean, I'm thinking that's what it means. So for SoFi, that, their business is, a lot of it is student lending. I guess that takes a little bit of pressure off that business, because if the government's going to take on basically 10 grand of all of their customers, assuming that they do make under that 125. Now, I haven't analyzed it. I didn't really think SoFi would be up 7.5% today on that news. It seems like it's a lot. I'm not sure exactly, directly how that would affect their business, but we're here to play momentum today. And I just think that if it's going to be good news and the market, yeah, see, now the market thesis has fallen out, because we've been talking short now for about a week and a half or more than that. People said they can't believe I'm turning into a bear, but I am. But, it's just, I thought if the market was going to be positive today, then there's no way SoFi turns red, which my outs were going to be somewhere around here, down near this $6 flat mark, basically. SoFi yesterday closes at 618. They get a 7% bump up on that. Plus, you get a lot of social media talk. So for me, my next buy, I actually have a decent buy right down here at these pre-market bottoms. I just started my chart at 7 o'clock. Obviously, that's not really the bottom, but I'm just going to look at that. So 640, 630, this is where I have a big buy. It's actually at 635 is my next buy level. I just took the bottom of this. We'll see. If it falls back down and I miss it by a couple pennies, hopefully I'm watching it so I can punch long. But this is where I want to be, and this is where I don't want to be. So if you break back down below $6, we'll give it a little bit of room, but that's going to be sort of a pressure point for me on SoFi. And then I think that if it takes out this 680, which I have another buy to go long through 680, which is a much bigger one than the shares I have. It's about 4 times more shares than I have right now. So that's how much I like that. If that goes and breaks and doesn't go, then I'm going to look at 660 as an out. But I think a break of 680 gets this thing right here to 720-ish, 730, for sure to 7. I mean, that's for sure. But definitely, not definitely, but like we always say, Neil says, don't talk uncertainties. But I think 720, if you're going to go anywhere before sellers come in, I think that's a pretty key level right there. It was holding before it didn't. So I like 720, 725. But I mean, don't get it twisted. If I do get this bigger position at 680, I will take some out at 7. That's just the robot in me programmed to get out at even levels. So I like SoFi. I like it at 6. I like it at 7. And I think the top could be around 7.25.
Yeah, I got it pretty simply here. I'm looking at the 15-minute chart for executions, and I've got you've already made the bottom at 6 even, right? You can sort of see that, and then look at the channels that got respected before. It had a support that broke, and that was at 650. So that's the bottom of the zone. It had that recent top and support before at 665. That's where entries have started, right around that level. I think buying to 650 is how I want to go. Getting to the top end of the range is where profit gets taken at 680. Once it breaks that, you've got room to the upside. We don't really talk politics here, so I'm not even going to bother with it. Suffice to say, I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the notion altogether. There's a lot of complications when it comes to it, and it's a bigger issue than just, there's tax implications, there's ethics of it. But either way, for now, this is going to be, and it's a conclusion or some kind of a conclusion to this story for SoFi. and getting a social media push, and that's why it's getting the positive, right? Because you're finally getting the news out that you know where this is headed, and it's going to be, as Sean said, that 10,000 if you're 125K and below. So we know what's happening at least now, and there's going to be some buying off here. Let's just play the technicals and sort of leave the politics out of it.
Just having a look at this drug, Bright Minds. Already moving around this morning. We'll talk about that coming up here in a second as well. Oil back to the downside ever so slightly. I mean, yeah, we're negative now. Just took out pre-market lows there for crude. But huge day yesterday for a lot of the producers. In fact, if you remember, was the biggest, brightest green board or green section of the board on the sector watch yesterday all throughout the session. So worth having a look at some of these oil stocks once again today.
I only want to trade Oxy. We look at oil futures. We don't really trade oil futures. Let's be real for a second. But Occidental was probably, and the reason for Oxy is it's got great momentum. It's got the Berkshire Hathaway thing going with it as well. So it's had this unreal strength the last couple of sessions. Still missing pre-market data, and wow, that's a crazy way. Still missing pre-market data for yesterday's trade. That's why you see that sharp, abrupt move to the upside. We looked at the 72.50 breakout yesterday. I liked the dip buy if we had even gotten it at 69. That didn't happen at the open. It was already gonzo. So if we do end up taking out this 73.5, which was afternoon support, then I'm looking back towards first that 72.5, maybe more closer to the 72 for dip buys in Oxy, where things could stabilize. But we are getting a little bit of a drop in crude oil futures. I'm kind of always have to watch. If you're going to be trading an individual equity, you've got to be watching what's going on in futures. And it doesn't mean that Oxy has to follow it. Oxy has been a little bit stronger sometimes in oil futures. But this 93 level that we come back into, if that doesn't hold on CL, well, then you got to watch out for your longs, right? So if we're through that 93, maybe it's one of those you don't average into it, adhere to your hard stop at a 73.40 level. But I want to see if we can hold this on the upside. And partly because on the daily, this is what you're doing on Oxy. You're taking out this high from May, and then if we go through there, there's air above this price. So I like where it has to go to, which is not unlimited upside, but it's run out of resistance above 75. So I want to be structuring the longs. Understand, like I said, that 93 floor on the oil futures, you got to respect it because below this price, you could also be failing a break of the high and then breaking a support level on oil futures. That's not a good way to engage in a long position. You want to make sure you have an out. Mine is at that 73.40 level on Oxy.
You might have heard me getting excited there. Yeah, 73.50, right? Yeah, I mean, Neil just hit it, so I don't have anything to talk about other than the fact that I'm going to be going long down here, obviously, if it bumps back in down to these levels and then give it down to 73. But Fahad, put it on the afternoon shows, two-shot there if you can, because there it is. Look at those upgraded. Hey, there's my bear.
That's what I forget it over there.
I got to go get that in a second. I mean, I'm only right here. It's there we go. I can go get it in a second. But look at those chairs. They got, that's what I was like, upgraded chairs. So same as us now.
Allegedly.
So same as us now. Same as us. So we'll see that. Sharif liking that. And Prad Sardamis, when he comes in, will also like said chairs as well. So we're upgrading, baby. And I want to thank everybody for the super chats. I want to thank everybody for watching. I want to thank YouTube for not paying us enough revenue money on that as well. And then I also want to thank everybody for hitting the like button if you have. And if you haven't, I'm going to thank you ahead of time because you're probably going to hit it now. So thank you so much for your continued support, guys. Oxy's a long for sure at all times. We'll wait to see what happens with oil. Obviously, if oil gets to the downside and keeps on pushing lower, then you're going to be able to get some better fills. But I'm going to wait for 73.50. That's where my bid is right now, and I'm going to drop it out if it breaks through 73. Just kind of like technical there. We had a big run up. This is 73.50. I mean, if you don't love that level and you want to be long Oxy, then you're going to have to wait for bigger dips. So that's the level that I like right here. Let's see if it can hold it. It is disconnected from the price of oil a little bit anyway. I mean, for sure. Like, it shouldn't have moved from 70 up to 75 in a straight line yesterday morning, but it did. And we're going to try to respect the momentum. 50 period VWAP is all up here. So good little take on that one. But with only now 6 minutes to go, we are getting ready. And I did this yesterday, and I think you guys liked it. Right now, it's 9:23, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. Time went faster between 38 and 39, but that's the timing that we have now. So most people, I think, even some of you in California or the West Coast or Vegas, so on and so forth, were saying it was about 4 to 5 second delay, which I think is great. We do not tether anything. It's whatever it is over the internet there. So that's what's good on our side. And yeah, welcome to the jungle. We've only got 6 minutes till fun and games.
Yeah, we get inventory data this morning as well for crude. Worth a note, still negative, but 10:30 we'll get oil inventories, weekly oil inventories. Here's Tesla trying to make it 2 days in a row back to the upside after the gap down on Monday, 900 right above us. After the close tonight, you'll get 2 additional shares for every one that you hold of Tesla.
It's a trap. It's not a trap, but I don't know. Like anytime.
Did you hit that?
I did hit it.
Oh, okay.
Every single time you're looking at the most obvious breakout at 9:30, I always say to myself, "Oh God, this has to be a trap," right? So we didn't break 900 in the afternoon show, which we were waiting around for all like the entire afternoon. I was just sitting there, like 900. We're gonna get 900. It's gonna happen. We're gonna see it. We're gonna get the break, and then ended up shorting it. I hit like 93 off of 95. But today, we touched 899.60 in the pre-market. We're pulling back, but not very far. We're still holding that consolidation area from the afternoon, that 895. So that sets up a 900 break right away. I'd love it if the market was stronger, but you know, the market was weak yesterday, and Tesla showed the old dip buy and then rip your face off rallies. We got the split coming up. That's usually a positive catalyst, even if it doesn't change anything fundamentally outside of making it cheaper for options. But 900, it's a break that I don't want to ignore. It's one I got to have on. I do like this 880 to 850 area on a dip buy. In case it does what it did yesterday, which is before it goes up, it must come down and shake a bunch of people out that are holding longs in this range. If that happens, I'm looking 880 to 885 for a dip buy. Instead of having just like one price, I like a price area, because every time I'm married to a specific price to buy Tesla on a dip buy, I then end up missing it. And that happened 2 days in a row. So this time it just has to come within my target range. And then if I see a turn, I'll try to grab that bid on Tesla. 900 obviously is going to sit there for a bit of a breakout. I always scalp some of any break and then try to hold on to a piece. It just feels like it's too obvious not to have this one as a day trader.
Someone out here. I think we're having Raider Trader today, aren't we, Brendo? Or is that tomorrow? Today. Yeah, so double check. Oh. It says today. He's going to double check that he's there. And someone said, why don't we hire Raider Trader? Sure, message him. Tell him that we're hiring, and he can come on the show and discuss that here today. No, that kid has lots of good stuff going for him as well. Plus, he's American.
Well, there's that.
So there's that as a problem as well. But okay, coming down to the downside here is the NASDAQ. Okay, we're just talking about Tesla. I mean, Neil just talked about it. I feel the same way. You get a sort of a falsified run up due to the split oncoming, which is tomorrow. So today's the last day. You're going to trade this at 900 until it gets to 900 again, probably in 2 or 3 years. So look, I mean, Tesla just remains one of those names that, I mean, I'm watching SoFi right now. It's getting exciting. It's starting to break to the higher side here. We're in this name. I don't have any ideas to get out, although I do have an offer near 80 to get out of some of what we have, just in case 80 is the top, hits it, falls back down. We are trying to look push longer there at 80. But Tesla just had a great run up, and congratulations to everyone that stayed long. I got some out at 828. I got some out at 8888, 88s and heartbreaks. We talked about that, and my heart was broken when we were up here at 900. And we're here again, let alone where we were 940 not too long ago. So not great decisions to sell Tesla. Congratulations to anybody that's held it. I still think that, probably tomorrow, I mean, I could see us down here 860, 870 just off that split, giving back 1% or 2% on that. It doesn't change anything in the game for Tesla. They still are basically the only EV company out there. So, and I'd say that tongue in cheek, but as far as production is concerned, so we'll wait to see there what does happen with Tesla. I like the stock. However, the NASDAQ today is starting to fade out again here. So yeah, it looks like we got to find some shorts. So I would favor the short in Tesla because of the action in the NASDAQ, not because of the name itself. So, okay, Bed Bath & Beyond getting juicy here. Let's just quickly look at, we got to go to, is that small cap recap? Have we done that yet? No. Okay, let's go over to Brendan quickly to talk about a name that we really haven't covered yet.
Yeah, quickly, drug, guys. Brightmind's back on the move today, up 50% here. If you go back 2 days, this level 250 to 260, bit of an area it was tested going back through the pre-market. Already breaking downside, though, 220 to the downside. They priced an offering. Seems to be the only reason it's up 50% today.
Price offering go up. Look, drug, we definitely have to watch that one. I was actually looking back at a 185, I think it was. I'll double check that. But I want to quickly say, Intel, if it pushes to the upside, every single day this week I've been shorting a pop on a chip name at 9:30. So why not go again today? The difference is today it's actually going to be Intel instead of Nvidia or Micron. It's just a matter of preference in the level break that happened on Intel. Nvidia just now ducked down below that 171 area, so it's already heading southbound. So watch out for that one. And Helbiz just reclaimed $1, got up to 105. I took some out there. SoFi will be scalping off, and then I'll be watching Tesla at that open. If we do get that initial dip, I'm looking to try to see if we can't catch a quick little buy out that 880 to 885 area. Tony is going to be on the bell, as always. It is Wednesday. I haven't even said it once. It's hump day today. So, Tony, locked and loaded, ready to go. The chips are on move because we get that report after market, but let's not sleep on these meme, squeeze, whatever you want to call them names, because they're on the move and doing great volume in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Tony.
Let's do this. Thank you, Tony, for that. So SoFi, everything, we're ready to rock and roll. I'm just changing over
that was quick.
some of my, SoFi to the downside. We're going to wait to see if AMD can come back up to 93. We talked about that level, that we like that for a short, especially now that the NASDAQ is heading to the downside. But there it is, a nice little pop on the NASDAQ, maybe back to the upside. Bed Bath & Beyond instantly breaking through 11 there. We're still waiting at 1065, so if it does come back down, we'll take a little bit at 1065. This could be the rug pull because we've seen Bed Bath & Beyond back down here to $8. So let's trade this, but be very, very cautious with any longs that come through here on Bed Bath & Beyond. We just missed it, man. We are at 1065. You guys know that. I said that earlier. The bottom 1068. So that kind of sucks. And SoFi kind of just doing nothing right now early, but it is fading out a little bit.
Yeah, watch out. Oxy just came in here, got 73.85. It did get back above 74, and then reversing right back into that 73 area. Crude oil futures are still sort of trending on the bottom end of the range. So if we take out that 73.40, then we're out of Oxy and looking for a potential reentry point. But you do not want to get stuck. This could also end up being a day break that fails. So that's why we're going to get out of Oxy. The dip buy didn't come in yesterday. It only went straight up. Very different set of circumstances that we're seeing here. Tesla, if this is where it bounces. Tesla just went to 892. I'm also watching Tesla here, obviously, and it looks like it's trying to bounce off 892. Doesn't get anywhere close to that 880 range, so we'll have to sit that one out for at least a little bit here. I'm looking still for that Bed Bath & Beyond buy, but it has to be down closer to that 10 even area. And then, of course, the name I want to be short, as I see NVIDIA bounce off 170. So that bounced off 170 back up to 171. I'm hoping that, no, it did not. It did not get Intel anywhere near that 3440. Looks like I'll have to start this one a little closer to 34 than I would have liked because the chips are already showing their weakness. And I just got to make sure I get into this Intel short and not miss it like we did on Monday. Yeah, it looks like we'll take an L here early on Oxy. We tried that 73.50 level. We said we'd give it to 73. So, we looks like we'll take an L on it. I don't know. I mean, we'll see where it goes. We did buy some SoFi back down near that bottom, so that was a good price there at 58. Still not giving us a great average price, just back to 62, right now as an average price. So I'm not going to focus too much on that. It's more about that Oxy trade, bouncing off that 73.50 now, trying to make a move back to the upside. Let's take a piece out here. We talked about how wild this name can go. Oh, we're long at 73.60. My bad. I thought it was 73.50 there, so I was about to take some out at 60. But it did bounce back. Man, that might have been an opportunity to get out of that mistake. But it held 73. So we'll see if Oxy wants to make that move back up to the upside here. Hopefully it does, and we'll be able to cash something out a little higher than where we are now, like in the 80s or 90s. Would be pretty nice if that can go. No relief yet on any of these names. There it goes. Yes, Oxy. Okay. Nice little move. It just took out some levels there to that upside. We're waiting at 86 right now. So 84. I don't know why we're waiting at 86. Let's put another piece out here. There it is. We'll take an 83. Give me that 86, baby. There it is. Yes, sir. Sometimes you got to hold on to your trades, and that was a good one. Therefore, Oxy, believe in the name, baby. Up to $74 now for Oxy. Big win for me, kind of taking care of these other losers on Bed Bath & Beyond and SoFi for now. Yeah, and Nordstrom's, by the way, tried to just get to that 20 level. Remember we said if it tries to make that push, you can always allow it to get to that price and then see if you want to engage in that short. So if it broke 20 even, I was looking for a jailbreak long. It's just tried to make that break. I'm short here at 19, in front of 1970. 20 is going to be the out, then I can look for reversals. If the squeeze hasn't happened, but I think that's more of a yet thing, it can still do it above 20 even. That's why I want a tight stop. Tesla now has to be front of mind because 900 is about to break any second now. So the dip buy, as usual, when I'm looking for it, it goes within $5 to $10 of where I'm looking to buy the dip, and then essentially breaks to the upside. So 900 in play here for Tesla. We'll see if it can get through that price any second now.
All right, so we'll ring the register again. Hopefully, bang, right there again. One more time. Your boy is on one more time here again today as we short Apple, baby, and we go long on Oxy, baby. This is great, man. I mean, I told you yesterday that we wanted to put Oxy in our pipe and smoke it, and we do that again today. I was really glad that we found this name. This is right up my alley, Oxy, with $1 in the money now, and really, really cruising. So a little bit of a face slapper there for Oxy as that continues to make a move up, and you know we're taking a lot on that one, so that's going to be a good one for us. And there goes Apple as well. That is just tank city right now too, as you're seeing the NASDAQ come back in. So there it is. Yes, sir. Good trading here today. This is the kind of market that I love, man. Like back and forth and around. Like, you know, we get a little sleepy in the midday, I find there, especially even when we come back at close. But these are the kind of markets that we're looking for. There's Oxy. Nicely done, man. We just took out a lot of that up there at 74.50. There's another piece out at 74.50. We're Rip City here today, Brendo, on Oxy.
A little one going here, SPRC. SciSpark up on a positive trial data release for a cocaine addiction therapy. So SPRC making moves here, trying to take out the high.
All right.
Ooh, SPRC. We'll get to that one in a quick second. NVIDIA making a move to that 170 area. It took out 170. That's a pretty big floor. I want to see if it can hold it. It just did a fail break. Then someone jammed offers at 171.06 that just got taken out. I'm going to give it back into this pre-market high and work into this. I do prefer Intel, but this is the one that's making that move already. And Nordstrom's just got back down to 1950. That was the other key level. So on the daily chart, 1950 was... I'll go to the daily chart. On the daily chart, 1950 was your next level down. It's there on the bid. You can't hit this bid because it's SSR down 10%, but if it breaks 50s, I want to be adding to the short position in Nordstrom's. Of course, we'll see if we can get liquidity. There's plenty of it. It's done 5 million shares.
Yeah, man. Sometimes it's nice, man. This has been a great experience here today, again for us. We did make a keystroke on Bed Bath & Beyond and got out by accident. We meant to get out of a few shares, not all of them, but we got back in, so that's why my price is a little different there. I think we get some out here at 96 or 95, whatever. That was a nice little rip up to the upside there as we saw our net kind of explode, but we didn't get anything out, so there goes Bed Bath & Beyond. Hopefully we can get this 96 fill. That's just where we're waiting. I mean, why am I even waiting there? If I get an 89, we'll take that. There it is, out at 89. Let's cancel our 96 and go a little bit higher. Let's go to 99. See if that, there comes 96, of course, if we can get that. There it is. Yes, sir. Fire off the cannon one more time. There goes Bed Bath. Yeah, let's go. There goes Bed Bath & Beyond. A nice little rip to the upside right now. Oh, that sucks that we got out, but we got back in. Nice little move upside there for Bed Bath & Beyond. Your boy's on one again. Apple, 40 cents in the money, and that's coming back down. Oxy, $1.20 now. Wow, what a great level. Both Neil and I talked about that at that 73.50 level.
Wow,
right
unbelievable.
There. Good move on that one. Oxy, big time moving. Daily goal met right here today, guys. 4 for 4.
Yeah, I could care less about the winners when I can't even get shorts on JWN.
Boo.
It's ridiculous, man. Like the 1950 break, I said you'd be able to get liquidity because there's so much volume, but the SSR, I crossed 8 cents on a 1950 break and couldn't get it. $19 is coming into play here. And all you can do, when it's short sell restricted, it means you cannot remove liquidity from the bid without an uptick. That means the last print on the tape has to be a buy. So it's kind of luck if you're able to get it on that punch. It tried to get 1950s, couldn't. It hit the lows, and it's trying to bounce now. The thing you can do, however, is fade into the move, short it on the way back up. So if that's all we can do, I'll short in front of 1950, but then I'm waiting for it to come back to me. And if it breaks 19 even, I'll try again. Like I have a stop order. If it triggers the 18.99, I'm just going to get back into it. I don't want to ignore SoFi either, guys. SoFi, essentially 650 to 675. That's all it's doing right now. So if you're not scalping in this range, there's really not much to do with it. So I'm going to take some more in front of that 650, and I'm going to scalp some out when it gets to 70 to 75 because if it wants to be an inside day on SoFi, then so be it. That's just what we're looking at, unfortunately. I'd like to see it break out, but if it doesn't want to do it, you got to trade inside.
All right, like I said there about Oxy, man, just now $1.20. We just got some out there at 74.80. Yeah, look, JWN. I mean, I should have just, like I said, we put that on the sticky note at $20 there, and it just too bad it broke in the pre-market, but it gave that easy in back there at 1980. That's too bad. Like we were saying there, sometimes you get distracted when you're making a little bit of. Where is it? This. Shout out to Sharif. I hope you're having a good day too, my man. There it is right there. As JWN's come back in, I think you're going to get a 1970 again. So let's wait to see if that comes through right now. All right. So Bed Bath & Beyond, right back to this 1140 again. Like if that's, that sort of already gave us that trade one time. So let's take something out here if it comes up to 30 or so on. There it is. There we go. Yes. Oh, wow. Again, we have to spin it again here. Contractual obligations. There goes Bed Bath & Beyond all the way back up to the upside. Now we can hold, baby. A couple longs right here at 1060 up to the upside. 1130 now coming in for us on that. And then there goes Oxy trying to take out its pre-market high. 75, 75.20 coming through. There's that hold. We were close to getting out, man. Like 73 was our out there. We talked about that in the pre-market, but hey, if you're going to hold for 50 cents, you have to take a little more, right? So nice little upside move, $1.50 now in the money. The only real reload for me would be Apple on the short side, but I have to make sure that I want to go short this market first. Apple right now, 167.20 would be a good one. That's right where the VWAP is, so let's put an order there and see if we get lucky enough to get that short.
Yeah, the things I don't mind shorting anywhere, well, not anywhere, but as long as it's below a certain level, are going to be those chips. So I just finally got into Intel. I'm also trying to reload in JWN, Nordstrom, in front of 1950, but it's Tesla that I'm not really, it got to 899.95 there, so every single time it goes a little bit closer to that 900 for the breakout, so Tesla 900 is coming. I try to reload on Nordstrom's, and every time it does that curl, you just have to stand on front of the offer. Like you can't, every time I try to get it on a consolidation on the way down, like you can't hit the bid, so you need to catch it, just have it run you over a little bit to that upside. Unfortunately, SoFi has the same resistance it's had this entire time, and that drug stock just came into 185, so that's the level I was looking at. I know it was, I'm glad I went over this at least, because when it pulled back into this 185, that was that break at 7 a.m. where it resisted. So if it wants to bounce there, give it a stop at that 180. I know where my risk reward is going to be. That's a decent one, but it is on volume selling off here a little bit, so we have to respect that. I just want to play it to that 180 level here on drug.
All right, big days alert happening all over the place here. So we'll go, whoa, 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 whoa. Catapult ourselves. There goes
Another
SoFi.
BS,
Again, another 657 reload there on SoFi. Yeah, let's just, I don't know. We just got a 68 fill, so there you go on SoFi, so that's a good one. It's not really running as much as I thought it would, so I don't know. I lowered my shares at 680 in case that does break there. I like the trade, but I did lower the shares on that one. Look at Bed Bath & Beyond. Spin it. You got to be long this name today. We only put longs only on here. We said back to 10, but that goes to 1060, takes this out to the upside. There goes 1180 right now on Bed Bath & Beyond, so that name is really rocking to the upside. And yeah, good out, man. We have less than 10. We have 7% left of our Oxy trade as it did not take out 75, and now you're just kind of zoning back in here into the middle, literally the middle of this move for Oxy. So the only thing we didn't reload was Apple, and I'm thinking about that. Just this market right here, if you see, doing its typical thing in the morning, man. Back and forth and back and forth. I will be looking, side to side, back and forth, up and down, all that kind of stuff. Do that electric slide. But AMD is the name that I want to get short. It's more going to be near 93 if we do get that bump up to the north side. But oh, baby, the net is accelerating because there goes Oxy back up to the upside. All is well, man. SoFi, yeah, that's what it was. It's SoFi starting to go back up to the upside for your boys. So a nice little move there. Congratulations, anybody that held out a little bit here on SoFi, as there it is, blast through 75, takes out some of those fills, and we'll take another one there at 75 on SoFi. Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, so Tesla through, obviously, Tesla finally goes through 900. It just got to 902. 902.50 it just went to. So the scalp part of the trade, I took the first scalp out, and we'll take the next one out in front of 905. And then we got to start thinking about 920. 915 to 920 would be that next level to the upside. Once I scalp some out of this trade, which is usually the first thing I want to do on a break, is get a couple legs out and then start thinking about where the dip buy is going to be. And like, why would I have an offer? Oh my goodness. I was actually, anyways, just where you put offers to scalp out sometimes matters, and if you put it at a round number, it's stupid. So I actually had like a 903 on the dime, which is dumb. So I just got out in front of 903. If we dip, I'm looking more along the lines of 896 to 898. Like, it could come back in, take out 900 again, and then give you a solid dip buy beneath that price. So that's what I'm watching for over there. And I keep saying I'm trying to get shares in Nordstrom short. And I'm like, it's ridiculous. Like, I try to catch some at 1950 again. It hasn't broken 19 even, but it is just straight shot to the downside. So the whole rule, if it doesn't break the low, only one place to go. Well, if it does break the low, apparently there's only one place to go, and that is further to the downside. Thank you, Randy, for that reload, although I haven't even finished my first coffee.
I had a sip of coffee in my mouth as he brought it.
Look at how much I have left.
Yeah, I know. Brenda?
Here's charge point, guys. CHPT, there was a note yesterday, if you remember, on this set to benefit, obviously in the EV charging space, set to benefit from this recently passed inflation bill in the U.S. So CHPT up 7.
When it was back in 98.
Yeah, sometimes some late messaging on those ones. All right, so we'll just take advantage. What's up, Pokeroo? I don't know if you want the money again, but there it is again for Oxy, up to $74.90, $1.40 in the money, and we just took it out. I'd hate for this, so we only have a small piece now. I mean, but I'd hate for that to have resisted 75, and yeah. You know, the rest is history. If I didn't get that out, I would just feel whatever. I still think it goes higher. I still think we'd take out this high. So we're going to at least hold the piece. Wish, obviously, we had the whole piece, but I get out of things way too fast. Okay, SoFi, again, that's those levels. Let's just go back to AMD. I want to have another quick look at that. These are, I'm trying to be as 91. Oh, I'm trying to be as specific as I can with the trades that I want. AMD, I just wanted this, man. I wanted 92.50, and we didn't get it. So now it comes back in. We'll still sit there and see if it comes back up again to get that trade. Apple's the only short that we have on right now because I'm just not convinced of a market move right now. So I got to look around. I wrote Meta down on the sticky note as one of the big cap names here, and I just said, what about a 162.50 break, right? So we're sort of relaxing here at 162. I think that might be better. Why 162.50? It was just sort of, let me see if I can zoom back in a little bit here. It was just this high right here yesterday. 162.50 was this level. So that's what I was looking at for Meta break. It might be better at 162 flat, but we already dipped down to 160. That was a great buy down there at 160. So maybe we get that again on Meta. Here comes the market finally.
NVIDIA's tanking.
Yeah, exactly. Well, AMD tanking. Good trade there if you're short NVIDIA.
Yeah, NVIDIA just broke 169.50 there to the downside. And of course, like, I don't have nearly enough Intel. Like, that's the real problem, is I wanted Intel more than I wanted NVIDIA, but NVIDIA went, and it's like, Intel just went straight down. Like, there wasn't any pop, there wasn't any sideways action. It was just like, we're gonna crap on ourselves and we're gonna do it really fast, and it's just forget about it. This is the worst chip name right now. Anytime the chips go down, this is the one that just doesn't have a bid, and you've got to be sitting in the short almost. Like, you can't be waiting around for it, or the word I wanted to use is like, you know what footings. But I got 33.75 because there was one pop, nowhere close to 34. It's going to be shorting every single pop in this name until it stops. NVIDIA next out is going to be 169. Tesla is still relatively strong. So as the market comes back in and the chips are weak, Tesla's maintaining that 900 break. So I know where the strength is. It's Tesla and, I don't know, oil, Brendo?
Another one of these low floats, recent additions, GCT. Popping back up here this morning, trying to get back above this resistance area from yesterday. If you remember, this thing went crazy going back to last week, but decent volume behind this move back above 30 now for GCT.
Still at 19 flat there. So I've hung it up. I'm not flushing myself down the toilet because we're profitable on SoFi, but it resisted this whole. I'm canceling everything on SoFi. I want to just
Oh shoot, SoFi's not.
I already have canceled everything on SoFi. So I just got out there at 61 or 62 there, or 61 on that move. So yeah, whatever. It just dropped it back down. We did great getting out here in the mid 70s. So that was a good trade. Obviously, it looks like we're going to get out of that a little bit too early, as some Edge X is trying to buy this thing up right now. Oh no, I meant to just a punch there, like mark it into 64, but it doesn't look like that would have been a good move because the move might have stopped here. But here comes the market right back up to the upside. So as Neil was talking about his nice NVIDIA short, Intel short, et cetera, if it does bounce back up to the upside, I still think you can re-engage in these shorts. So I've missed it, so I got to be patient, see if we can't get something there. 91.60 maybe to start on AMD. I mean, I could do that. I'm not worried about my Bed Bath & Beyond because we're kind of out of it, right? Well, we are out of it. We talked about that. We have a little small piece. I'm going to go short AMD right now just because I know that there's a lot more to go if this NASDAQ wants to drop down again. This is a starter position for us here on AMD, but, you know, I'm already short Apple and AMD right now. I'm fine with that combo. Like to see this back to 92 before we get serious.
So somebody just now on Tesla, after that 900 break, somebody just sold clean 10,000 in front of 906. Like you pop a level 2 up of this stock and you're like, yeah, 100 shares here. Maybe you'll see 1,000. It's not often you see someone pop. Sorry, it wasn't 10,000. It was 100,000 shares. It was 100 lot. Sorry, 10,000, 100 lot that I saw. And you're starting to see some sellers come in. If it breaks this, I think you're headed toward that 910 on Tesla. It's a very strong, sustained move with the market flat and the chips weak, and a lot of stocks looking like they want to go to the downside. Ahead of this split, there are a lot of buyers of Tesla, but the sellers are certainly also taking profit at this 905. It's going to be pretty key here. Either we're dipping back to 900, or we're going to go flying as the sellers get chewed up here.
Oh, man. Instantly, Prince City on AMD, that just went down to 25 instantly there. So I'm going to put a bid. I mean, I was bidding 21s. We'll put a bid there at 27 to see if that happens one more time, and we'll take a little small fill. I kind of want to scalp in and out here a little bit because I want this. Not that I want it to. I mean, I do want it to, so I can go short more, but that would put me into a losing position, of course, if it goes against me, so that's why I don't really want that. But I just feel like up in here where we had all this back and forth, if the market's going to do this and then just keep edging lower, then every time we get a pop up in a weak name, like a chip name, that's where I want to be focused on these plays. But if there's any other names out there, let's go ahead and start to talk about those. Bed Bath & Beyond came back down. XOM's at $99. Neil's already on Tesla, so that's a big name now. Still hovering around 905, but Neil's got that covered. Okay, I see what you're talking about, Daryl there. Peloton, again, money. We talked about this in the pre-market and sort of where this name was going to go. It just resisted. It sort of held out on that $12, took down VWAP, barcode a little bit here at 9, and then since the open really took off. So this is just one of those things, again, where you're a beat-down name, Amazon's coming in, and possibly giving you a little bit of a lifeline here. So good trading there on Peloton. Congratulations that anybody took that long. I was talking it up. Remember, I was like, I don't mean to be talking up Peloton, but we don't have the long. So end of the day, good trading on everybody else. I hope that you sort of like some of the things that I was saying there about Peloton. I wish I had the long. Congratulations to you, Daryl, out there. I know you've been watching us for a hell of a long time. So, yeah, there it goes, 13.40. Wow, Peloton really starting to cycle up. I don't know. Maybe
that's a good one.
Maybe it's got a new buy cycle in it.
I like that one. We'll drop some coin for that. I like it.
Yeah,
it's cycling to the upside, which is fine.
It's cycling.
That Nordstrom's is not going upside. Not that anyone's shocked by that, but it was a bad report. It's now down 18%. It broke 19 even. I just got some out on the south side of that. So it looks like that's continuing to flush down. There is one stock that is not working. Although I want to just make sure that this buyer is, that buyer is still, it's still got this 95 on Hellbiz, and I went long in front of it, but it looks like the best it ever got to was 105. This feels like it's failing the dollar, and if anything, 95 breaks, I'll just stop out of Hellbiz and say that it does not want to hold that dollar and walk away from it. SoFi is holding support. That's about all it's doing. Brendo?
This STBX just popping back up, guys. Halted once already. Back to the upside, but trying to clear 15 for STBX. Crazy low float IPO from yesterday.
That was a good one, Jason. At Sean Gattina is peddling the Peloton puns. That's a good one, Peloton. Okay, so we did take some more AMD, still not even close to what we want, but the market is popping back up to the upside, so a good opportunity there to short a little bit more. We still have these levels here at 92 that I like, and I'm just trying to be like calm down, make sure that, you know, I make the trades that I want to make, that I'm not like forcing myself to do something here just because of price action. I want to make sure that I'm getting my money in at the right times, at the right spots, on the right symbols, because, you know, we can get carried away a little bit trading too many names and then getting, you know, unfocused on sort of what we really are trying to look at. So that's sort of where I am right now. So there's the AMD reload. We're still bidding we're bidding low 40s now to see if we can get a piece out on that one. But that's a name that I want to continue to look at here. AMD, as we talked. And then Apple, not really given any reloads either. Right back up here near one. I just don't want to go short everything right now in case that is the wrong thing. So I guess Tesla still holding up, right? So that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, but it's the same. This 906 level where there was that chunk seller, it's still having lots of sellers at that 906 price. So if the dip to 898 is probably not going to be valid. From here, it either breaks to 910 or we head back down. I don't usually use VWAP for entry points at this time of day, but when I do, it's for shorting Intel. So I'm going to get back because it's the only place we've been able to get it is as the chips have been going down. But it's worth mentioning, like Sean said, this is the NASDAQ. I mean, in the pocket, flat on the day. This is the ES, flat on the day, in the pocket. So if it wasn't part of your original thesis off the levels you liked and the direction you liked, this is not the time to deviate from your plan, anticipating trend, because we haven't established one. So I don't want to get away from anything that I didn't already like early on. So that's why I haven't jumped into a new name. Haven't taken anything that's out of there. That drug stock would have been... Yeah, the drug would have been one of these, I suppose. I tried to get in at that 185 level, and now that I look at it, it's like, how did I not get this on the dip? I got to go look to see what happened, because I threw some bids down there in the 185 range after it had bounced initially, and now it's back up to the highs. If it goes down there again, I probably don't want it, because that means bad things.
Right now, spin it again for you, Pokeroo. I mean, there it is, man. The AMD short, we just put that on, cashed that out twice. Cash me outside right now. There goes Apple down to the downside as well. That's starting to break. That's 70 cents in the money. $1.10 in the money on Oxy as we celebrate some victories here as we go. So far, so good on a lot of these names. But you know, it's a little too early, I feel like, to celebrate anything. We want more shares on this. We want these moves to continue its way to the downside. So that's something that I'm looking at right now in for these names. So still not overly satisfied with the moves. We want a little bit more on all of this. Apple, I still think, I mean, if we're looking at this name, you got to break a little bit lower. Some of these wicks. Actually, we already took down that one. That's not bad. So yeah, let me just rethink about where we want to get out of Apple. I think on any more dip downs like that was a good trade there at 40. So we'll maybe take that bid if it comes back in. What's up, Bren?
A couple things. SoFi, first off, JP Morgan with a 30 million share block priced at 610. So heads up on that. There's also this, FTCH, taking a stake in this YNAB, online retailer YNAB. So nice move here, 23% for FTCH.
Ooh, that's very fetch, that one. We'll hit this because the Toronto Blue Jays making light work of the Boston Red Sox, which is always fun to say. But someone asked about...
Oh, no, we have the wrong coffee.
What? How did I not notice? I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like it's black.
You're drinking it with milk in there, and I was drinking it black.
Actually, the odd thing is, like, I had like hilarious. One sip. I'm like, that tastes weird. So actually, I had one sip of it. That's kind of hilarious that we did that. NVIDIA is resisting this 169 level, but the trend is still solidly to the downside. Like I said, we had a couple of shorts, and it didn't give you the pop to 175. It just immediately took out that bottom. So it looks like it is pretty weak. And when I zoom back out, because I want to make sure that we're looking at the full picture in the higher time frame, like beneath this level, and if it gets through that 169, you obviously have 167 as the last line of defense, I suppose, there for NVIDIA. So if it's below that 71 and we'll stay inside of the short, I do still, like I said, I like Intel more, but oddly enough, I mean, it's been pretty structured on Intel. It's just not falling like an absolute rock anymore, and it's trying to get back above that VWAP. So I want to hold off a little bit. And then Tesla, it's crazy to say this, but this 906, there's another 40 what do I see there? Like a 4,000 lot. So I've seen 10,000, I've seen 4,000, 2,000. Like there's some decent sized lots that are just throwing around sells at 906, which is why it's either breaking out from here, and I'll probably cancel my offer being in front of 910. I wanted that if it ran to 910 and pull back. At this point, it's going to consolidation break into 910, so we can let it go a little bit here. And if it does want to pull back, 900 looks like that level instead of 895. So Tesla's still strong, but can't seem to get past this level. Now it just broke the high of the day. Complain about it, and ye shall go. That's what it's all about. Hanzo just said, explain what Brendan just said about SoFi. I'm embarrassed to admit that I was adjusting some orders there, so I did miss what he just said. All I will tell you is this is now not taking out the high of the day on SoFi.
Yeah.
So the longer it does this, all it's giving you is 70 to 75 outs and a 50 bottom. If it breaks that 50 bottom, got to walk away from this one. If it does want to hold here and then run, fair enough. But at this point, the breakout almost seems more appealing than going to the dip buy well, because at some point that well runs dry and you're left holding the bag. So I've taken my profit. I won't add any more down here. SoFi, not the banger that we thought it would be at the open. It's kind of going sideways here.
For sure not. Yeah, we'll go back to Brendan in a second with that story when he's ready. So don't worry about that. Brendan's going to be back shortly. Okay, right here, Bed Bath & Beyond is...
this, by the way.
Yeah, I already told Randy to reload us. Okay, so back down here to $10 coming in for Bed Bath & Beyond. This is the level. I mean, like I said, we're out of it. We're holding a small piece so I could watch this happen. Here it comes back down, Bed Bath & Beyond, down near that 10. That's the level to be concerned with. But here comes Brendan with some clarification.
It's a big block sale of shares. That's it. So they can't obviously just go to market with 30 million shares all at once. So they're shopping essentially a 30 million block of shares at that price, guys.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah,
never good if you're long when they're selling that many shares and Shopifying them around. You see what I did there, Shopify?
I saw Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even looked at it, so I don't even know why I did that. But okay, we'll look at Shopify quickly. That $44, what a gift that was for traders to get out of your Shopify position. But it's not really doing anything. I just wanted to call it up. Actually, it's up 2%, much stronger than much stronger than the day today is. So Shopify actually, wow, not decent bottom there at 32. Let's see if that comes back in. I don't want to focus on this because I haven't really looked at it today, so I just brought that up. I don't know why. I'm an idiot.
It's fine. Why not? We'll do this one for Tesla. It broke that 906. I was actually sitting at 908 most of this time, but after it consolidated there, I wanted to see how it played to 910. It went up to 909.50. The second I saw it fail at 910, or at least get to that price and try to pull back, I just got out of it. Now we're looking for the even dollar breaks once again. That'll be 910 into the long. That'll be probably 900 still the dip. I don't know about 905. Oh, I was about to punch long 910, then I threw my hands away from the keyboard.
Market.
It went to 910, and then instantly someone just threw like another 10,000 lot as it was going. Someone's dumping 10,000 lots into all the strength. That actually got me to pull away from the 910 break, because if this keeps happening, eventually it's gonna dip back down and give you a long entry. Like every time there's a major buy event, someone's just throwing lots on Tesla to be able to sell it. Now I want to be buying the dip. I'll take the money and back away from this until we get a dip buy, because someone just keeps sort of re-upping and sell when it gets to these $5 levels.
And that's what it's about. Spin this for Neil right there on that Tesla trade. That was my next question, but you just answered it. Are you going to hold, or what was the next play? So good on that one. Faux show. All right. So I believe in the short here, like I said, but there is going to be, is this the day that we get a little bit of relief due to what's coming the next 2 days? Are people going to get positioned up because they possibly think Jerome Powell is going to save the day again with some dovish talk rather than hawkish? So, you know, what did Brendan call this, symposium or something? Starting
Jackson Hole Symposium. Yeah, it is called the symposium.
Yeah. It's just funny. Like normally you just hear Jackson Hole, but the symposium properly brought to us there by Brendo. So that all kicks off tomorrow. You're going to hear like just a lot of opinion, a lot of trading ideas, a lot of obviously monetary talk. So I mean, just get ready for that. Position yourself accordingly. I don't think the Fed has pivoted whatsoever. So I think everyone who's thought like, hey, it's time to buy, I'm not sure that's right yet. But it's not my opinion that matters. We're going to wait to see what happens in the next couple of days. But just before we go over to Brendan, I just want to talk quickly. We reloaded. I mean, we just got the position that we finally wanted. We got a bigger position here, and I wish it was even bigger now, but on AMD, on that bump up in the NASDAQ. So that was the name that we were looking to get short. Wish we would would have got more Apple short as well. But hey, hard to complain when this goes right up. Oh, I didn't mean to hit this one. Sorry, this one takes too long. This one goes right up into the money now for us on AMD. So hard to complain when you got the banger on. It's just let's see how low we can go. But without any further ado, unless you want to do anything, I mean, do you want to talk about Bob?
No.
Maybe when we get back. Okay, we'll talk about some Chinese names when we get back. But let's go over to the big board without any further ado with Brendan.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock, pending home sales number just out. Downside, 1% versus 3% expected for pending home sales last month. Just watching the S&P here going red, then green, then red, then green. So back and forth we go. Positive at the moment. So there you go. The Dow, 0.13 to the downside. The Russell here, 0.4 almost. Russell 2000 anyways, back in positive territory. NASDAQ kind of chopping around as well. But overall, more of the same that we saw yesterday. On the watch list this morning, Woof. Remember that stock? Petco downside in a big way off earnings, trying to break back to the upside, however, currently on decent volume after a beat. Apple, not really doing much. Trying to hold these levels from yesterday. Support coming into play once again, 165, 166. New lawsuit filed from Match Group on Apple, guys. Back over to you.
Allah.
So I only wanted to talk about BABA because it got pointed out to me in the chat that it's going absolutely nuts. So thank you so much. One of the values of a trading community is that it keeps you motivated, it keeps you honest, it keeps you accountable, but you also can't track everything that's going on at once, right? So trying to stay in pocket with the names that we're watching here today, which has been working out, but we forgot all about Alibaba at 90. Short all afternoon, all day long in front of that level on Alibaba when it wouldn't follow through. Well, should that have set up for a long break? Of course it should have set up for a long break. And look how clean it was when it got through 90 even. It even chewed through the next level up, which was 91, the level we were shorting the day before. It does have 92. It's like every dollar has been a resistance. Like 92 was a short, then 91, then 90. I'd kind of play that for the longs as well. If it dips, you're thinking about 90. If it continues to break, 92 is the next level of resistance, obviously. But the market just pulled back in there. So I'm glad we got out of Tesla. But as I was looking at Alibaba, what did NVIDIA just do there? Yeah,
Hopefully
NVIDIA
tanked.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
back to
AMD.
lows. It gave you this shot at 170 to get more shares in. I was able to add to Intel. I still haven't taken anything out of Intel, and I'm not going to until we get down to like 3360 and then 3350 to the downside. I'm kind of holding Intel for the low of the day. You know, I want fresh lows. I want every 50 pennies on this one. NVIDIA, I'll scalp out because it's already so far down here, down 1.5% to Intel's 1. I think that should be a little closer.
Ooh, yeah, you're right, Comp SX, and all you guys in there now. We go evil on this market right now. We're not taking any prisoners either. 91 flat now. I told, this was both Neil and I wanted these names short. So AMD, how's that for some shorts, man? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's, when you're believing in it, you see these things. Bye-bye to the downside as they continue to go down. AMD, we talked about this name over the last little while. Look at it just get faded the last couple days. Easy short, yeah, buddy. It's always easy when it works out. So, but it's just like this was the name. I've only focused on a few names today, and that was Apple and AMD on the short side. And you could see what's been good here. 167 right there, bang to the downside. AMD, I mean, really taking advantage of that. And there goes Bed Bath & Beyond back up to the upside. I don't even know why I'm looking at SoFi. I got to change my other screen. I'm going to take something out here if I can at 50.51. Yes, sir. There it is again. We'll spin it one more time. This is one of, I mean, we don't have any losing trades today, fine, but, well, we have some losing trades. We're gonna see if we get net on them all. But it's been pretty good. Although we thought there'd be light volume, I think it's been pretty key. Neil focusing and making great trade there on the Tesla long, focusing on names, right? Names that have reasons why something has to be done, right? Nordstrom's another one.
Nordstrom's is
right
now 25 pennies away from from 1850. Which is the February low. I have to pull my daily chart all the way back so you can see 2020. When this thing broke out, the pandemic breakout was at 1820. So if it breaks 1850, 1820 was a significant breakout price. My chart's still trying to load. I have to go so far back there. So that's where Nordstrom's is at. It's looking pretty ugly, and it's only going to get uglier if it takes out that 1850 level. My target's going to be a break of the 50 and then look at that 1820. I still want to see if we can't get a short pop there. I wanted 1950. Obviously, there was one chance to get that price. I don't think we're going to see that again. So 19 to 19.25 is going to have to be it. Otherwise, just sort of ride your shorts here. 169 still hasn't broken on NVIDIA, so there is some resistance being put up. And I don't want to completely ignore names like that drug stock. Load up here. Drug took out the high of the day. It just did a wick off top through 250. Obviously, sort of even dollar or even-ish level break on 250. For now, it's rejecting that breakout. A lot of times I'd short that kind of a move, but it is chewing up volume right now above that 240 range. Kind of feeling like it wants to load up and then run again. I might go for the dip buy in front of VWAP. I did like it at 185. Wasn't able to get shares. They're focusing on a few other things. Which I can't complain about because the Tesla wanted to make sure we got the 900. But I'll dip into VWAP here. It still has a chance to consolidate and break out the high again, to which it's got room to $3. Just watch out for the overhead break. If you take this high break, it is a 255 now, which was 2 days ago, afternoon resistance right at lunchtime. So the break to me of the high wouldn't be back at 250. It'd be at 55. Otherwise, dip to VWAP.
Yeah, for sure on all of that. Bed Bath & Beyond, AMC. I mean, some of these names we really sort of put to bed a little bit here today. All right, so no, darn it. AMD is, I mean, we got, I shouldn't say darn it. I mean, it's a big stock for me today. We got a lot out there at 91, like a lot. I only have, I have about 35% left, exactly 35% left of this, maybe not exactly, but somewhere near that. Under 40 and above 30, if I can do my math quickly. 91.20, we just took a piece out there. I don't know why, I just put it out, took it out. Here we come back in. I still like to see this fade out. The NASDAQ, I still think has room to go to the bottom. I mean, we're flat on the day, so we're going to wait to see if that one comes through or not. Back down to 91. I do have, no, I do not. I have a bid at 90.90 right now, but I'm going to just up that just because of this. You know what? Let's let it work a little bit, man. There it is right there. Now, yeah, SoFi right now. Biden set to freeze student loan. Here's the news. Biden set to freeze student loan payments for 4 more months. Right there on SoFi. So that just came out. I don't know if that was what was expected. Set to freeze student. Brendan will have this. I just want to bring it because a lot of people are trading SoFi. Loan repayment for 4 more months. So. I don't know, a little bit of a bump up for SoFi, but realistically, it just went back into 50 again and then bumped back into the middle. So I've hung it up on this one. It is going to be a positive name for us, or for yeah, I think for both of us anyways.
I missed my stop, which
is okay. We'll see what happens
I
here.
won't miss my stop.
It's a nice move back up for SoFi, so that's a good one. Anybody that held that, I guess now, I don't look over my shoulder. I don't see Biden talking, but obviously that's happening. So news there on SoFi, and Brendan will be all over this when there's anything more significant than this.
Yeah, I'm going to actually take... Every time it goes to 70, it kind of fails. So if it bounces off 50 one last time, I'm going to take more out in front of that 70 and just hold less for the bigger move ultimately. That's just the way it feels like it's trading in here today. Intel's bouncing up towards that 34. I'll look for the reload there. And then Tesla is finally, so it did fail at 910, but I kind of felt like it was pulling back to 900, or at least to VWAP. That has not happened, obviously. It's holding up at 906, so the buyers are still there for Tesla. Nordstrom's is finding a bit of a bid at 1875, but it's not really a bid. I just think it's a lack of people shorting because you can't short it because it's SSR. So it hit 1875, and then it's just kind of going here because nobody can actually short it off that bid. So it's going sideways until some people dump that are probably long. So it could bounce up, in which case I'm going to short VWAP. Otherwise, we're just going to have to hold on to what we have. And then go to our favorite segment, one of my favorite segments. We haven't talked a little bit, at all, about crypto. So let's get the word on what's going on in the crypto markets from Brendan.
Yeah, a quiet day, a quiet week, guys, as far as crypto is concerned. This is a daily chart of Bitcoin. You can see just kind of bouncing along here at 21,000 the past 3 or 4 days, trying to get back above 21,400. Ethereum, on the other hand, same story, 1,600 to 1,700, bit of a range right now. Market's quiet ahead of, Friday, when Fed Chair Powell set to discuss. I mean, QT hasn't even started yet, as we've discussed, but how will that, a lot of analysts talking about how will that start to affect crypto markets as well. We go over to the board here and have a look. Shout out to our friends at Binance. ADA, top of the list right now. 2% are among the top of the list. Solana here, 2.6. And Bitcoin down here, you can see still in the red, but only just 0.8 to the downside. Ethereum break even, we'll call it, just into positive territory on the day, guys, for ETH. Back over to you.
Aggressive.
Alibaba is
Oxy.
It's aggressive. I just crossed 10. I crossed the spread 10 cents on a 92 break and didn't even catch a fill. So this is looking like it's relatively strong here. Like 91, 90, 91, 89, 90, 91, 92 now to that upside, and it's sort of smooth sailing above 92 on the 15-minute. Obviously, you do have some other levels that'll come into play, but that was that major resistance the last couple of days here. You're breaking back through that. It is all systems go for the Chinese names. I'm going to make an assumption that NEO is strong. It's the first time I've pulled that chart up. Yeah, of course it is. But 19 even has not broke. Yeah, so NEO still has to get through this level, 19 to 19 quarter. That's the last time I was shorting this one. That 19 quarter was a pretty big level on NIO. So watch out for that. If it gets through there, it's also got some runway. But this is with the market going flat. So you have to be in what is moving. Still flat on the ES, still flat on the NASDAQ, although slightly to the upside. Haven't really picked a direction in the market, but the Chinese ETFs or ADRs, yeah, they've picked a direction, and it's shooting to the upside. The chip's still holding some weakness, but there's pockets of strength everywhere. You just have to find them.
Yeah, I mean, one is, shout out to Henry there. I thought you were kind of trolling me there, but it doesn't appear that you are.
Palantir.
Yeah, Palantir today. PLTR, of course. I've never heard of this name, so I'll have to find out the symbol. There it is. Okay, so yeah, just playing around. Of course, we've heard of Palantir. Yeah, up to 830. Big time movement. We were just trading it yesterday. We actually went short Henry yesterday. It was actually pretty good, the short, until we got out at the very end there, which was fine. It did fade out the rest of the day, so good trading there to Palantir. Just looking at this because we have that 8 bottom, then you fast forward to today, and we respected that 8 bottom again right off the open. It broke it a little bit. It went to 98. Boo-hoo on that. And now you're right upside again. We're well above. This is the 50 period for anyone watching. That's the pink, the blue. I guess I could kind of change these. I'm trying to get like colors that will like appear easier to read on our screen for you guys. And then green. I mean, I don't know. I can't do yellow or anything. But green down there for the 200 period. Anyways, Palantir nicely done to the upside. Great trade there. Anybody long, you've broken out with the last couple of days now. And let's go over to quickly do a 20-minute. I still feel like, I mean, you know, some of these names. We talked about DraftKings up there at 21. What's DKNG today? 17. Yeah, so some of these names getting hit a little bit. Yeah, for me, Henry, unfortunately, we got to get up to 850 before we sort of start the party up again on Palantir for me. But hey, great trade. It's nice to be up 4%. I'm not putting any more money in a lot of these beatdown names. I still think there's a little bit more to go on the downside here. So far, so good. And look, if you guys want the shorts today, I mean, I have AMD 80 cents in the money. We have Apple 80 cents in the money. But if you want the long, I mean, I banged this one out. I did work for you guys on this one early on today with Oxy. I mean, for me, that 70, and it almost came out. I mean, it's just like Meta yesterday at 165 on that short. Meta 165 short. We wound up taking 3 or 250 on it, and it was like 5 cents away from breaking our hearts. The same thing happened to Oxy. There's that 73.50 level. We gave it a little lower than 73, but it went down to 73.10. So like a little more push on that, and we would have got stopped out, but instead it's a definite home run right now for Oxy, as that's taking out the day's high as we speak. Well, it's still up here at day's high. I'm just going to hold on to this. I feel like oil is the trade for this next quarter for sure. This is a day trade, so I mean, we're not sitting here forever. Oh, there goes Bed Bath & Beyond. Good outs there, at least at 60, but it's going to break through 10. So as soon as that happens, as long as my trigger hits, we're out of this one, breaking back down below 10. But maybe worth a little bit of a reload here. I just got to make sure I have the right amount of shares on board. Maybe worth a little bit of a reload down here at 10. What's up, Ren?
Just be careful on the SoFi note, guys. Again, going back to that student loan note, it's just reporting at this point. So there are reports that Biden will, as we said, delay for 4 more months payments or repayments of student loans. SoFi, however, 38.44% of Q2 revenue for SoFi came from student loans. So theoretically, if student loans do not have to be repaid, yesterday, if you remember, there was rumors that it was going to be 10,000 would be or just wiped off the table altogether. So it's maybe not necessarily a positive thing for SoFi if 38% of the revenue is coming from student loans, guys.
Right. Shout out to Katrine.
I got 3 coffees now.
She just ran away because I thought
so
she
much.
maybe want to stay, get on, but thank you, Katrine, for hooking it up. Randy's building the desk.
Well, I mean, it's
right
important.
now. Wow. He's outside. I assume he's building.
And I got drug finally.
Yeah,
I wanted to say that
stock,
in a way.
yeah.
This stock. I wanted to say it in a way that maybe it would be tongue in cheek, but there's no way to do it unless. I couldn't make that one work. But anyways, it pulled back into VWAP, or at least close enough to it. So first leg in for me here in front of 225. It did make that, like I said, it made that fail break at 250. Thought maybe it was churning to just immediately break out that 55 level. If it does, I still like the breakout at 55 when you pull up the 15-minute. But for now, going to go with this little dip off VWAP. 2 has got some support behind it, so we'll work with that. If I'm looking at something that's against me, it's Intel. So it's holding below the pre-market lows. And much like yesterday it was at 30 in front of 34.40. This is different. It's below 34 and in front of the pre-market low at 33.90. But it'll get up to that high, and I just sort of get more shares, and then we continue to try to work it. But I've been greedy with it, waiting literally at the low of the day on Intel, which is probably stupid. Now that we're holding a bit more of a decent line to the long side, I want to say, in terms of what the market is doing overall. It's got a wick bottom. It's turning toward the high. I think getting out of the shorts more aggressively makes some sense, and then looking for a long again that will follow that market. I thought it could have been Alibaba, but then that bot missed the initial break, and it's gone that far. If I don't get the first break and able to scalp some out, I don't really want it. But look what it's doing. It doesn't even want to pull back. So it gets to 91.77 here, and then making another run at the high of the day, which, by the way, is 92.47, which sets up, checks notes, a 92.50 breakout on Alibaba. This is seriously strong here. I'm going to go with that break, and then NEO, that 19 even, there's a 19.25, which is a pretty consistent level on the 15 minutes. So I prefer BABA here at 92.5 to NEO 19 even, because that has that resistance right at the quarter.
All right, so we're gonna give it one last shot here on Alibaba here. So, or sorry, on Alibaba. You're just talking about on AMD. One more shot on AMD. So we'll go short here. It is ripping to the high side. This is not going to be a profitable trade because, well, we're going to be profitable, but not on this trade specifically, maybe. 12, we're not even near 13,000, but there it is. Okay, so now we're starting to take out the day's high, so we got to watch out for that. This was obviously a level that we were worried about here on AMD, as that's come just rifling right back up. 292. I was going to get out if it breaks 92. I feel like I don't ever want to get out on like such a drastic move up, but the NASDAQ is getting pretty spicy here to that upside after taking out day's high. So we know what can happen to these chip names, and if you said they can run, yeah, you're right on that one. So you got to be very, very careful about this short. Don't let it get slipped away from you here, so to speak. So let's watch out for 92 break. We'll get out a little bit higher than that, but yeah, this is definitely a slippery slope here on AMD. We're short 91.73, but the problem is we have pretty close to a full position, so it's going to suck when we do break above that 92. Yes. Let's see if we can hold below 92 right now. So, all right, small cap recap. This name, this name could be like a mega cap some days and then a small cap the other day. But let's see. You guys are all going to understand what I'm talking about when you see the name back over, to Brendo at the big screen.
I wonder if it's ever been.
Hey guys, brought to you by Casino Slots, free to play slot games available on Roku and Amazon Fire. Here we go. Bed Bath & Beyond, depending on what day you're looking at it, the market cap changes very drastically. Obviously, 15% still, 1175 up to about 1220. If you go to the daily chart here, was this pivot. So the first time we shot up from whatever it was, $5.5, $6, it stalled out around 12.5, 13. On the way higher. So we were back at those levels here in the pre-market, racing up into resistance. So tried the initial breakdown, that didn't work, but the second time, nice move all the way back down through to 10 now for Bed Bath & Beyond on its way back to the downside. This one, however, trying to break back to the upside. Glad I got out. NEV or NERV stuck in this range between 580 and 520 from the pre-market. There was a huge buyer here. You can see in the pre-market, tested it a couple of times on the way through after the market opened as well. Drug, another one we were talking about at just before the open here. This level from 2 days ago was 250, comes up, turns on a dime, and stalls out, just waiting for it to break back below this initial high now to get back involved at 220 on drug. Guys, back to you.
Good luck, Brennan. Brennan is definitely good luck. So a couple of things happened there. I'll go to the one that's not as good first. That's Alibaba. Like, it broke that 92.50. It did get up close to 93. I got one leg out for the scalp trade, but now it's looking like it wants to pull back in. However, NVIDIA did make a move back into 171. It just got right to the pre-market low and then reversed back into 170.50. But at this point, when you look at the higher time frame of NVIDIA, this is what I see. I see a failed break through the bottom here. Yesterday's bottom, that 169. It tried to take that out, or 169.30. Tried to take that out, got maybe 30 to 40 cents lower, and is now potentially breaking out through the top. And when that happens, I don't want to be sitting there holding the bag to that short side of the trade. I mean, Intel, a name which is a bit of a dog, it's holding the bottom end, but it breaks that low, doesn't go any further. Now it's trying to chew higher. So I don't want to get trapped in any of these longs at bad levels. So if Intel's still in the pocket beneath 34, but I'm not going to reload NVIDIA. If it takes out like 171.25, I'm just going to get out of that. And then Drug was another one there. Did get that dip. It came into 240 there, took some out. That 55, remember the 55 high? I still think that's pretty valid for a breakout. And if I think it's a breakout trade, then I want to make sure I'm getting out in front of said potential breakout on DRUG. So I'll get these shares out in front of 255 and then look for a 255 break as a separate trade. That covers everything except for Nordstrom's. Nordstrom's still down. That's probably the story for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think we might have missed some of those shorts. I mean, it's down so far right now. All right, we did take another short in Apple. I mean, Apple, I probably should have looked. We got excited about AMD because it was, really the name that we liked. We liked the tech name, or the semis to the short side for sure, off of NVIDIA coming later on this after market with their report. So, but Apple right now, that's been weak. I mean, you're only down 0.14 here on Apple while the market's up. So you can see the relative strength versus weakness on that. And so I think we like to do that with Apple, is go short here, but it is kind of having its way with the long. I mean, it did resist. We got out there. We held a very small piece, and now we're reloaded back into a position that's a little more manageable. If the market goes down, we can cash in a little bit, and if it goes back up, we'll look for a reload spot. We don't have to like really worry about this. We don't have a huge amount of shares. What I am more worried about is this trade right now. AMD's broken above 92. We're very close to punching some out on this, and it's just going to be wrong. I mean, it just ripped up, and it really hasn't pulled back. We did get a few pullbacks. Like, I could have got out of this for flat, for sure. Like, not, or close enough anyways. This pulled back to 80, where we're short at 77. So there it goes. It's going to take out 10s. 10 is my out. So here it goes. AMD pretty strong here into a market that's not overly strong, but AMD definitely starting to pick up steam here onto that upside. So we'll get out on a break at 10, which is going to happen right now. So that's not going to be a good trade. I must also cancel my bids on that. And we'll look to reload this name now. So I feel like AMD, better reload spot, just assuming that it gets punched out here. We're not going to punch out of everything, but pretty much we will. Up here again, like where this consolidation was, that's sort of what started it all. I mean, we have some good outs. We have 91s. We have even sub 91. But there it goes, just like always, has the opportunity to run to the upside, and there goes AMD just testing that 92.10 right now. So that's not going to work out for us, it doesn't look like, but still some day left here today, as it's only 10:30. So let's see what happens. NVIDIA is still red, and so is AMD. So maybe.
So I just got stopped out on almost said SoFi. I just got some out of SoFi at 680, but NVIDIA stopped me out as well.
SoFi went that high?
Yeah, I know. I was about to go to that one too.
Boom.
So two things. 911 is now the high on Tesla, double top. So I'm looking for a 911 break there on Tesla. I'll try to say it that way next time. But SoFi, no, I'll go to NVIDIA first because NVIDIA just stopped out. So we got that trail out. It did pull back into VWAP for one last try, and now it looks like it's strong. I can't ignore what this looks like. If it presses up to pre-market high and fails there, then I try to get it on the way back down. Otherwise, I'm going to hang on to Intel, which is still below 34 instead. I just talked about Tesla, but SoFi, yeah, it finally got there. It got up to that 680. Hasn't broken this pre-market high at 687, but it's finally above that 680, still trying to churn higher. At this point, the trend looks a heck of a lot better. So the dip buy looks like it's more like a 670, which was resistance before, and then ride the train to the upside, hopefully to $7. But probably got a little bit tentative when it kept looking like it was weak and then got it at too many shares lower. Otherwise, this would have been a much nicer trade for us on SoFi. But obviously, it looked a lot weaker than it is now, and you had to judge it based on the merits of that last test down to 650, which felt like it was going to break almost inevitably.
Yeah, I'm just going to punch long now and get out at 679 if it breaks. I mean, I liked, or maybe 677, something like that. And again, the reason, I guess I'm on the wrong stock. We got saved a little bit by AMD. I mean, saved, I don't know. We got some 96s out there, so we'll see. Still obviously going to be punching out at that same level. Yeah, that sucks, man, because we did get out of SoFi there when we heard about that offering that Brendan was talking about there, where Morgan or whoever it was shopping around a bit. They probably already got that order filled now. It was 30 million shares, so I don't think they got it filled, but definitely helping their case out with a little pop up here on SoFi. So let's see now. It take that 680 level. That was where it sucks, because like that's where we wanted to punch. I told you it was a big spot long, but unfortunately everything, there we go. I guess AMD just broke up a little bit there. So we'll get stopped out on AMD, but we still have a little bit, like I said. But anyways, SoFi was a name there that we wanted at 680. We kind of ignored it there when it broke it. I wasn't even, I mean, Neil's like, oh, there goes SoFi. I was like, wow, okay. So a nice little move to the upside. We'll hold the long now because we are above that 680, and we'll just see what's happening. So the NASDAQ is off to the races. It looks like some of these names want to continue to go back up to that upside. So out of AMD, I mean, you know what? I'm just going to get out of them all. Even if it dips back down, I'm just going to cancel all my orders, put a bid, get out of this. There it is. So we'll get out. Tried the short again. AMD downside, not worth it there. Oxy still motoring, SoFi, and then Apple's starting to go upside. So as the NASDAQ continues to move, man, is Apple going to turn positive? Well, it did. So right there, Apple goes positive. We still have 167.50 to worry about right here. So that could be something. That was sort of the drop in the pre-market, 167.75. But again, here we go. If you think it's going to be an inside day, you probably want to start to look at some shorts now because the market has ripped so far. So we'll wait. Still lots to come here today. And we have over at the big board, this doesn't look as like spicy as it sometimes does with certain names not really sticking out too much. But social sentiment here with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, very mixed so far as sentiment is concerned. You wouldn't know it if you looked at the overall market. The SPY front and center here, very, very green as far as sentiment is concerned. APE back in action again today, not doing as much volume, but definitely worth a look. AMC, on the other hand, to the downside as far as sentiment is concerned. STBX, that crazy IPO, little tiny IPO from yesterday, halted already a couple of times today, as we mentioned. Bed Bath & Beyond on here, very positive. VS Tesla, GCT trying to make a move higher as well. There's SoFi, IMPP, among others, guys. Tesla was, yeah, here it is, as I said, positive going into the split after the market tonight, guys.
And then SoFi goes down and breaks 80 again. So we'll lose another 5 cents there on SoFi, trying to go long. But good thing it wasn't the big guy there on the share size. But there goes SoFi. Just broke down through 680. We got out there at 680 or 679, 678, sorry, there on that push. So yeah, that sucks for us on SoFi.
Sorry, I'm not laughing about that.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean, it wasn't a huge position, but that's
no.
okay.
Brendan,
I like the jokes.
Brendan, in some contexts, must have said PP. And everybody, like, really? Come on, man. Really, that's all it takes to get a chuckle out of people. Fine, if it's that easy, then we can do it all day. But yeah, I said this yesterday when we were talking about a DKS, the symbol. Like, you speak this much, and we're in here live. Like, there's no script, man. We're just gonna be telling you what we see and having at it. So every now and then, if we amuse you guys, fair enough. I want to be buying the dip on SoFi into VWAP here. As far as I'm concerned, the fact that it didn't break that 650, it makes the longs a little bit more appealing, and the previous high was this 75, so I just got some more at 75. I'll probably give it to 70 even. I think the 650 is its own trade. Let's just get that one out of the way. But the other name that felt like it was marching toward a high break, and then we're just going to see that 255 break, was Drug. And then it got the 40 level, and then slammed back down into 225, and now is kind of ramping back up again. So it feels like getting some more shares out in the 35 range into that 50 makes some sense. I want to be out of this trade if it gets to 55 because I'm going to be going long on a break of 255 because I feel like that's at least as significant if it takes out this level here. I mean, heck, if it was on the way down, capitulation, it was support, And then on the way down again, it was resistance. If it breaks out, let's see if that can't take you to the $3 level. So we always say when in doubt, zoom out. Sometimes you want to make sure that you're structuring your setup and your trade off the right time frame. You can look at that 3-minute or 1-minute or 5-minute chart, and that might not be telling you the story of where it can go if it takes out that level. You might be thinking scalp every 5 cents. No, for the 55 trade, I'm thinking expand the range a little bit. For the dip buy, I'm thinking scalp into that range. Because if 55 holds, it's a sell day back into 150, 140 to 160. And that's why I'm not holding this 25 trade forever. But if it breaks above and holds above there, then you've got some room to the upside. So it's two separate sort of trading ideas there. The Intel short isn't working, but it's still below 34, so I'm not out. And I'm not going to be out as long as this is below that $34 range. So I want to give it some room. I'm not adding to it unless I get something closer to 34 even. That just hasn't happened yet. And Tesla, that 9/11 break, you were right, Randy. I mean, Randy said yesterday, he's here looking, that Tesla for sure was going to break 900. Well, it got to 900, so there you go. At the time, it was at 896, dude.
Jack of everything over there. Jack of all trades, man.
It was at 896.
Trader, sales guy.
He's Tesla sales guy.
By the way, you screwed up our coffees. I messaged you.
I wasn't going to bring it.
You put the black one on this side.
Oh, sorry.
And we make it easy for you.
Okay, Katrine got your back. She came through.
It's not that hard to figure out
with that
who
one.
drinks their coffee black. I'm just saying.
Yeah, exactly, Randy. Okay,
I'm
but
just saying.
all fun and games. Okay,
We love you, bro.
until someone gets hurt. All right, so now we'll just wait for some of these reloaded trades that we have on board here. We did put back on AMD because, again, and it's, I just went short again against that wick top, and unfortunately, it's going to be hard to see there. It went right up. I mean, I should have looked at this 200 period a little bit better, but this is, again, data mining. Like, you don't want to look at charts and be like, oh, well, it hit that. Like, you're always going to be able to find levels that, like, make sense to you after the fact. So it's about, like, trying to figure out as it's happening where you're in trouble. And that's when really, this 50 period, when that was breached and VWAP was breached there, boom to the upside as it goes. So that was definitely something there to look at. And we take the short again, comes back, and then now it looks like it wants to blow up even higher now on that. So we should have got them all out when we were down there in those 90s. Oops, there we go. We just punched long. We have too many shares long. We'll get out on that one. So there's the punch long, and then there's the out right away. This market is definitely aggressive now to the upside. So yeah, no more shorting. That was actually pretty good. We wound up basically net on that. No real losses, but we tried the short. And don't tell me again, like, see what I'm saying? Like, now I'm going to say, oh, we just got out at the top. But I don't know. Let's ease back until the NASDAQ finally figures itself out. And that actually wants to go back to the downside. Let's stop trying to chase AMD because that name is launching now to the upside, trying to get back to Greensville. You still have 92.70 for a long there. I'd rather be short Apple, and we'll talk about that when we get back from Brendan. It's already 10:35.
Worth a note, interesting move in oil right now. 3.2 million drawdown on the inventory number there out at 10:30 versus 900,000 expected. So bigger than expected drawdown, but big move down here for crude on that number, guys, on heavy volume.
Oh, man.
So I'm watching Apple here because I'm looking at what's holding this market from just absolutely going bonkers. Like the NASDAQ's trying to break at 12,962. That's a random level. And the ES is right at this 41.43. So that's a big level. And then I look at Apple, a little bit of a double top. We get through this. And I say we. It's like if the market gets through this, these longs have got to go. But holy, like NVIDIA, I'm still short Intel, by the way, but NVIDIA about to take out or trying to take out 172, at which point it's like on the higher time frame, which I keep going back to the 15-minute for NVIDIA. It's just a wick off bottom and trying to break the range and then get back up to this 175 level. That's incredibly bullish. I like the short this morning. Obviously, at this point, as long as you took some out, it was okay. But we're trending to the upside right now, and I'm going to get more shares of Intel and Intel only in front of 34. Now I'm looking for those long breaks. Tesla, it doesn't want to pull back very far because it's finding a lot of support off that 06, 07 area, but it's still very valid for that 9/11 break. If it holds this range, the market breaks out. I want a Tesla long to be adding to it, and watch out for that drug stock. If you're trading this, there's just a lot of people selling right here at about 935 to 940, right? So it's scalp trading in that 10% range. And if it doesn't, if that continues to happen, it's just as likely to dip back into that 225 and give re-entry as it is to take out that high. So if you're not scalp trading and wondering why it's not going, it's because every time it pops to not 240, offers just come in at 41, 42 and drive it back down because people are profit taking that 15 to 20 cents, which is a good net return percentage-wise.
Okay, I'm just sticking with Apple now. This Neil just talked about it a little bit, but I'm going to continue to short this name. I'm going to take some more short right now at 05. It's starting to head down. I mean, I'm going to keep. The problem is I don't have enough shares, so every time it goes down a little bit, I'm taking more, which is why you have like all of these ticks in here. I'm trying to build up a position when realistically this is where the position should be being built at, 167.25 or so. So I'm going to put another order up there at least just to see, and if we could test out a little bit here on Apple. We are upside though on the market right now, so if Apple does pull back, it'll be a big win for us for sure because we've averaged into this position. But we don't have the best price right now. We have 167.10. We're 10 cents in the money, but we don't have the best price. It should be up here. So I still think we can chase it in a little bit. That's a nice move. Let's put a bid out now. Yes, sir. There it is. So nice take on that. But here we go. Now the market falls, like as if AMD. We're out of this now on Apple. Well, not out of it. Sorry, we're out of AMD. I'm going to put some more Apples. Yes, sir. Come on, baby. We get stopped out on AMD, of course, but then we reload. We just talked about why we like to screw AMD. Of course, that goes down. But that's okay. Let's not cry over spilled milk as if I'm doing it. But there it is, back down in. We just talked about averaging into Apple. I said we have a lot of ticks here because we were loading it up. That's what we did. And then there goes down Apple, down 30 cents in the money. To have been able to hold that AMD, I don't know how I could have. It was really ripping up to the upside there. Unless I use 92.50, some of these pre-market levels as good ones, I kind of find myself hard to have won on this short. Kind of glad I got out, but now it's come back in. So let's just celebrate the win, and that's good. Ooh, okay, Apple. Like Apple's giving me 75s right there. So nice move down. Yeah, nice move down for Apple, making us forget all about AMD. Or have I forgotten about it? Brendan, anything you want to talk about? Bob is still ripping its face off.
Bob is still ripping its face off, but Tesla with its first significant pullback, it just got into VWAP here. So this is where I'd be looking for that initial bounce. 900 would be nice, but VWAP coming in, if it wants to make a bounce there. I want consolidation off VWAP, not pick it up in front of a falling sword. And Drug's doing exactly the same thing. And I just got more shares of Intel. At some point, I have to actually get some out on the bid when it goes down, which I have yet to do on Intel, but it's below 34, which means I'm still taking it. Brendo, it is a strong-looking board, but there's some pockets of red in there. It is a flat day overall, so it's good to see what's going on with Sector Watch.
Yeah, a little more positivity on this board than you would expect. But hey, we are positive for the market there. 0.15 back to the upside. We were just talking about oil there. Interesting move back to the downside, even with a larger than expected drawdown. APA on an oil discovery up 3.5% today. Oxy, EOG, CTRA. Still positive on the day, but nowhere near what we saw yesterday. Mosaic, some of the material stocks showing a lot of strength so far. CF, FMC, IFF, also FCX, back downside there, 1.7% after a huge move. Higher on the day yesterday. It's all about consumer discretionary names, providing most of the strength to the market, even with these two. Advanced Auto Parts and AutoZone, 2%, 9% downside off earnings. Everything else, though, nicely higher, as you can see, led by the cruise lines right now. NCLH, CCL, RCL, all sharply higher, along with the hotels. Penn National here having a nice day, 2.3%. The home builders, Lennar, DHI here as well, back higher today after a move downside yesterday off that housing number that we got. There's Tesla, 2%, GM, Ford here as well, 1.5, 1.2%. Healthcare stocks, industrials, and tech also higher, but only just on the day. A lot of individual movers here, 0.09 right now for the S&P, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, Brendan. So I'm putting bids out on Intel just to make sure on this little push down. I do pay myself. I just tried to get, and you can't do this on the way down to Nordstrom's, and I've made that mistake a few times. It just failed a break of 19 even to the upside. Like it got to 19, it broke to 19.05. When it got back below 19, I'm going to try and short it, but that's on the way down, and it's short sell restricted. So once again, I'm in the game of trying to chase Nordstrom's to the downside. There's been one entry, and you can see how it happened when it's SSR. It's that it popped up, gave you the fill on the offer, and then has been slamming down. There haven't been too many green shots, so you have to pick your spots pretty nicely to be able to get into this. As I said, Tesla's coming back down in, but so is SoFi. Watch out for SoFi. I don't want to get away from Nordstrom, so I'm just going to pull my black chart up for you guys. SoFi pulls back in. 650 is still that stop level. It feels like that's your line in the sand. This is the channel it wants to have. This is the channel we're going to have to play in SoFi. If it breaks 650, I'm not saying I'm going short, but I'm definitely getting out at that 650 level. And Nordstrom's maintains that short. Tesla looks like it is going into that dip. It did break VWAP, but now it's trying to at least hold it here. So I got to get rid of that wick, and I'll try to do that in a second. It looks like about 903 is that low. 904 needs to start holding here if we can get back to 911. I still like the top end break, but for now, we're looking dip buys on Tesla as long as it wants to hold that 903. But for the time being, the market is testing lower. I want to see it consolidate on strength off of VWAP there, and then stick to your shorts. Obviously, NVIDIA would have been nice to have held, but yeah, look, it got to 172. Now it's flushing back into VWAP. That's going to suck. But at the time, it felt like the right call was to get out of the short of NVIDIA and sort of double down on Intel. It doesn't end up being right, but it felt right at the time. And you have to have yourself an out somewhere. So you have to accept that. Sometimes you just make that top wick and it comes right back. That's what happened to me on NVIDIA there. Kind of unfortunate because it's coming back in.
Yeah, I mean, we had the same thing happen to us on AMD as it just is now like pumping lower. Like, that sucks, man. We were like, oh. It's basically a day breaker for me, that trade, but that's okay. We're back in the game, obviously, on Apple, and that short. Like, we just got a 57 bid down there when Apple tanked, right? So, so far, so good on that. Let's put a bid at 76, see if that comes through, and then we'll get filled on that there, 76 or so. And then, maybe average back, but I said the right short is up here at 167.20, so let's watch that. Look at the NASDAQ. It goes back up, it breaks the high. We're there. We just got out of some Apple. And then just comes right back in again. So remember I said when the NASDAQ was up 0.4, I was like, if you think this is going to be an inside day, this is the great short. So we did, man. We shorted the name that, is weak today. We shorted Apple, and it tanks. So far, so good. I mean, that prediction was good as gold. It's just getting out. And again, you always have to have your outs. You took down that 200 period. It really started to go. We got lucky there on that part. It took it off back up to the upside, and then AMD continued its move back down. So, yeah, one mistake there really does hurt us. Could have got back into the short. We'll see if we can get back in there, though, at some point. Just not going to be right now. SoFi, yeah, like buying the top and then getting out for 5-cent hits, stupid. But we just came right back again to these bottoms again. Like, you got to focus on specific names. Like, if you're jumping around, you miss these. Like, that was another long down there at 660 for sure for SoFi. So we'll put a bid there. If it comes back in, we'll get hit. But there goes SoFi. Basically right back into where we bought it before, man. And last time we bought it down here, 57, we were able to get out at 75. So I would have liked to try that again. We missed the bid down there at 50. So we'll see what happens with SoFi. Lots of news around these guys today, of course, again. And then Oxy, Brendan talked about that pullback in oil. It's fine. I'm holding these shares. Well, one piece left. We'll see where Oxy goes, but that 75.60 was pretty spicy there. Basically back to pre-market highs. Took it out for about 30 cents, and now the dip back in. As you can see right here, oil hovering around 93 again. If that breaks, then you got some problems. I think I'll just get some more out here on Apple.
So drug did break the high of the day. If you blinked, you might have missed it, but it did take out that double top. Immediately rejected at 60, so it saw 60 on the offer and now pulls in the rejection. And the problem with this is you're going to have a double top reject. If it breaks 230, you're pretty much done. This is why consolidations are always that jam, right? You get a consolidation long, you know where you're out is going to be relatively tight, but when you're playing a break into like 250 into 3, you always have that challenge of if it doesn't go right away, a bunch of people are going to dump it beneath that 250 level. For now, it's holding up support at 235. If that gives it up, it's probably headed back into VWAP. So it does at least give us a clean line in the sand there to work off of, and that's going to be that 230. You already mentioned SoFi. Yeah, SoFi, you already talked about that dipping back down. That needs to get back up and finally take out. It probably just has to go through 7 at this point. It's like every time it claws upside, it just goes a little bit above that high, and then it rejects and pulls back into 650. So I think it needs to take 7 to get going. Tesla here, That VWAP hold did not happen, not enough strength on this. It does feel like, and this is what could take the market down, right? Like if this breaks 900, I mean, obviously Tesla did a lot of the legwork and it's still up 1.4%, but Tesla now working back into the downside. So all I have is Nordstrom's and Intel to the short side, which hopefully I'm in Intel all day long. And then Nordstrom's, I'd like to be adding to it here, just sort of like a low-hanging fruit. I keep trying to get some shares off VWAP every time it pops. I'm going to stick to that plan. But SoFi, 650 is that line in the sand, 230 on drug. If those break, then the only longs I'll have are none until I can find an entry back into Tesla.
I like that. None. Yeah, I don't have any long. Well, I have Oxy long, but we're back into AMD as it breaks back down below 91. This could be a problem. I'm going to try 92.20 again, just on the short, because again, the NASDAQ is below and testing lower. You know, we were just up 0.4. We've pulled back a little bit. Let's test AMD one more time. We're going to go shorter up near, you know, as I said, you know, 92.20 is going to be my out roughly. So let's go like 92, maybe 08 or 09. We'll put on there we go, put on some more shares if it does get up there. But right now we're back into that short. Oxy, Win. What else you guys want to talk about? BABA, PDD. Let's go over to that. PDD's been really strong lately, right? So Pinduoduo off of talk, entering, I guess I don't know if it was the North American market, but it's just getting, you know, out. I think it was North America, but I don't know if it was also, for sure it was North America. Just was it also including Europe and all that? But Pinduoduo on one again today. Look at Pinduoduo, $45 back on the 22nd, all the way up here. Now testing some of these highs again on Pinduoduo, where we've already been. So Pinduoduo traveling a lot here, man. 53 down to 45, back to 53 right now. So Pinduoduo looking pretty strong. We'll have to find some breakout spots on this. I mean, it's pretty clear. How about 53.50, 53.40 basically, that high there on Pinduoduo, pulling back down a little bit now. So we'll watch out for 52.50 coming on PDD, but right now that's the strong name. And I only brought that up because I know Neil's been talking about Alibaba, but that name also pretty strong today as some of these Chinese names get some strength underneath them, up 3.5 on Alibaba. So I would say if you're going to buy anything on weakness, probably head over to some of these Chinese names. I haven't looked at NEO. Maybe we'll do that when we get back from Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, a busy day on the currency markets once again. Dollar strength coming back into play. You can see DXY, I should say, back to almost to highs. We came ever so close to that 109.22 once again early on this morning, back down to 108.80 right now. 0.25% to the upside, has pretty much everything else in negative territory. Yeah, gold higher, the dollar to the downside today, ahead of what's to come tomorrow. Again, Fed Chair Powell's set to talk in the morning as well, so we should get some of the comments that could very well affect the market. Tomorrow's Friday, I meant to say, obviously. Euro, Canadian dollar back to the downside, 0.2% here, 77 coming into play for the Canadian dollar. British pound trying to hold on desperately to 118 once again for the pound. Yeah, 99.5 cents right now. Multi-month low once again earlier this morning for the euro. Russia's higher. Crypto's not really doing anything. You can see Bitcoin and Ethereum here both exactly flat, we'll call it at this point, guys. Back over to you.
A wise man once said that you can't take profit unless you put shares out there. Like, you have to sell shares if you're long, you have to buy shares back if you're short. And so for the first time today, I've actually bought a little bit back on Intel. So I don't have something for, this is the only one I have. Like, there isn't like a drop pennies out. We don't have a coin one. But I want to hold on to this all day long. I want to give this a chance to really go. We'll see if it happens. Obviously, there hasn't been any kind of a flush, but we saw NVIDIA take out some highs, or at least Tesla high of the day. We saw it happen with AMD. Intel didn't even take out the pre-market support. So like the bottom of the channel didn't get taken out at Intel. We're still below 34. We're still below that 33.90. We haven't broken and flushed, but if we do, this one looks relatively weak, and that's all I can ask for here out of Intel. It's relatively weak. Tesla just bounced off 900. I want to see if I can get back over to that, but I do want to get to nerve, because I see you guys in the chat talking about this one on a bit of a break here. This was a play from yesterday. It feels like the midday guys got this one as well, or it was a little bit later on in the day when it finally made that break, and now it's on the run, taking out this 620 on big volume. Haven't seen that kind of volume since 2 days ago. So NERV on the run. Watch out, $7, big resistance. Had a wick high there before. Gets through that, all systems go. Brendo?
Not a huge mover here, but there was an uptick there on Microsoft, some volume coming in. Protocol.com reporting that they are making progress, apparently, with their ATVI acquisition. So a little move higher there for MSFT.
The Activision acquisition?
Yeah, Activision Blizzard there. Apparently, this is not affecting anything, but Twitter, with those bots now getting investigated a little bit more off the SEC. So new story out for Twitter. So we'll go short a little bit here on TWTR against that 40-40. Not the club, but against 40-40 here. And we'll just see where it goes. So that's going to be a level of interest, obviously, for me now at that, at 40-40. So we'll go short and see what it does here. Trying to break a little bit higher for sure. That's going to be a level that we're going to hold on to these shares as long as we can. Re-engaged on the AMD short. Just like Neil with Intel, we got to take a little bit of profit, which we did, sub 92. But here it comes again, trying to see that 92.20, which is where we're going to get out. So I'm kind of laughing because we took a little bit of profit and it looks like we'll give it back here as it hits that 92.20 one more time. So yeah, a little bit of frustration here on that. I should just stick with Apple because that name does not go upside at all today. Just continues to make moves down. Every time I short it, we seem to be picking the right spots, and then I go over and throw the money right back here after AMD. So yeah, the chips, the semis, very strong in this last little bit. Obviously AMD's still down, but it's really given a good run here back to try to hold some of these bottoms. So there it goes. AMD, a nice little move back up to the upside. Shorting this one is wrong, but holding on to, there it goes, we're out. Holding on to, I was going to cancel my low bids because those aren't coming in, but holding on to Oxy is right, man. That came all the way back up to that high. This is pretty key. I think we'll just get out now on Oxy. Made that money back, so that's a good one. And we don't want to, again, if it rips, man. Oil's back. You can see oil way back there now. So that's why Oxy started to take off again to the upside. But like I said, the stock has been pretty crazy. It just gave you, it's like basically up $1 in about 20 minutes here. So I think this is worth me getting out of the rest here on Oxy and calling this trade a day for Oxy. A good one, my best one today.
And I will say this, responding to the chat, JD.com is not the redheaded stepchild. It's just, I actually didn't look at this. And you can't, like I said, we can't cover absolutely everything. You're not going to notice every single stock. I looked at NEO briefly, and then of course Alibaba. But JD up 6.5%. They recently reported they just got to the 50 period and double topped at 61. So of course that's going to be interesting. What you had, you had a wick off top. I should have been all over this. I mean, if I'd seen it, 50 period, 61, fail break, pull back into VWAP. That is a very standard setup and a great risk to reward. Second time through, gets to 61, maybe it wants to pull back into 60. It's not as good as the first time because you trapped some longs on the momentum the first time, and then you didn't follow through to the downside. The market's trying to go back up. All those reasons why I think either you size down. I mean, you can't say you have a tighter stop because your stop's at the high of the day on a short, but yeah, it's never as good when you catch it the second time through is always my mantra. And this is the second time through on JD. It gets through 61.25, and then you pop up the higher time frame, the 15-minute. I mean, I don't really see anything above that that's of concern on the daily chart. You're thinking about $64. So there's lots of room to the upside if JD does want to go from here. But I look at that and say, if we're in an inside day, double top, I'll short it to the high of the day. As we go to Brendan to see the earnings, well, I know one that's going to be on that list because we've been talking about it just a tiny bit over and over again this morning.
Yeah, busiest day of the week coming definitely on the earnings front, both aftermarket tonight and before we get going tomorrow.
So we somehow didn't mention Salesforce once.
We
today,
never really trade it, but yeah, it's going to be a mover tomorrow for sure. Well, I mean, Tesla's been busy today. I think Tesla, I mean, what's not on there is Tesla. That's going to split. Yeah. So, I mean, that's really the big one. You see in the top right also Peloton with news today as well. So that's something. Other than that, I mean, those will be the big ones. We'll be looking at Oxy as oil's made a beautiful move back. We got out of that name as well to the upside.
Snowflake.
Yeah, Snowflake. I mean, there's a lot happening. Williams-Sonoma also on the higher end. Furniture equipment.
Hey, both my banks, Canadian banks are there.
Yeah, exactly. So there's lots of action tomorrow. Banking all over the place. It should be another exciting day here. Look at that move for Apple. We got a 40 print. I only say, like, I'm short Apple. So for Apple and Oxy are actually tied for my best stock today. This is going to be Apple dependent. I'm still in this position, but we just took out some Oxy there as well. What my sad face stock of the day for me is going to be AMD, because I was really running this thing perfectly, and then I just got too excited by continuously going short. So lesson learned on that one. Note we haven't shorted it in this pop, although now that I see this, of course, I want to short it, but we're going to stay away from it. And then just try to focus here on Apple, which has been a good one for us. So, so far, so good here on some of these names. But yeah, a lot more damage to come here today. I feel like the market is going to do this little inside job. So up 3. We'll see if it can take out these highs again. I feel like you short something if it gets up here and then let it try to maybe, drift into 13,000. But anyways, either way, the NASDAQ only up 0.3. Good day so far in the market. A lot of trading opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, inside job's a great move. I actually had to look at, what is that guy's name? He was in the running for Bond. It's like he's done nothing since.
Yes.
He was in like
that is a great movie.
It's a great. What the heck? Now I can't even remember the actor's name in that one. What?
Inside Job. Inside Man, isn't it?
Inside Man. That's what it is.
Called
Inside Man.
That's
not
why.
Inside Job. Inside Man. It's a great film, but I forget the lead. But JD is the new short that I have in here. I haven't added to anything. I'm going to go long in front of 900 on Tesla. I'll still take a 911 break if it gets there. But I got to go back and look at NVIDIA because it ticked up, touched 172, pulled into VWAP, and now it's running right back up to 172. This, for all the world, is setting up for a breakout at that high. It's Clive Owen.
Yeah.
You know what? He's in another fantastic movie. Children of Men has one of the best single shot action sequences where they didn't have a single cut. So if you've never watched Children of Men, that's a great movie. But he's in that and he's in Inside Man. Those are both great flicks. I don't know what else he's done, but great actor. I don't know what happened to the guy. So 172 on NVIDIA is looking like it could be a breakout. I'm short Intel still. Until that breaks at 34. Sin City he was also in, so there you go. Yeah, apparently Clive Owen's in a heck of a lot of crap not crap, but great movies that I'm forgetting about, which is a sign of a great actor. If you don't remember that the actor's in it, but the performance was fantastic and you remember the character, the actor's done their job. It meant they were the character and it's not about themselves. Samuel L. Jackson does that pretty well. Other actors, it's like, yeah, you just think of it as a you-know-what movie instead of the character in the movie being great. So good on you, Clive Owen. He was in the running for Bond. It never happened. Now you guys are just ringing out. I can't say every single one that you guys talk about here. So, yeah, apparently he has a fantastic IMDb page, which I'll have to go check out after this. Seconds to go. I'm going to continue to short Nordstrom's. If it breaks 1850, that is a huge level on the daily. I'm looking for that to still happen. This is not going up when the market pops to the upside. It is only going downside. That rule of if it doesn't break the low, only one place to go, it broke the low, and we're having to short it. I did want the long. If it could have held 20, I would have gone long for a squeeze. It just couldn't hold that $20 level and continues to fall.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's the story's going to be about where Apple goes as well. That should be exciting at some point as well. And then, we're going to still continue that Twitter short, but that story came out and it doesn't seem to be wanting to do anything. So we'll stay short on Twitter until it breaks that 40-40 as we talked about before. So I like that one. Yeah, Peloton, and missed opportunity with Peloton today. They'll probably be talking about this on the midday show as well. It's now just barcoding, but again, it got that Amazon deal. Right now, Sharif just getting locked and loaded, so we'll stay here until he's ready, which is going to be coming up very, very soon. That Peloton high of 1340 right there is something to look at. So it looks like the boys are ready. We did short Apple as well, so we still have that 167.50 area to look at. Maybe 167 flat, shorting up to that is pretty good. But anyways, okay, that's Apple. Everything's ready to rock and roll on the other side of things. So thank you so much for watching here today. We ran a little bit late, but these guys aren't late. Here they're ready to rock and roll. So for everybody here, obviously on the open show, we'll be back, Neil, at 2 p.m. So let's throw it over to that side. The good guys are in the building. Take it away, midday show.
Let's get it, baby. You know what day it is. It's Wednesday. It's time to boogie, time to party. I'm your host, Trader Pratt. I'm your host, Trader Pratt, and this is my co-host, Sharif's in the house. Obviously,
What's up,
you guys
guys?
notice a little bit of a theme going on over here. I'm going to make fun of ourselves before we get made fun of on the show over there. A little bit of a dual red, dual pink, I guess. I don't know. He's pink,
You know,
I'm red.
we could say call this rose. We could call yours fire red. Just
Let's do it.
so we can keep it.
You know, I'm on
keep
my
it a
Suge
little
Knight
clean.
phase once again. Hopefully, the market follows the Suge Knight move a little bit. But
Is it? I can't tell. Yeah. Is this pink, guys?
you know, men don't wear pink. It's mauve, as Jay-Z calls
Or
it.
salmon.
It's mauve or
Yeah.
salmon. Yeah. But you know, let's do it. Let's get the game going. We're talking about our trades today. A couple of my positions that I'm in AAP. It's a bit out of the money. A couple of the positions I'm in are actually trying to burn me over here. AAP coming in with negative catalyst after market, I believe, was earnings. Continued to head downside and continued that move a little bit more off of our opening market today. Trying to build into a short over here around VWAP, around in front of 181, out of the money around 70 cents a short. I know it says no positions, but that's because I haven't taken any profits or exits on any stocks yet. But let's do that right now as Revlon is 15 cents in the money. Let's just cover some Revlon over here, 10% off Revlon to show our position board updating for you guys. There you go, bang. Now you can see all of our positions. Might have to cover AAP over here, which is getting ready to pop with the rest of the market to the north side. $1 out of the money on that one. And Z.NQ pushing towards my second entry target where I plan to build most of my size on this position. So a couple of positions that I'm managing. I'll also want to talk about JWN. JWN finally heading back towards my profit direction, which is to the short side. Took the lower day breakout. Now we're waiting to see if that breakout can extend itself a little bit more. I mean, JWN already down quite a bit today, down 19%. That bad earnings report. They're talking about having to cut the sales by drastically in order to clear their inventory out, and foot traffic is going down pretty bad overall because of inflation and you know, consumers deciding where they want to spend their money and really being dollar careful with their dollar. So JWN expressing a little bit of those fears moving forward.
Yeah, funny story about JWN, guys. I was in Orange County in Los Angeles visiting my sister in the beginning of July, and we go to church every Sunday, but I didn't have any dress shoes for church. So I'm like, okay, let me go get myself some dress shoes. Went to Nordstrom, and I got to tell you, about like 65 to 75% of the merchandise was ticketed only for Nordstrom members. So you couldn't even buy it, not even at full price. So yeah, it was discounted, but you had to be a Nordstrom member. And this wasn't a one-day thing. This was like almost 2 weeks because it prolonged for the time that I was there. I kept going back and it was still there. So I don't know if it was a good idea for them to kind of hold on to that inventory. Maybe they should have been selling it to people like me. But yeah, they're having the same problems, I think, as Walmart. When Walmart came out before earnings and said that they weren't able to move a lot of the merchandise, they would have to ticket it down. So not really surprised. Some of these retailers, they're going to have to adjust. Looking at what we traded today, it was a light day for us. We haven't had too many trades. We had one on actually JWN. It was a short. Let's pull that up here. It's JWN New York. Yeah, JWN. Let's look at it here on the chart. This was the 930 dip. We took it, yes, we took it on the break of this level right here, around the 1950 level, and we held it for a good little bit. Obviously, if we had continued to hold, we would have got a lot better of a price all the way. I think the low of day is around 1867 or 1865, give or take a few pennies. So that JWN short off the bell was great. It was also a good earnings play if you like that kind of thing. Yesterday, it released right at 405. Rocketed, and I mean rocketed to the downside. And a lot of those moves, guys, right at 405, those aren't people reading the earnings reports and the EPS and the guidance. Those are bots. Those are algos. They read them way faster than a human can digest them, and they trigger accordingly. And so there's a bit of a trick if you can kind of bamboozle your way in with those algos, that you can profit off that as well. Looking at what else is running today, this is what I've got on my radar. I've got Drug on my radar, which is holding above VWAP, which I like. I've got Nerve, NERV, on my radar, also holding above VWAP. Recently placed stock at 625. And I've also got Piton. Remember that, guys? Piton from 2020. Yeah, let's have a look at Piton because I like the way that this is setting up for the afternoon. Prad, do you know what the news is on Piton? Because I forgot.
They have a deal with Amazon now, so they get to sell their iPad glued bikes on Amazon as a test drive in order to see if they can bring back sales to their amazing program that they have going on, where you get roped into paying for this treadmill, right? And then you get roped into paying for the subscription program.
Oh, love it.
Then you realize that the subscription program is where they're going to scam you even more on. Then you cancel the subscription program. Then you can't use the treadmill. Now your treadmill is a clothes hanger where you're hanging your shirts and your pants on to dry on.
Yeah.
And then eventually Amazon goes, hey, screw you. We're going to steal your idea and put an Amazon Basics logo over it. So at the end of the day, still short Peloton and still long Amazon. So this deal is always better for Amazon and still bad for Peloton if you ask me. Look, I'm going to continue being a Peloton bear forever and ever.
Wasn't it you that used to call it like
it's
that?
an iPad glued to a bike.
And I remember him saying that back when I used to actually watch a show at home. And I remember he's been saying that for a while, guys.
It's an iPad glued to a bike.
Yeah, so I do remember that. That is funny. There's a Peloton store down the road from us here, and I always walk by when I go my afternoon walks, and it's pretty empty to say the least. And they got one like big Peloton bike at the front there. It looks good, but you know. Anyway, so looking at Peloton into the afternoon, I do like that it's holding above 13 and that VWAP level. We may consider going long if it breaks the high of day, which currently is at 13.45. Not too far away from it, about 20 pennies or so currently. And also on my radar is the weird stock from yesterday, STBX. Now that's currently below VWAP. VWAP being in and around 13. It's currently trading at 10.90. So yeah, that's more of a short than anything. But that was a bit of a halt fest this morning as well. I believe it halted twice. And one was a 5-minute halt, one was a 10-minute halt. So we'll have that on the radar. Also, Oxy. I think Oxy's made its move, but you never know. We've played Oxy in the afternoon before. It's worked out for us. What you got, Brad?
AAP short, which was $1 out of the money, is now $1 in the money. So good. Thank God I didn't close it. I mean, the spread for the stock is a little spready. So I was like, I'm gonna hold the stock for a little bit longer, even though I don't like to hold stocks $1 against me. I did it, and now the stock is instantly $1 in the money. Couple other positions that you guys are mentioning that are working to the long side as the market is now once again green. It's Shopify and it's NU. Shopify, I did punch a long on this move to the high side as we're taking out the highs from yesterday. Pulled up Shopify on this chart over here. Wanted to see how the daily chart looked like. Looked at the high from yesterday, was $33.80. I'm long at $33.89. So pretty much I can give it till the low of this candle over here, $33.73. The risk to reward ratio is really good. We didn't come to 34 to not break 34 at this point. If the market continues to stay green on the day and allows itself to push towards that 13K mark for NASDAQ, and I think the marker for S&P 500 is a 4,200 marker. If we are able to push towards those numbers, then I could see some longs playing out for our favor, which is Shopify, NU, even Warner Brother Digital. Warner Brother Digital came out with the earnings report, I believe, yesterday or a couple days ago, and we're talking about how they got the 10 mil viewers coming in to watch the House of Dragons, which I've yet to watch still. But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, a positive catalyst for them. Hedge funds usually have it's not a day two play for them, but I call it a hedge fund day two play based off of a video that I've seen on YouTube where this person says hedge funds usually and investment firms, they wait for the earnings report to come out. Then you have the junior analyst creating a report as to why you should go long said stock off of the earnings report, or why you should go short said stock of the earnings report. They present it to the senior analyst. The senior analyst then comes out with the theory from it, and then they decide to go long or short. So stocks that have an earnings report day one, on the second day you usually see a pretty strong move, holding of VWAP all the way through. Less of a retail trade because retail really likes to trade day one with the algorithms and everything, but day two is where the big money, the real money comes into play. And if you're able to identify that, it's really hard for you to be on the wrong side of the trade no matter what the market's doing. And I think Warner Brother Digital could be one of those stocks today. So I'm taking a long in an attempt to see if I can capitalize on that move. Time to go capture more profits on AAP as it is now $1.50 in the money. One of the only positions that I could take profits on. The other positions that I'm in are about out of the money, about 30 cents or so. So I'm just gonna have to let that stock do what it wants to do. The stock doesn't want to give me profits, so we're just gonna have to wait and see if they can give us that fill.
Yeah, speaking about Warner Brothers Discovery, I held that stock for a while. The thinking being was once AT&T unloaded its media division, that Warner Brothers Discovery would benefit from the HBO Max. But once we had the crash back in, I believe I got rid of it actually at a pretty reasonable price given what it's trading now. I got in at 26 and I got out at 23 for a small loss. I couldn't hold it for and I was never really in the money there. I was like, you know, a buck or two in the money. It kind of consolidated in around that 26 area for quite a bit of time. So I have a bit of a bad taste of that stock in my mouth, and seeing what it's trading at now and what I had purchased it at, I'm really thankful I got out. All right, speaking now more about something that's relevant, that's moving now. I got nerve up on my screen here. I like where it is. I like that it's above VWAP. What I don't like is the shape that I see developing here on the chart. I see a head and shoulders, but with a higher right shoulder than a left shoulder. To be honest with you, I'm not really sure how I'm going to play this. My initial thought was let's take a dip trade off the VWAP, so either 602 or that 6 level with perhaps a tight stop in and around that 595, because that seems to be the breakout point from the earlier move at around 10 o'clock. So let's just put in a quick order here. We're going to go long at 602. If that triggers, it triggers, great. We're not going to give it more than 6 or 7 cents, again at 594, 595 area, just because I do see some bullish pattern. A bearish pattern. By the way, guys, okay, we just got filled, so we'll just tell you quickly what we wanted to say there, which was the head and shoulders is known something as a reversal pattern. So if the trend of the stock is moving upward, then obviously the reversal would be to the downside. If
the longs are in play, baby, I'm sorry. I'm just
okay,
trying to punch a long over here. So MNQ are now pushing towards the north side. We are clearing the high of day for the NASDAQ market. So we're going to take long on the NASDAQ futures over here. Let's see if we can get an elevated move on the futures to the north side, which obviously will take our long positions, which we only have about 5 or 6 of them, to the north side also. Any RV, which you were talking about, I was actually long on that, and it breaks $6 over here. Looks like we're about to get rugged on this position because I am long $6.27. So watching this, let's see if we can hold around VWAP. If we go too much further than VWAP, then that's not a good sign for me. I'm going to look to punch out of this position. But as the market, NASDAQ market, is now 10 points in the money, we're expecting NERV to use that momentum to push itself to the north side. And some of our shorts that were not working out for us are looking to burn us a little bit more. So here's Apple. Clearly market's going up, so we're going to get out of the Apple short, which at one point was working, but now not anymore. Apple looking to turn itself to the positive direction also. NERV, not sure what's going on with this one. I'm going to manage it. I'm going to throw it back to Sharif.
Yeah, so that one we got punched in right at that 602, like we said, but as we said, we got out right at that 595 level. I don't like it now. I see it more as a reversal. Now it's trading below VWAP. There's a reversal pattern clearly on my screen on the 1-minute chart. You may not see it if you're trading on a different time frame, but so I'm going to stay away from this. I feel perhaps we may find some support if your tendency is to go long on the stock, if you can't secure shorts, there may be another long for you in and that 563, 560 level. There is key support levels there. But yeah, having looked back, I wish I would have gone short and trusted what I saw in terms of the reversal pattern there. Yeah, let's have a look at what else is moving. Drug seems, the volume seems to be dropping off. Oxy's close to day highs. Let's have a look at the good old Oxy, the Uncle Warren play. Okay, so where are we here? Let's zoom out a bit to give you a better view. Yeah, so currently we are at day's highs. We were currently at day's highs of Oxy, which is the 75.69 level. Currently trading at 75.58, so very close to day's highs there. This one seems to be, let's zoom out a little bit, seems to be trading more in a wave, so a bit of a channel developing here with the 75.70 as the high and perhaps maybe the 74.15 as the low. We'll continue to monitor that one. Not much else in terms of small cap world, guys. I'm looking at my scanner above here. I'm seeing, ILA coming back onto my scanner, but the volume for that is really low, 920,000. GCT, that's the one I wanted to talk about. GCT's back in play. That's currently up 18% after the open, trading, barely above VWAP. Let's pull up GCT here. I believe that is a NASDAQ stock, yes. Okay, so GCT, load, there we go. Yeah, so by the way, guys, in case you're wondering, the black line on my chart, that's VWAP. The blue is 200 EMA and the red is a 50 EMA. So you can tell we just did a double bottom here, right at that 29.20 level, and now we're moving into that 31, approaching that 31.50 level. So this may be something to keep an eye on, especially with the break of VWAP. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this one. I wrote it down on my notepad before I moved up to the big boy desk over here, but I forgot to add it to my list of stocks to watch on my right-hand screen. So we'll definitely keep that one on tabs, Brad. You got Tesla on board?
Yeah, I'm taking a Tesla long here as the market's booming to the north side. I think it's logical to make to get into a Tesla position over here. And obviously, gotta give it that wiggle room on Tesla to see if you're wrong on this trade or not. It really will whipsaw around very quickly. Already $1 out of the money on this trade as we took the long around 908. The NASDAQ market now 19 points in the money. Here's the NASDAQ market. Let's actually take some profits on that move up, so we can capture some of that profits in case the market does whip right back to us. The downside, we're not looking at profits diminishing away from our blotter over here on the top screen. Looks like a couple positions that are in the money for me. Well, not in the money. A couple positions that I am in are popping up on the scanner as having relative strength or weakness. So that's going to be ZTO and even NU. ZTO to the downside, NU to the upside. We are long NU, and look at this bad boy right now. Let's take some profits on NU. Heck yeah, baby. Well, what are we in the money? 12 cents in the money on NU, and 11 this position, allowing us to take profits. Once again, looks like Warren Buffett's going to be very happy with Oxy moving to the north side, with NU moving to the north side. Any position he's touching at the moment apparently seems to be turning into gold. We're waiting for AAP, which popped back but dropped right back down after. So it looks like the weakness in the stock is still looming and allowing us to take some opportunities to the downside yet again. Let's see if we can actually get that fill for our second exit, allowing us to take profits at almost $1.65, $1.70 in the money. How come they're not giving me that profit when my order is exactly at 178.22? Either way, it'll trigger me in over here. We'll just have to wait and see when.
We tried to get into a quick long here on GCT. We tried to print out the midpoint, but we weren't able to. So we had to fire off a new order. Hopefully by chasing it a few pennies there, we didn't do the wrong thing. We're looking for a break of that 31.50 level, guys, and especially this area here, the 31.60 level. So in between the 31.50, 31.60 level, we'll take a piece off. Days high on this stock, the top wick is 33, basically 33.50, but the close on that wicking candle there was 32. 88. So yeah, a lot of room on this one, considering that it opened up its pre-market at 25.50. So a lot of room on this one. Spread, it is quite spready. On my bid right now, I see 31.07, and on the ask 31.14. So you know, it's a bit spready for a stock of its price. Usually, especially for a stock that's done 5 million shares already on the day. Looking else to see what else is going on. Let's see what big tech is doing. Brad's up all up in big tech today. I haven't really touched it all that much. I know Tesla was a strong mover this morning. Seems to be pulling back a little bit. Consolidated on VWAP, punched up a little bit, then it's making a drop. What's holding up the market? It's Amazon, Meta looks good. Yeah, Microsoft's popping back up. Apple's popping back up. So we may actually have to switch our strategy here and leave the small techs behind and play the big boys today, because they seem to be moving at the moment.
I'm watching a couple super
Has
chats
anybody
that
ever
we can
called
go
you
to.
Pradley before?
A lot of people.
Yeah, like instead of Bradley, Pradley.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah.
I'm going through a couple super chats. D-Mac, new member with the $5 super chat. Thank you for the support, my friend, on that side. Erica Pinto, new member also. $2 super chat. Best advice for Tesla today. Best advice for Tesla in general would be, you know, stay away from it. Because if you can't handle a stock that moves around $3 to $5 in literally one candle, then you should be very careful. The whipsaws on the stock are crazy, right? Like, I'm already $3 out of the money, but since I can handle that whip right now, I'm able to punch into that position. But if I was down on the day and if I was closer to my shutdown, I wouldn't be able to take a Tesla position. So you got to really understand the type of trader you are and the type of stock Tesla is. That's why when Miss V was a trader with the $50 shutdown, we always used to tell her, look, you can't just keep on trading Tesla all day. You got to learn to trade other stocks, because with the $50 shutdown, you can lose that with 10 shares in a second on the stock, right? So you got to be very, very careful. How would I suggest you to play the stock today? Look for supports and resistance like any other stock. That thing doesn't change. Look for where the stock keeps on bouncing and goes back to the north side. Look for where the stock keeps on rejecting as go back to the downside. If you're long biased, you want to buy in the support areas. If you're short biased, you want to short the resistance areas. So pretty simple mechanics over there. Applies to almost every single stock. So I think I would just urge you on applying basic risk management and basic trading methodologies to Tesla, and hopefully that works out for you. NFLX breaking out on low volume, bear or bull trap? Let's find out. Netflix is absolutely mooning today with the 4% move to the upside. Is it a bear trap, meaning that they're trapping the people on the long side so they can eventually rug pull them to the downside? Or is it a bull trap, meaning, well, I don't know, it's a bull trap because it's already bulling to the upside. Either way, though, whatever trap it is, it doesn't really affect me too much, because as long as you're applying the simple, once again, risk management methodologies to any position or any stock, you'll be able to take advantage of it. Like right now, if this stock is to come off, I think I can risk about 20 cents to the high side. The high day is around, what is it, 233.49, but I can risk about 20, 50 cents to the high side over here on NFLX to see if we can get a quick little scalp short. If we don't get a scalp and the market wants to keep on going higher, then we can instantly get out of this trade, lose those 20 cents, and then go look for another opportunity later on. So things like that, just applying basic methodology is always helpful.
Yeah, definitely. I like that short as well. I like those upside down hammer candles that you, the one right beside your short there. So that could be a nice little entry for you. Looking at 10-cent music. Do you guys remember 10-cent music? It's been a while since we've talked about it. Look at that chart though. Basically right off the bell, it's been green. Not a whole lot of movement, but a lot of green candles. So the opening print was at $4.30 mark, and now we're up at $4.86. We're pulling back. This is the most significant pullback we've had basically of the day, save and except for this one right over here at that 11 o'clock area. Perhaps a nice long would be off that 50 period moving average. It's the first time it's breaking the 20 period moving average. It's yellow on my screen, so you may or may not be able to see it. Maybe I'll change that one up later. But it has broken the 20 period moving exponential moving average there, so maybe it's time for a short. We'll keep watching that one. Back to our GCT trade, we tried to average in at VWAP here. We missed it. The spread on this one is a little tough. So even though the bid may drop below our asking price, which was $30, our offering price, excuse me, which was at $30.36, we didn't get filled because the ask didn't come down to that level. So we'll continue to watch that one. I do like it so long as it does stay above VWAP. Somebody in the chat, I don't remember who, but I glanced over a little bit for a second, and they said, what's VWAP? And VWAP essentially is volume weighted average price. I'll let you Google what the definition exactly is. A good source for that to give you.
Better yet, go to YouTube and type in. Go to YouTube, go to our channel directly, and then click on the little search box right here and just type in VWAP, and you'll find cool little videos of Neil and Sean talking about it, or any other moving averages or simple averages, or even how to read level 2. Just type in any of your questions over here. You'll be able to, click on some of these buttons, obviously. Well, not buttons, these links, these videos or so on, and extensively study how traders such as Neil, Sean, and Brendo use tools such as VWAP and other moving averages and so on. And you apparently having a big move called out by Brendo in our work chat at the moment. As you guys know, I am long NU at the moment. It is trying to take out 5 again. Let's take some size out right before 5, as it did break 5 and it pushed back under 5 slightly. So we'll take some size out on that side. AAP, once again, baby, now $2 in the money on AAP. Gonna throw another order out here. That's not where I want my order. Let's throw another order out there to take profit somewhere down there. $2 in the money on that side. And I took some profits on Shopify too. Shopify with a beautiful pop, 30 cents in the money now on Shopify. NU 19 cents. Warner Brothers Digital, another 10 cents over there. The rest of my trades are pretty much out of the money, so just going to have to let them move around a little bit, or close them for a loss. Close them for a loss, for example, like this Apple trade over here, or even this Netflix trade, which clearly wanted to go higher with the rest of the market. NASDAQ now closer to that 13K mark than it was before. So looks like that idea of approaching 13K for NASDAQ played out, but for the S&P 500, we only pushed up to 4150. So 4200 still quite a way out on the future side.
Yeah, definitely agree. I'm just seeing on my screen here, Square's having one hell of a day, and it's a New York stock. Let's have a look at Square here. It's just big one move upward and really hasn't looked back all that much. There we go. Opening print on Square 71.20, currently trading at 74.48, so let's say 74.50. Very, very close to high days. This is a stock that I've been watching for some time. Interesting story. A buddy of mine bought this at $38 at the very bottom of I guess the pullback, the March 2020 pullback, and he watched this one go to $200 and didn't sell, sadly, and now we're trading at that $88 level. Hey, he's still in the money, but he could have been a lot more in the money. So a little quirky story about that. Let's keep an eye on Square. This may be a nice area either to go short, depending on which way the ES and the NQ move, or whether this might be a pullback that we can take a long off. We'll continue to watch this. We'll continue to watch this one as it develops. Going back to our GCT trade here, oh, geez, GCT.NQ. Let's see if we actually got filled on that dip position. No, we didn't, but it's going back towards our purchase price. And we will send it up to Brendo, who has some news for us at the big desk.
Hey guys, a recent mover just popping back up on volume here. MindMed making a big move here. Apparently a new Wall Street Journal article just released for MNMD trying to pop up.
Making that move up.
We're back. Yeah, MNMD coming up with the catalyst over there. Obviously, we're gonna check out what's going on in this position. It's gonna be punch first, ask questions later type of trade right now. So it's a penny stock. So I'm not really gonna take too much size over here. Where's my blotter? I have so many stocks on my blotter that I can't even find the stock moving up there. But yeah, we're gonna try and punch first, ask questions later. Try and see if we can get that move to $1 again. Not too long ago, we were at $1 for psilocybin stock MNMD, and it was a lot of fun trading or watching it above that $1 too. Also a stock that Kevin O'Leary is invested in. We've had him on our show here multiple times. Well, not our show, but the morning show. Neil, Sean, and Brendan have had him multiple times. Tons of interviews, even fun conversations about watches and so on. So if you haven't had the chance to watch it, go check it out. He's probably not invested anymore, says Sean. So yeah, I guess never mind on that side. But if you still want to watch those interviews where he did talk about MNMD, you could do so, I believe. But yeah, not sure if he's invested on that one anymore. AAP though, baby, let's go. $2 coming into profit on that stock. NU still thirsting itself to the positive direction. Looks like NU doesn't want to stop. It's very possible that Papa Buffett's taking that Oxy money and putting into NU now.
It's Uncle Warren, bro.
Oh, sorry, Papa Buffett.
Stubborn guy.
But yeah, we're going to most likely send it over back to Brando over here at the big screen to see a little extension on the news over there.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, guys. We'll wrap up the European session here with a look at how European markets ended the day. All eyes, not only in North America, all eyes globally on what's to come tomorrow at Jackson Hole as far as inflation is concerned, waiting for Fed Chair Powell to give his speech. I keep saying tomorrow. It's Friday. I don't know why I keep thinking tomorrow's Friday. Wishful thinking, I guess. But here's a look. I mean, pretty flat as far as European markets are concerned. England back to the downside, 0.06 there in negative territory. Germany, France, and Italy all positive on the session. 0.5% for France to end the day. Spain and Sweden there back in the red. The Swiss market, 0.6. Turkey downside 2%. But a flat day overall. We were mentioning this one earlier. Rio Tinto trading in London. Big move down today on that upped bid for TRQ in North America, turquoise. So finishing the day basically at session lows. Guys, back over to you.
European update. You know, I really like to always look at this stock in Europe. It's called a Race Ferrari. I love looking at what Race does on a day. Looks like it's actually up on the day. Good for you, Race. You won't be up after this weekend when you lose this race on this weekend and your engines blow up and your driver spins out and so on and your other cars get pulled, recalled or whatever. So, you know, maybe then your stock price goes down. Tesla's actually not doing what I wanted to do. The market's coming back down over here. So I'm going to punch out of my Tesla trade. I did give it that $5 wiggle room. We're going to lose $4.90 on this trade. I also punched out of my long on the futures because if Tesla's not going to work out for me and futures are going to pull back, we're going to punch out of that trade, take our profits on the futures side so that way it can help us minimize the damage on Tesla that we just incurred. But someone in the chat mentioned that you have a lot of trades going on. Are you sure you're not over trading? Look, don't worry about that. I'm just trading positions that I wanted to be in. At the end of the day, don't follow me, right? You got to follow your own trades, follow your own playbook. If you can only handle 2 stocks, nothing wrong with it. If you can handle 15 stocks, nothing wrong with it. If you can handle 1 million stocks, nothing wrong with it. Do what makes you make money and apply those strategies and methodologies for yourself. I'm doing what works for me or has been working for me for the two weeks at least, and it is just spraying and praying. I spray, I pray, and then whatever doesn't work, I cut the losses quick. Whatever works, I let them continue a little bit more. So that's just the nature of it. You know,
sound
a little
like
bit
a skunk, bro. Spray and pray.
It's a little bit of a gaming
people.
methodology, right?
Yeah.
You spray and you pray. It's for people who can't aim properly. But if you are a sniper and you can aim properly, obviously you sit there and you time your entries. But you know, for someone with no patience, who's obviously wanting to build patience down the road, but someone with no patience, spraying and praying is a great strategy, in my opinion. As long as you're applying the methodologies the right way and the strategies the right way, and you pick the right stocks to put the damage into, minimize your damage by cutting down the losses early, and extend your winners by holding on to your winners longer.
There you have it, guys. Some sound strategy from a guy who knows, trust me. Back to our GCT trade. We're happy to report that it has gone our way and gone our way well. If you'll recall, our entry was 31.16. We took the first piece out here at 31.67, another piece at 31.90, another piece at 32.10, and then the top, we got a top wick here at 32.44. We're still holding a third of this trade. We're looking for that $33 level. We've got a stop set at our break-even point, which is 31.16. We won't take any LFT from this one. Well, LFT is probably the wrong thing. We won't let it go against us at all. It's going to be break-even for us, or we're out on the remaining third of that trade. Let's have a look at TME, 10-cent music. Doing nothing, going into a consolidation pattern after having a very nice move up right off the bell, so we'll leave that one be. What do we got? What else we got here? Because I had a different one that I wanted to speak about, but I forgot it. Can you just take over for a sec while I pull it up?
I'm just watching AAP over here still continue to the downside, $2.40 in the money, and NU still continuing to the upside. Let's take some more profits on NU over here, because obviously the market wants to pull back. The NASDAQ market didn't really pull to 13K, but got close enough to got 13K to show us around 20-point pullback off of those highs. And same with NASDAQ. NASDAQ got up to, sorry, S&P 500 got up to 41.55, and we know how 41.50, 41.55 areas could be having some resistance, a nice even dollar, half a dollar area for the market over there to find some barriers at. So if the market does seem to want to reject around those levels, it could do so easily, and we want to protect our money by capitalizing on those moves, by getting out of the longs if you are longs, by holding on to the shorts if you are shorts, or building into new shorts in case that's what you're looking out for. A couple of trades that are apparently moving around at the moment is that Brazilian stock that I absolutely hate ever since they put that damage on me. This was about 2 years ago, though. So it was 2 years ago when I got scammed into trading Vail from Imbalance Locator, and then afterwards I have a conversation with Neil, and Neil goes, yeah, it's a Brazilian stock. They do some weird stuff on the close sometimes over there. You got to be careful. So ever since then, I haven't traded the stock. But today looks like Vail currently moving to the downside, popping up on the scanner. Not really doing anything, though, so not sure why the scanner is talking about it. But let's go to RY instead, which is Canadian Bank. Royal Bank of Canada.
Earnings, right?
Yeah, earnings play, Royal Bank of Canada. I'm actually a Royal Bank of Canada's customer, and I am not a fan of it. It charges you a lot of money.
Oh, yeah.
They charge you like $10 every month, I think, for
Unlimited?
for the things, for your debit cards or whatever. Yeah. And then they also have like some other stupid fees all the time. Like maybe I'm only saying these things because my sister-in-law works at BMO. And my brother gets like the family package or whatever at BMO.
There you go.
So all my complaints are really my brother's complaints. and that's because he doesn't have to pay anything with BMO, and I have to pay with RY, and he used to have to pay with RY. So realistically, I don't have complaints because they hold on to my money and they keep it safe.
Yeah.
But I understand my brother's side of the view too, because he has both sides.
I can complain. TD takes $17 a month for unlimited checking accounts. That's just basically so I can access my money. So I think it's a little bit more than what you're paying at Royal. Maybe I should switch to Royal.
Yeah.
Yeah, Royal sounds like a better deal. I'll have to look into that. But we were looking at Square, guys, before we got flustered there and couldn't remember what we were doing. So let's have a look at Square here on the 5-minute time frame, because perhaps it's perhaps we can get in. Yeah, you know what? It's going to have to consolidate a little bit more. We have too high of a wick there at 74.25, currently trading at 73.87. We were looking for perhaps a first 5-minute candle to make a new high for a long. I don't want to go against the trend here on Square. It's attractive. 4.3 million shares of volume done on the day. It's got that parabolic move upward, didn't really look back, save and except for a couple of red candles in and around this area. The reason I say 5-minute candle to make a new high, it's one of the ways that I use like to confirm that the trend has changed or the trend is making a new move to the whatever other direction previous. And so yeah, with the wick here at 74.25, it's a ways away from where it's currently trading. So perhaps it needs to make another 5-minute candle and then make a new high after that 5-minute candle. So continue to keep an eye on that one. GCT here, let's go to the 1-minute time frame on GCT. Yeah, we got to stop at 31.16, currently trading at 31.50. We're looking for that move to 33. What I see here is higher lows and higher highs. So I like the trend. It's above VWAP. Briefly dipped below VWAP, created a little bit of a double bottom here on the 1-minute chart, 10.55 here and at 11.08. And then has basically moved upward since. So I'm looking to hold. I'm going to hold the third that I've got right into that 33 level if it gets there. If it doesn't, I've got a stop again at that 31.16 level. Let's talk a little bit about Piton. No, Piton's doing poop. Nerve not really, doing anything. It's floating in and around VWAP. So yeah, we'll wait on those two. We'll continue to nurse our GCT trade. And we'll look for what else is moving. Let's see what big tech is up to at the moment. Big tech, okay, so Amazon at that 134 level, nice move above VWAP. Meta as well above VWAP. Microsoft above VWAP. Apple above VWAP. Tesla's the only one that's actually below and barely below. The market is making that, tight consolidation pattern now. Let's load up a little bit of a chart here for you guys to see for the ES. This is a chart for the ES that I use on my platform. If it can maximize, there we go. So after that initial move up from the 41.41 level to all the way to 41.54, now we're in a bit of a sideways action. So we'll continue to monitor that and see how big tech responds to those moves, Brad.
Yeah, NU still rocking. It's above $5 now, so finally taking out the $5 level on NU, taking out some more size for profit on same stock. It is now my number 2 stock on the board right after AAP, which has been a very profitable position for myself. The shorts, some of them are out of the money, but most of them are pretty much flat on the position, so not really too much to worry about. But the longs that are out of the money, I'm waiting for them to start launching themselves back to the north side over here, because the market clearly wants to stay green on the day. The S&P 500 now pushing back towards the high day. The NASDAQ market also pushing towards 13,000 for the second time over here. Let's see if we can actually get to 13K at some point today. I believe we can, but it's just up to the market and it's up to the buyers at this point. Here's GRAB popping up on my scanners as it is showing some apparent strength to the north side. Here's the rise in volume, and it is pushing back towards the high a day. Let's see if we can actually get that breakout of high a day, but keep in mind what time periods we're getting into. It is 11:43 Eastern Standard Time. The official lunchtime starts at 12 o'clock. We're expecting volume to start running away from the market from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, the official lunchtime. The unofficial lunchtime till 2 o'clock, actually, if you ask me, because sometimes markets don't really do anything all the way up to 2 o'clock. So you might have to wait even up to until then, maybe, for some of your stocks to show us some strength and some moves over here. Grab showing more volume coming into the stock and trying to take out the high day. Let's see if we can do so successfully.
Guys, GCT. We told you 33 was the level, and we got what we wanted. We got everything out at 33. We took, actually, correction, we took a little piece out before 33 at 32.70, and then the rest was at 32.93. So save and except for a few pennies, we got our 33 level there. It's doing exactly what we see it doing. Higher lows, higher highs. If you wanted to, it makes it easier for you, you can create basically an upward channel. So here's how I would do it. I would start from in and around there, and then I would also create a bottom channel here, and it fits really well, and it looks good. It'll help you take help you take like the dip trades off the bottom channel, and then you could sell on the top channel. And there, as we say that, breaks right through 33.50, approaching that 34 level. Is this a halt candidate, guys? Holy, it's moving. If it can move another buck, I think we may be in halt territory. At top wick there at 34.50. So this one is definitely in play into the afternoon. Love this one. I don't particularly like the spreads on it. Sometimes they're wide. Right now they're about 10 cents. So that's not too bad, but sometimes they're 15, 20 cents or so. So if you put your order at the bottom end of the price range on the bid, you know, I wasn't able to get filled. I tried to actually add another, I tried to double my position essentially when it went against me at VWAP, and I know that for a fact it hit that price, but it didn't fill me because there wasn't enough liquidity on the bid for me to get filled, which is fine. I mean, it's still a very big winner for us. But going back to this upward channel thing, this will give you an idea of where the stock is going, what to expect, and where to play off certain levels. So,
Wowza, Revlon.
Pratt's got Revlon.
Let's go, Revlon. I'm in this trade, and it is dropping like it's hot right now. Revlon breaking $7, randomly just went into the position, $1 in the money. I was flat on this trade for all day, and now a big drop coming in. Not sure what's going on over here. Maybe that bankruptcy problem coming back into play. Maybe short sellers just taking profit. Look, we can sit here and theorize all day, but it's gonna not help us because I don't know the right answer. But what's going on right now is it's giving us profit. So let's take more profits. $1.20 in the money now on Revlon. Let's go, baby. That's what we would like to see. Still got 70% of my size left on this position. We're about to head into a downside halt with 70% of my size left.
Swish.
Woo, baby. Swish, swish. What's that, chat? Revlon judge rejects shareholders' plea for bankruptcy committee. Revlon judge sides with company creditors against equity panel.
Oh, damn.
So there we go, man. It popped up on my
that.
scanners earlier on in the day showing me relative weakness, and I punched short. All I had to do was hold it, spray and pray, and now apparently I'm $3 in the money. No, I'm not $3 in the money. It's just because our blotter messes up anytime a stock halts. But I am in the money about $1 or more, and now we're just looking to take advantage on this. Adios, Revlon. Goodbye. Downside you go.
Yeah, we're definitely have to kind of keep an eye on Revlon going forward here, because it looks like it may have to hit bottom. GCT continuing aggressively to go up. It had top wick at 34.50. Now it's almost trading back at that 34.50 level. So entering it here for us would just be kind of silly. We'd be chasing movement, and that's not really my game here. I like to get it off particular levels, so we're continuing to watch that. Perhaps it makes a consolidation move or a pullback, and we'll get it off a particular level. Let's go and have a look at Oxy, because Oxy, after making a new high at 75.69, now is pulled back to 74.20 level. So I wonder if there'll be an interesting play off Oxy here, whether to the long or the short side, depending. Let's just get rid of this line very quickly and turn off our line tool. Okay, so let's see. What do we got with Oxy here? We got support. So we're nearing that support level, guys. If you could look over here, we had the bottoming out part was at 74.20, and now currently we're trading at 74.18. So if I was a betting man, I'd say perhaps we could take a short off this particular level, because the bottom's been broken. I don't know. I don't really like to go against Oxy. It's been strong these days. I also see a double top here on the 1 minute chart, double top, and the breaking of this middle portion here, this crest portion. So you know what? If it breaks that 74 level, we're gonna go ahead and take a short. It's not too far away from it. It's at 74.25. We'll definitely keep Oxy on watch going into the afternoon. Drug also making a really aggressive move downward from that $2.30 to that $2.10 level. I wonder if that had anything to do with Revlon as a sympathy play. Let's pull up Drug here. I think Drug's an NQ stock. Yeah, it is. Look at that big red candle right on Drug. Dip down below VWAP, below the 200 EMA. Possible support here at that $2 level, just because it is a whole dollar. And there's also this area of support right here. So we'll keep Drug on watch. I don't know if we'd have shorts for this. It is up 60%, 60, 59% on the day.
Wasn't drug supposed to change to AKLI?
I don't know, you tell me, was it?
I think so.
Okay.
Or did they just spin it off? Oh, that was DNA. Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, we'll continue to keep drug on watch for that. But I'm liking this Oxy short if it continues to go down below these levels. Kind of a bit of a bounce up now, finding support at the level we identified, that 74.20 level. It did close below it, but barely, and now it is above. So Oxy may be finding a bit of a bottom here and going maybe back to high days. We'll have to continue to watch, find out.
Yeah, you're talking about Oxy, but I'm looking at its partner in crime, Husa. I believe Husa is a energy oil stock, right? And it is on the opposite side, dropping to the downside. Market clearly wants to go north. S&P 500 making a new high a day. NASDAQ now only 3 points away from 13,000. Someone in chat said, Brad, are you only trading options? You keep saying in the money. In the money is not an options term. It's just a trading term. It's just a financial terminology. In the money means you're in the money. You're in the green. And out of the money means you're out of the money. You're not in the green. You're in the red. Those are just terminologies that finance bros created 10,000 years ago to just confuse normal people, not allow people into the business. You'll read other books too that say similar things out there. This finance jargon is probably the most ridiculous jargon right after law market, as they are designed to just confuse people all day. But at the end of the day, it's as simple as you're making money or you're not making money. That's all it comes down to. So when I'm saying I'm in the money, I mean I'm in the money on that position. When I'm saying I'm not in the money, I'm just not in the money. So that's a clarification for you. We over here at Day Trade the World do not do options. We trade future contracts. We trade equities directly off the stocks, such as Husa stocks. We trade the stocks of Apple, stocks of Tesla. No options at all. We don't care about the option market. We do look at the option market in order to help us form a thesis at the trades. That depends on trader to trader. Not every trader has to do that. It depends on the type of trader you are. You might want to look at the options markets to see where the volumes are, where contracts are, the longs, the puts, and so on. It depends on person to person. Moving on from that, though, over here, looking at a couple stocks that are popping up on the scanner is SHOP.
Revlon's open.
Revlon's open apparently, so let's head over to Revlon as we are in that position. Looks like it opened up a little bit higher than our previous two covers. It is trying to go back north side after bouncing slightly off the 50-period EMA on the day chart. Looks like I have the same issue that Buddy over here had a couple days ago, where my indicator is actually white in color, even though I did change it. No, I did change it to black. Not sure why it's not showing up. Probably because it's at a higher or a lower spot. There it is. Okay, it's right there. So it's bounced off the 100 and the 50-period EMA on the daily chart, but looks like it wants to push back down there maybe. We'll hold on to our trade as we're still 60 cents in the money on said position. Shopify now 30 cents in the money and trying to continue push north. We'll take some more out so we can hold 70% of our size on Shopify. And most of our trades are now looking way better than they did earlier. So now we just, relax.
As Prad was talking, we scalped a little bit there on Revlon. We got in short here at that $60.82 level. We scalped a little bit out at the infamous 666 number and 658. So yeah, just a quick scalp in there. I saw the quick pop up. Took a little bit of a gamble shorting there. It could have, went really against me. Let's just have a look at our blotters, make sure that we're all out of that position, and we are. This is going to be an interesting one because, how do you value the stock? I don't know if there's a formula or a metric.
Value?
How do you value it?
What does that mean?
Well, essentially, it's going to be all retail traders. Is big money going to be in
but
this?
what does value mean to the market?
What I would like to know is there going to be money supporting this stock going up? Is there going to be institutional money, or is it just going to be like prop firms or well-funded traders that are going to be pushing it upward? I don't see why it would go to the upside. What's the value here? So that's kind of what I'm having trouble understanding, but we'll see. The market will show us eventually what it's going to do. Going back to our Oxy trade, yeah, so that ended up being a really good call on the bottom here, guys, at that 74.20 level. You know, you could have scalped a few pennies. We're trading at 74, 75 now. Could have taken a few pennies off that Oxy trade, especially with very clear resistance here. But I don't know if I like the trend with that double top and now trading below VWAP. Let's check out what GCT is doing, because that one's been good to us today. GCT.NQ. Yeah, so it made a high. Yep, it popped up very nicely at that 35 level. Now it's pulling back. It's still got that upward channel. There's definitely been no change in the upward channel. I don't know why it deletes every time I switch the stock. Let me just create that here. There we go. So give or take. Oh, how do we move it? Okay, I'll have to figure this out after. But basically, the channel is still intact. It's moving upward at pretty strong pace here. And the spread is starting to tighten up a little bit on this stock. You know, it's been wider than 10 cents at times. Now I'm seeing 1 penny, 4 pennies. So it gives you an idea that volume is definitely starting to come more into the stock. It's done about 6.84 million shares on the day. So we'll continue to watch that for you guys. What else have we got? Let's check back with Revlon over here. Yeah, Revlon continuing to stay within that range. It looks like the initial move has happened, that downward move off the news that the judge is siding with the creditors. We'll look for a break of that $6.20 level, which is the basically the low on the day. If it breaks that, definitely we want to be alert and we want to perhaps get into another short, Brad. What's CGC up to?
CGC apparently moving around, so I just wanted to see what it's doing. It's apparently up 15% on the day, pushing towards the resistances that it created around last week or so. So obviously, weed sector somewhat in play today. I hear people in the back too. I believe it was Cash. Cash was talking about Tilray and how this was the level. Not sure what level he was looking at or why he even pulled up Tilray today, as I had no reason to pull up weed stocks. So clearly, Cash was looking at the right stocks. Hopefully, he's making some money in the back there on Tilray and so on, sir.
They're all strong.
They are apparently, yeah. So weed stocks are all strong at the moment. I'm looking at a scanner on Sharif's screen. They're all screaming green, well above 5% or more for every single one of them, and looking really strong. The marijuana sector clearly on one today. High as a kite, baby, high as a kite, flying through the clouds over there, on cloud 9 for the marijuana sector. Could it be possible that that bill is closer to getting passed in the near future? So obviously we just have to wait and see when those news articles drop, so we can take advantage of it. SoFi at one of my favorite numbers, 666. So I'm just gonna punch along just because I saw that number. No, I'm joking. SoFi has been a very strong trade today. SoFi up 8%. SoFi also has a catalyst behind it, which I believe is President Biden is set to talk about the student loan, letting go of student loans today, and how he plans on letting go about 10,000 or more, at least close to 10,000 student loan debt write-off if you make less than 120K. There's a lot of people out there making less than 120K who are in student debt, so that's great for people, obviously, but not good for banks such as SoFi and other banks who made most of their money by giving out said student loans.
Absolutely.
So obviously, if that is the catalyst that comes out for SoFi, then SoFi most likely looking to push down. But so I was pretty confused as to seeing SoFi being up on the day. But hey, screw your bias. If the market's telling you that it wants to do something with the stock, just follow the direction. You can apply your bias later on when the stock is clearly bearish on a day. So I'm going to go long at VWAP, try to take advantage of it. And you saw me just recently punch into FCX while I was talking about SoFi. So let's see if FCX can push a little bit more to the downside for myself.
What are your thoughts about student loan forgiveness, just as a general thing, not from a market perspective?
I think that's a good thing, obviously,
yeah.
But I mean,
here's the reason I ask, and this is the counter argument I heard, and I don't know, our American viewers will be more familiar with Senator Elizabeth Warren, who's more of a left-leaning, left-thinking individual, and she was approached by an individual who said to her, well, you know what, this guy who makes more money than me didn't pay for his kid's university. Instead, he bought her a car. Instead, he funded this and that, trips and whatnot. And me, I saved so that she wouldn't have, meaning his child, wouldn't have student loan debt. And now the other individual's getting their debt forgiven. And now am I going to get that money back? And she sarcastically looked at him and said, no, you're not. So, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that because I'm obviously not in that position, but I can kind of see both sides.
I mean, yeah, I can understand both sides of the coins. I can see that the flip of the coin is landing heads and tails, and I can understand it. But like, it's times change, things change, situations change. You can't be sitting here complaining about how my grandpa walked to work, so I gotta walk to work too. No, there's cars. I want to take the car. I want to sit in a nice air-conditioned bus when I'm coming into work. Like, you know, things change, times change, and you gotta change with it. Change is good for people. Obviously, this type of change is way too controversial of a topic. At the end of the day, if people are getting their student loans written off, I see that as a good thing for themselves. I'm not going to compare that to other situations because then we can go forever and ever, right?
I hear you.
So it's good for people who are struggling by not being able to pay those loans back because a lot of people you know, did engineering and are not even able to get an engineering job. They did engineering because their parents forced them into it.
Right.
They never cared about engineering, and now they're having to pay $100 grand in engineering fees when they're actually working in a kitchen. Wait, they don't make $100 grand, right? So it makes 100% sense to me if he's planning to go that route. If you studied how to be a lawyer because your mom forced you because you're Indian, there's so many situations like that, right? I understand that. But if you are able to pay those loans back, then obviously, yes, you should not get those write-offs. And according to an article that I saw, it's apparently if you make more than 120 grand, you will not get that write-off. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
If you're making less than 120 grand, and what's the average salary in US, like 40, 50K?
Well, I don't know.
So there's a lot of people out there who can take advantage of that money. So I'll just leave it at that note. A couple super chats, apparently one in the morning and one during this show. Isa Mohammed, thank you for your Arab dirhams. I think is AED. What is that?
What?
AED. That's dirhams.
I have no idea.
No?
No.
But yeah, thank you for your super chats over there. We appreciate your constant support once again, Isa Mohammed. And another super chat over here, Greg Trail. Maybe you can look at this. Hey guys, how do you feel about Yeti for the week?
YETI?
Yeah.
NQ, hopefully. Nope. NY. Here, let's have a look at Yeti. If it'll load. Come on. You can do it. Okay, well, let's zoom out first. Let's figure out where we are on the daily. Okay, come on. So a bit of a, okay, so definitely not a pretty chart to look on the daily, definitely. It's been, you know, what was this? January highs were around 84. We're currently trading at 40. You know, a bit of a consolidation pattern from May onward. Took a little bit of a peak here, at making a high at 55. Early August, ever since then, we had a huge big red candle on the 4th. I don't know, was that an earnings play? Why is it so red? That'd be interesting. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's go to the half an hour chart. Let's see if there's anything to speak of on that level. Definitely not, okay, and I just crashed. Very nice. Give me 1 sec, guys, to reload that. It should reload pretty quickly. And let's go to the 30-minute time frame here. And there we are. Oh, looks like we took a couple. Oh, that's Aya. Oh, come on. Yeti. Yeah, I'm not liking it. I'll tell you the truth. It's unless you're going to short it. The what day was this? The August 19th, huge red day, August 19th, and then basically it's done nothing since on the 22nd, the 23rd, and today we actually started out higher at 41.50, and we made a new low, a new recent low actually at 40.30. So nothing here that I'm liking all that much. Let's zoom out a bit, see what else we can gather from this. Yeah, definitely broke support here, which was that 44.50 level or that 44 level, let's say, ever since on the 19th. So ever since then, it's been in decline, opening lower, making newer lows. I personally don't like anything about it. I don't know too much about the company, but just looking at the chart, it doesn't look all that good. So on the day, it's just in a consolidation pattern. It dipped At the open, it had a nice red to green move. We talked about this one before where it makes a red move right off the bat. Then around 9:40 or so, it starts going back green. Other than that, it's been, above VWAP for the day, but it's just been flat. So not my cup of tea. That's not something I trade. I hope you're not locked into it. NERV. Let's talk about NERV because NERV is making new highs. NERV, and it's an NQ stock. Let's load up NERV. Okay, so we are making newer highs. Our high of the day currently is $6.70. We're trading at $6.42. I was looking for the break of this particular level right here because you had two tops out. You weren't able to break this level, and that's at let's call it 635. So it's definitely broken that. I wonder if that's going to be an initiation for a new long. You know what? Let's stop wondering. Let's actually get into it. So we'll go ahead here. We'll take a long. Hopefully we don't have to chase it too much. So we're long there at $6.44. We're looking to take some profit at that $6.60 level, and we'll definitely take more profit at $6.70, which is the high of day. We'll give this one to, I want to say, $6.25 to know if we're wrong. If I want to be a bit more aggressive, I'd give it to VWAP, which is around that $6.04, $6.05 area, but that seems a little bit too much. We didn't take a huge position here, so we can give it more room to go against us. But other than that, NERV looks good. Let's see what GCT is up to. It's pulling back a little bit on that one. Let's see what the scanners are telling us. Yeah, NERV definitely moving up on my scanner. Let me show if I can show you guys this scanner. This is what I use, guys. This is my scanner right here. So this is I have parameters that I set at anything over $1. I don't want to see anything less than $1 on the scanner, and minimum volume for this is 50,000 shares because I do use it in pre-market as well. To the left is my actual watch list that I have, and this is like a proprietary watch list that I put over the years. And you can see here we have battery plays, big tech, electric vehicles, crypto, fintech, virus plays. And so this is kind of what I'm referring to when I look up. I'm not just looking at the light there. What do you got, Prad? Into?
Yeah, just a message from earlier in the chat, apparently. Prad and Sharif, what's your thoughts on INTU? Not sure what this company even is. I got to look it up real quick. INTU, Intuit Inc. With a relative volume of 4.22 today, almost doing 2 million shares. Not sure what they do, honestly. What's their earnings date? Their earnings date was...
Intuit, right?
Yeah, do you know what they do?
Intuit, Wayne? Yeah, so it's like that tax. Like Quicken?
Quicken Loans?
Yeah, so
okay.
no. Remember how Quicken used to have that software that you do tax? Intuit bought it from Quicken.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So, but what do they do, though?
It's like a software. You do your accounting. You can also do your taxes on it. Submit your taxes online.
So software technology provider, I'm guessing, for financial services technology provider. Obviously, I don't know too much about him, so that should be enough for
I can find out
enough for my thoughts on the stock. So I'm gonna move on from it while he's looking up what they do or what his thoughts. I guess he can give it on that. I'm gonna move on to the next topic over here, and then I guess when you hop on, you can go for INTU. I have no thoughts on this stock story. Pseudonym coming in with the super chat, $10. Thank you guys for being an educational resource and calling out good trades. You guys helped me turn $800 into $33,000 with Oxy and a couple other stocks since Friday. You guys are the best. Life equals change. Let's go, baby. That's what we're aiming to do. We're aiming for our viewers to learn how to trade for themselves and apply those methodologies so we can all be financially free and buy anything we want, do anything we want, say anything we want. Well, maybe not say anything we want because then you can get punched in the face sometimes for doing that. But GRNA popping up on my scanner at the moment. Apparently, NU just won a race, and Roblox is also popping up on the scanner too. So let's pull up Roblox over here. NERV is winning a couple races. So NERV apparently won 4 races already. We're long on that side. NU win 4 races too. So let's go to NU. What's going on with NU? Yeah, look at that, man. More profits coming in on NU. We went long 475, and now the stock is 30 cents in the money. Same with Shopify, 30 cents in the money on Shopify too. So gotta love it, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, so Intuit, guys, here's what it says. Intuit is a global technology platform that helps consumers Small businesses and the self-employed prosper by delivering financial management and compliance products and services. The company operates through 4 segments: small businesses and self-employed, consumer, Credit Karma. Oh, I didn't know they own Credit Karma. And ProConnect. Okay. Small business and self-employed segment serves small businesses and self-employed around the world. Okay. And it does offer QuickBooks. That's what you read ahead there, I'm assuming. Yeah, so that's what it is, guys. As we said, it's basically a software technology company for financial management. While Prad was discussing that, you recall we got into NERV at 644. We took out a piece here at 655. We've got another profit taker here at that 660 level, and it did hit 660, but on the ask, not on the bid. So we were kind of annoyed we didn't get filled. And then we're looking for our final take profit at that 670 level, which is high of day. I'm going to probably put it like a penny or two below, just because the spread on this one, you know, it's a penny now, but sometimes it opens up. So I definitely want to get filled. I don't have 100% conviction behind this NERV trade here, even though it is above VWAP and it's got good volume. About 20 million shares minus about 700,000 on the 19.3 million shares traded on the day. And it is on an upward trajectory. So we'll continue to watch that. Shout out to Edgar Lopez, Sharif, Mr. Mini, Arun in the house. Yes, Arun is on vacation. Hopefully we'll have him back soon. He's enjoying his time abroad, and he's well deserved because that guy works hard. And let me tell you, I used to see that guy in the gym at 5 a.m. every day. Every day he's there at 5 a.m. So I know that guy puts in work.
Yeah, I'm just reading a push notification about those grants that we were just talking about. Don't want to get too into those conversations because it can get ugly with politics and so on. But just an update: 20,000 if you went to college on grants, I believe is what it says, Pell grants. 10K if you didn't receive any Pell grants. Forgiveness only applies to those earning less than $125,000. Student loan pause extends one final time through December 31st, 2022. Payment-based income. If you have undergraduate loans, you can repay. You can cap repayment at 5% of your monthly income. So that is the final update coming in about less than 30 minutes ago, actually, about 25 minutes ago or so, from that catalyst that I guess everyone was waiting on. So let's go check out what SoFi is doing. Looks like SoFi is still at $6.66. So we just get to hang out over here. The people have already bought the news, so now it's just hanging out as the news was already announced yesterday through a couple other push notifications, so on. So we gotta just focus on what the opportunities will come in from here on out in the near future for SoFi. Hopefully it's gonna be to the long side. Hopefully we go back to $9, and maybe one day I will see profits on my position on this stock. Do you have enough positions? No, actually, I don't think I have enough. I'm always looking for more. Look, it's the name of the game is do what makes you money, and this is what's gonna make me money. So I'm gonna continue doing that. Tilray apparently popping. It's not popping on my scanners though, but we do know that the weed sector, or the marijuana sector, sorry, has been pretty active today. It's been going off to the north side, pretty monster moves going off on that side anyways. But I'm going to go to Snowflake, because Snowflake is now apparently bringing in some volume. Look at that volume on Snowflake, clearing the high of day, pushing towards $161. Just now breaking 161 and holding 161 on the bids. The question is obviously, hello camera, the question is obviously, can the stock manage to continue pushing above 161 and rocket itself a little bit more? We got this beautiful range over here that the stock can easily go play in. When we did go over here, I remember shorting Snowflake and bringing it to the downside, so that is possible. Keep in mind also the NASDAQ market is at hello, MNQ/UT2CM is at 13K. So I'm going to go short here on the NASDAQ market because it cannot clear the highs. I'm actually going to take more contracts. That's how much I believe. Can I get more contracts? How many contracts do I have already? Okay, I have some size up there. We have made money on the futures long already today, so I'm willing to take some more size just in case we give it back, that's fine with me. We'll go flat or we'll make profits on this position.
All right, guys, right before the break, we had taken out a piece of our nerve trade right at that 655 level. We took another piece out at 660, and we've got our final piece here we're going to take it out, hopefully, at 669. We'll give it 1 penny below the high of day at 670 in case it doesn't touch that or the spread opens up a little bit. Looking at the scanner, we still got GCT as the main gapper, GSUN, but that's super low in volume, so we'll disregard that. CGC, and that's what Prad was looking at earlier. CGC is having a pretty good day, man. Holy, up 15, almost 14.5%. Kind of barcoding. I don't like when charts look like this. Let's pull up CGC perhaps on this particular stock. On this particular CGC, is that a New York or a NASDAQ? It's a NASDAQ stock. Okay.
The Canadian stock, bro.
Yeah, no, you know what? I'm not a big fan of these wheat stocks. I think that they had their time. Looking at the chart over here, let's see. We got the support level right where the stock is at, that $3.90. We had that peak over here at $3.90, and again right down here, $3.90, give or take a few pennies. So I wonder if this is an interesting support level to get in for a continued long. You could argue that the break of this level and a sustained break of this level would be a nice entry for a short. But given that it's up 14% of the day, I'm kind of hesitant to try to go against the trend here. So what I could do is I could take the break of 395. That would be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, and perhaps take it into $4. But I would have to take it with quite a bit of size because that's only a 5-penny scalp. It hasn't moved all that much. I mean, the low of the day is $3.36. We're currently trading at $3.91. So in terms of range, you're not going to get so much. So this is definitely going to be it's going to be something that you have to size into for it to be significant. It is closing in on that 50-period moving average, which is at $3.90. So interesting that it's held the 50-period moving average since breaking out right here at 9:35 this morning. It's been holding the 50-period moving average. So if it breaks it, it'll be an interesting proposition to take it short. We'll continue to monitor that. We'll keep it on the left screen, and there it goes. It's breaking the 50-period moving average, but let's see if it closes below it. Moving back to our nerve trade, yeah, we still didn't get filled, although we got wicked pretty close to our $6.69 out for the last portion of that out. So that'll make us flat almost. Yeah, it'll make us flat on the trade because if you'll recall, we took an unsuccessful long here on VWAP after identifying this head and shoulders pattern. There we go. We just got filled as it blows through our level, and it makes top wick almost near $6.90. So that was a good one. We read this one right. We didn't read this one right over here, but we definitely did this one better, and we piecemealed out. So that, yeah, now we're flat on it for the day. So that's good. Give us back a little bit of what we had. We'll continue to watch this one. This one, I think it can make a break into 7, given its strength and the fact that it's up 50% on the day. Let's zoom out a little bit and see what the daily chart looks like so we can identify some levels. So, and there we go. We crashed again, but we'll open her up. Seems to happen a lot anytime that I change the time frame on the chart, especially between days and minutes. It seems to dislike it and ends up crashing. We'll try one more time here, and it crashed on me again. All right, so perhaps we'll look at it on our own system, and then we'll report to you guys. Let's type in NERV. You know what? I can pull that up on this one here. Here's what we'll do. We'll bring this chart down, and then we'll type in here NERV, and then we'll pull up the daily level by going like this. Okay, so what do we got on the daily level? Okay, so we do have a recent high here at that $7, exactly, $7.15 level. So we're definitely approaching that. Beyond that, we have a different high here at that $8. No, what do we got? Yeah, $8.16 level. That's what I'm talking about right now.
Woo, Woo, take profits.
So Pratt is pumped. He's going to take profits on his NERV trade. So we're definitely eyeing that $7.15 level, and then beyond that, we're looking for $8.16. Plenty of room. So that's your level on the daily chart there. And recall that there was a split back in June 21st. There was a 1 to 8 split. So this is a split adjusted chart, by the way, guys. And now let's move back to our...
Pratt always got too much going on his position list. Yeah, this is my way to make sure you guys don't copy my trades, honestly. So, because if you copy all of my trades, good luck to you. No, I'm just joking about that. This is the way I do, baby. This is the way I do my thing, and I'm going to continue doing my thing. And if it's blocking you from copying my trades... trade your own book at the end of the day, right? Apple apparently sending invite for September 7th launch invite event. Sorry, new iPhone 14 expected. So looks like Apple over there trying to bring in new phones. We already know that what's it called? Google is planning to drop Pixel 7 soon. And Pixel 6a prices are now going as low as $120. So prices for Pixels are dropping through the roof over there. And same with the iPhones too. So generally, this happens anytime a new iPhone comes out. We'll see if you know, once this iPhone does drop, will it have a line across the block like every single iPhone does usually? That's normally the trend that we're used to seeing on these iPhones, right? But man, look at NERV popping up, Shopify. All of the trades that were out of the money are now either going to break even or in profit territory. So let's go, baby. Obviously, a couple of the trades have to be closed for a losing position already, such as Tesla, ZI, Netflix, and Apple, and so on. But we have positions that are in the money for us. And more importantly, the biggest trade on the board right now for me are the future short, the NASDAQ future short, 10 points in the money on that. I did say 13K rejection seems as a possible trade because we did clear above 13K and it just looked way too weak above 13K. No buyers were piling in. We wouldn't continue to launch above 13K the way you would like for a long market to do so. So a clean little scalp coming in right now. Let's take out 10% of our size over here, and maybe we can hold 90% of our size for a bigger move. See if we can get that scalp all the way back to VWAP. If we don't get VWAP trade coming in on the NASDAQ market, then it is possible that we're getting a higher low, which means the next immediate move after that would be a higher high, which we don't want to be a part of. So continuously watching the futures is going to be me.
Yeah, I see the futures kind of just as a holding pattern right here. I'm not really sure. It's kind of super tight range, 41.48 with a higher range at 41.58. So yeah, give or take 10 points or so on the futures. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll definitely keep an eye on big tech because big tech definitely has an influence on what the future is doing. Back to that nerve trade, we're still at that $6.90 level as the top, currently trading at $6.82. We're looking for that break of 7. I mean, something tells me that if it breaks 7, it's going to be pretty violent. But watch for the spike down. Who knows? There could be bag holders. The daily chart showed that it's been a bad decline for this one. We'll pull up the daily just to remind you guys of what it looked like because there we go. Here's and then we'll put the day. Where is it going? Why is it leaving me? We got to bring it down. Here we go. Okay, so the daily chart on this one, probably a lot of bag holders. As you guys can see, this was a lot higher levels, and this is split adjusted, mind you, okay? $34 back in 2020, and more recently, we were at the $18 level this time last year, not even September last year. So quite a few bag holders, perhaps. It's not a good looking daily chart, definitely, but for a day trade, it's definitely working out. So careful with these whole dollars and half dollars. There could be bag holders looking to sell into strength on that. So we'll continue to watch that. Let's have a look at the CGC trade. Yeah, so it did break that 50 period moving average there, and then we talked about that as a key level of support. Also, the other key level of support was that $3.90 level. It broke both. So This one makes me wonder if we should enter a short here, looking perhaps to take profit at VWAP or the 200 EMA. They're not too far away from each other, VWAP being at 377, the 200 EMA being at 375. We definitely have another, which is the $3.85 level, and that 85-cent level. So that's only 3 pennies away. I'm going to have to go in with ridiculous size to make this trade matter at all. It's moving like pennies at a time. I don't know. I'm just not too inclined to trade it. Let's see what else is on the board. GCT pulling back towards VWAP at the moment. Oxy seems to be on a little sustained uptrend. So let's have a look at what Oxy is doing wrong. Area OXY.NY. Let's have a look at what so Oxy bouncing nicely off that 74.30 level, now pushing into that 75.20. A nice little dollar, a lot of green candles here. So we'll continue to watch that. Recall a day's highs at 75.70. We're looking for perhaps break of day's highs. I'm not really sure how to enter it here without chasing in, without perhaps getting the rug pulled. I mean, I don't know where it's going. What are you looking at, Brad?
Just watching my trades, managing them, getting into new ones, and just figuring out what I want to do for the most part. But the futures did pull back quite a bit over there for help to help us out. What the heck just happened? That was weird. Let me just do this real quick. Bang and bang. There we go. Now I can. Okay, now sweet. So adding into a couple positions that were in the money for me, capitalizing on some positions that are in the money for me. Futures over here trying to push back down, obviously 15 points in the money now. We took our first scalp out for 10 points in the money. Let's see if we can get 20 points in the money for our next exit on the futures. But looks like it is possible for the market to, not actually push to the downside to 12,973 or more, which is what I'm waiting for at the moment. Revlon was in the money for about $1, but hasn't really done much else for me besides that. So I'm gonna try and capitalize some more profits just in case Revlon wants to push back to the north side. We only lose on maybe 50% of our size instead of 70% of our size. I still have 60% right now, so we're just gonna hold on Revlon for a little bit longer, see if that trade will give us more profits later on. NERV also not doing a whole lot, 680, 670 areas showing some resistance. If you look on the dailies, that area has been a resistance previously too. On the 4th of August, we popped up to $7.15. It is possible for NERV to do something similar, but I don't want to be holding it all the way back through, like the same idea on Revlon. So let's capitalize some more profits on NERV and NU also. NU over here did pull up a little bit higher, but not really doing what we wanted to do. So stocks, when they don't do what I like to see generally, we just instantly look to take profits and jump out of them. I'm gonna also just do something similar like that on the futures over here, just in case the market manages to pull back on me. I don't want to see that damage coming into play.
Yeah, I agree with that. Microsoft has a little sustained pullback here, so we're looking perhaps maybe to take a dip trade off that VWAP. Market isn't really corresponding with Microsoft at the moment. Microsoft looking weaker than the market. I wonder if there's any news catalyst with respect to that. But well, if it touches VWAP, it's currently at the 200 EMA. If it comes down to that 2610 level, maybe we'll take a long. It's approaching it pretty quickly, so let's go ahead and put that order in. Let's put that order in for 26. Let's say 276. Let's say 276.13, lucky number 13, and we'll see how that pans out. Looking for key levels of support here, we find that there is level of support at that 276.11, 276.12, that area right here, in and around right here, as well as this area right here. And then there are the moving averages that are at that area. So these are all interesting levels to take a long off. So we'll continue to watch that. It struck me when I started looking at the big tech stocks to see why Microsoft was the only laggard, and it was like pulling back more than the others and not corresponding with the ES. So maybe we'll take advantage of that. We'll see how that one does. Looking at NERV, Brad was just talking about NERV. It looks like it made a high at 690, consolidated for a little bit. Now it's making a bit of a pullback. If we were to look for some key support levels here, where we can find some at that 665, 664 area, as well perhaps at the 630 area. We find key levels of support here, 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 and here. So these are all areas to keep an eye out for if it dips and starts making its way towards that. And as we look at the ES, guys, the ES is pulling back a little bit now, but it's still within that range that we spoke of earlier, 41.48 up to 41.58. Still at that 10-point range. If it breaks, it'll be interesting to see what big tech does. Not much else on the radar except Oxy. Oxy's continuing its strong move upward, now trading at 75.20. It wicked up to almost at 75.40 level, give or take. Oh, and just as I say that, just as I say NERV is starting to pull back, there we go. Now we've got new days highs, guys. It's pushing into $7. We got top wick here, I want to say, at $6.98. That $7 is going to be an interesting area. We identified 7.15 and 8.12 as two very important areas on the daily chart that we'll have to look for key levels of resistance. I'm not going to take this trade now. I feel like I'm chasing it. I want to see a sustained pullback before going in. But, you know, it could go without me, and that's fine. We're really, really positive on this stock on the day. Let's just go and have a look at Microsoft. We got triggered into our Microsoft long here. We're looking for a pop back up, so we got triggered right at VWAP. If the market continues to go down, we're going to get rid of this. We're not going to let it go too much against us. I think perhaps I'm not going to give it more than that 275.95 area, so I'll give it about what would that make it? 20 cents or so of room. Not much room for a stock like Microsoft that moves dollars at a time, but it is midday, so it is going to be a bit of a slower mover. So we'll continue to watch that. We'll see how that goes as we move back to NERV here. Yeah, it's broken that $7 level. Top wick here at $7.05. That was a good one. If you took the pullback here at that $6.70 level, you're already more than 30 cents in the money. So that would have been a solid pullback trade. What do you got, Brad?
Hell yeah, baby. Look at this. Took a long, took those 2 outs, took a short, and now taking multiple outs. The downside, more convicted on the short off the 13K than I was on the long. So I had more size on the short, and now 24 points, 25 points, holding 60% of my size left. I have an order out to take one more contract out, so I'm only holding 50% of my size in case that order comes into play. I would appreciate that from the market. Obviously, the market decides to what it wants to give and what it does not want to give. PYCR is, I believe, one of my newest trades that I got into. I don't even remember anymore, really. I'm in so many positions that I don't know what trade I just got into, what I didn't. All I know is I'm managing all of them at the same time. But PYCR recently popped up on the scanner, punched into the short on the low at daybreak, which also happened to be near $30. Let's see if this stock could work out for us by pushing itself a little bit more to the downside. Already 15 cents in the money on said position. Looks like Revlon might try to push for another move down over here after forming somewhat of a base around $6.50. You saw that 100-period EMA and that 50-period EMA on the day chart coming into play and propping up the stock from not allowing it to go too far to the downside. But, you know, at the end of the day, we're still in the money, 60 cents. I guess I should have taken out more size when I saw $1.30, $1.40 instead of just taking out a little bit of a size. But, you know, no complaints. Profitable trade at the end of the day, and that's the way we like to see.
All right, yeah, I like to hear that. So we scalped out a tiny little bit off Microsoft there. It made top wick at 276.30, but we weren't able to get any out because we're on another screen. So we'll continue to watch that. Profitable for us so far. We're about 15-20 cents in the money currently, so we'll continue to watch that. I like the fact that it held VWAP there. I just don't want it bouncing below VWAP. Sometimes it does that. You know, it'll take a quick bounce off VWAP, but its direction is headed below. Let's have a quick look at the ES because that will determine a lot of what Microsoft does. Yeah, the ES is still holding that 41.48 level. It's currently at 41.49. So, you know, working within that range that we spoke of earlier, that 10-point range. We'll continue to watch that, but NERV seems to be all the hype right now. It is up 54.5% on the day, flirting with days highs and threatening to do even more. And the volume is absolutely supporting its intentions at 24.7 million shares done on the day. I don't know what the RVOL, the relative volatility on this one is. I don't know what the average volume is either. I can probably pull that up. Give me 1 second. NERV. What's the average daily volume for NERV? And that would be the 52. The 5-year average is 1.47 million. I don't know why it's showing me the 5-year average, but that's what the 5-year average is. So definitely above the 5-year average, almost 24 times the 5-year average. So yeah, we'll continue to watch that. But our Microsoft trade is the one that we're interested in at the moment. We want it definitely to hold VWAP at 276. If it breaks that 276 level, we'll be out. We'll be out completely. I think it'll, this part right here could be just a temporary pull up as opposed to a pull back on a downward move. So, then it'll continue to make its move downward depending on what the ES does. So we'll continue to watch that. We'll see if we can scalp some out at that 276.35 level at the 200 EMA.
Sweet. Looking at what's going on in the market, obviously you saw how the market's pulling back to the downside. I actually noticed something new on one of my scanners. Is this tells you how the option volume on a said stock was today. So apparently this new position that I just punched into, PYCR, option volume on this position is 1,000 times average. 100 means 100% means it's doing average volume, so it's doing 1.5K percent options volume today. So PYCR on NASDAQ, clearly very active, doing 4.9 times relative volume. The volume on the stock itself is only 700,000 shares overall, but clearly it is very it's being pushed around very much so based off of options. And not sure if I see a move in it really, but just waiting to see if I can take advantage of any moves over here in the stock, as it did pop up on the scanner, and we're slightly in the money on said position. Couple positions that I have to maybe just take a loss on would be the AMD long. I took that AMD long near the high day breakout, and now AMD pushing back under 93. The market pulling back also. Don't really like that trade anymore. We're going to jump out of that one. Take that quick little loss on it. JWN Nordstrom. I mean, I don't know what to say. The stock is still weak, and I still believe in the weakness of this position. So I'm just going to add over here around VWAP near the triple top. So let's take that position closer to $19. They didn't give me a fill. There we go. We're just going to cross over, take that fill. Oh, yeah, they didn't give me the fill because it was SSR. That makes more sense. So I had to be a little bit more aggressive to actually get that fill for them to see that, there's someone trying to be aggressive on it. Let's give him that shares on it, make him look like he's on the wrong side because he's taking that fill way lower than where the stock is actually trading. But that's fine with me. We're going to hold on to this trade. We believe in the weakness for JWN and Nordstrom in general.
Yeah, guys, we exited out of our Microsoft trade after taking a quick profit there. We took the rest at break even. The reason we did that is because we saw the ES broke that 41.48 level that we identified as support earlier. Now it's moving back down to 41.45 and towards the 200 EMA. So definitely a sustained pullback on the ES. So definitely didn't want to work against the futures, and as heavily connected as those two stocks are, you kind of have to take them into consideration. The ES continues to pull lower here at 41.43. Let's look at what Microsoft would have been, and then we got out right at the right time, so we read that correctly. Good thing we didn't let it go too much against us. This was our in, this was our out, so we scalped like a few pennies off that, maybe a 1 or 2 cent win on that final position. This one was about a 10-cent win. So yeah, Microsoft continuing to make new lows, so we'll leave that one be for a bit. What happened to my level 2 on Microsoft here? That's funny. Okay, so we'll have to pull up a new one. Can you just take over for a sec while I load
market's clearly coming off over here. Let me just finish that yawn real quick. I didn't expect to get jumped on the
I
thing.
apologize.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
But yeah, the NASDAQ market pulling off over here. 35 points in the money now on NASDAQ. So congratulations to anyone who took that short with me. Apparently GFS, Global found something, right? GFS, what was the stock again? GFS on NASDAQ popping up on the scanner as it's trying to take out the high days. What is the stock again? GFS. Yeah, Global Foundries. Yeah, there we go. I knew it was Global something. But the GFS popping up, it's trying to take out the pre-market highs. A little bit low on the volume end for me, honestly. Only 300,000, 400,000 shares traded. Relative volume of 0.28. So no real volume taking place on this position. I think I'm going to be hands off on this trade. I'm going to go manage my NUs and my other longs as the market is clearly pulling back quite a bit over here. These longs might not look as good as they did before. Ooh, boy, but any RV still hanging out at the high day ranges, so we gotta love that. Still holding 60% of our size on any RV. And Revlon over here popping back to the high side to $7. Maybe it's time to add to this trade over here on Revlon and get back to the size that I had around $7.50. So I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna add to this trade on Revlon and ride the stock down to the back, down back. Because I don't believe we're going to go back anywhere close to the pre-market levels around $7.50 after the negative catalyst has already played out. NASDAQ market now 35 points in the money, so let's go, baby.
Hey, nice. Okay, we were actually going to pull up Revlon as well. We just had to fix our level 2 there. Okay, so Revlon in a consolidation mode, so we'll leave that one be for now. Let's look at GCT because it is approaching that VWAP area, and it did just glance by it, and then it made a new uptrend. Let's pull up GCT since we've had good success with it today. Let's see what's up, what we can do with this one. Yeah, so definitely here's the black line, that 31.54 level, that's VWAP. It made a low of 31.77, then started moving back upside. Again, I kind of see either a head and shoulders or, yeah, I see a head and shoulders pattern right here in this particular area, like similar to the one that we saw earlier. I believe it was on GCT, wasn't it? Oh, could be a different stock. But I do see a bit of a head and shoulders pattern on here with, a high left shoulder, albeit. But let's continue to see if this one breaks below VWAP, perhaps we'll consider some shorts off it with some profit targets being at that 29.20 level down around this area here. Other than that, there isn't much moving in the market at the moment, for the exception of Nerve. Obviously, that's still close to day's high. Volume's definitely dropping off on Nerve, though. You can have a look at this, NERV. There we go. Yeah, still flirting around that $7 level. We're at $6.90 and a half. We're going to leave that one. We don't really have much to do until it starts bringing in some volume, or it breaks that $7 level and sustains above it. Let's see what the chat is talking about. Yes, Luca is still around. He's just on vacation at the moment. Well deserved, since he's like one of the first guys in here in the morning usually, and then he spams the chat with everything that's going on in the market. That guy's a hard worker. Let's see what else people are talking about. BBBY. Yeah, we haven't talked about BBBY all that much on the show, despite the fact that I had a trade on it this morning. And, it was a decent trade, not great. Yeah, it's holding within that consolidation pattern, basically holding $10, give or take, despite breaking it a little bit here at that 10 o'clock time frame. It's been holding $10 since that time, since 10:40, 10:50, it's been above 10. So this might be interesting if it continues to break below 10 and closes below it and sustains its close below it, or above that 1080 level above VWAP. High of day, I know we touched almost $12 on earlier on this one. It's not even close to that at the moment. So we'll have to continue to watch this, see what it does going into power hour. Let's look at what Big Tech is doing. Is Big Tech up to anything at the moment? Currently, the only thing that I see that I like is perhaps maybe Meta. It seems like the stronger of the bunch at the moment, and Apple. Apple's above VWAP as well. Everything else, it's not that great. We'll have to continue to watch that. Let's see what the futures are up to. Are they continuing to pull back? Yes, definitely. Futures making newer lows, 41.40. that break of that 41.48, this level right here, like we talked about, 41.48 level, good identifier there. It's continuing to make lower lows. Let's see if we can find some support levels on this chart. 41.32 perhaps, give or take. You got some support there, and maybe down at the 41.20 level. So we'll continue to watch that, see what that does. Other than that, it's kind of a quiet time on the market at the moment. Not really much moving. What are you watching, Brad? You're still on the futures,
Yeah,
eh?
just
You got
taking
that good short on the
profits
futures.
on the futures over here as we're pushing to the downside. Obviously, we're now about 50, 60 points in the money, baby. Let's go. So taking profits on it. Don't want it to run away from me. Now we only have one contract left, so we got out of 90% of our size over there. Now we're only holding the last few 10% left. And now we just wait and see. We capitalized on a 60-point move to the downside. Where did my YouTube chat go? There's my YouTube chat. So let's go market up. Absolutely pushing to the 50-period EMA, giving us a 50-cent scalp on that trade. My number one trade on the board is the future short off of that 13K level. And now these longs. Look at NERV, baby.
Ooh, what did it do?
NERV now clearing above
yeah.
$7,
There we
so
go.
looks like we're actually going to push to that high on August 4th that it created, that $7.20 high, $7.15, $7.20. So clearly we're now holding 50% of our size. We're about $1 in the money, and NERV continuing to pay some dividends for us finally. And when I say finally, I'm actually heading over to RY, which was a stock that was out of the money for almost all day, and now taking out the lower day. Let's take some profits out on RY, which is a Canadian bank. Earnings play has been out of the money for the most part, so thank you. The banks looks like also taking some damage on them right now. Let's go to XLF, which is the financial ETF. Actually positive on the ETF today, but it did push down the VWAP and broke VWAP, so maybe that's why RY on New York is also breaking VWAP and breaking lower day, extending the losses for us, giving us some money. Revlon apparently also pushing back to the downside after the initial pop that it had, where we added to our position. So that's going to be a good add, so we can continue to make more profits on that position. Looks like NU is coming down. I might be ready to close my trade over here if we break under 5. I'm going to have a stop out probably over here under the break of 495, 496 or so. If I do get stopped out, and we'll punch ourselves out of that trade. We're currently, how much are we out of the money right now, or in the money, sorry. We're in the money 24 pennies. So if it goes under this, probably around 15 pennies or so, I'll take my profits, my trailing profit around those levels. Looking at a couple other positions that might be ready to take some profits on. Looks like there's not many out there to take profits on just yet. Just got to let them move around. They're managing themselves. You know, Jesus has the wheel and he's driving the car. Hopefully it's a Lamborghini, so we'll have more fun that way.
Yeah, we're watching that nerve trade as well. We also have another eye on GCT, which is closing in on that VWAP level. I wonder if this is a good area to take a long. It's been good to me, and I don't want to give any money back. I see a head and shoulders pattern on it, so it's not like, you know, I'm dying to get into this one. This is what we talked about, guys. The head and shoulders right here. This is VWAP in and around that area. We could take a long off here with perhaps maybe a tight stop at the 200 EMA, seeing as they're super close. VWAP being at 31.60 or so, and the 200 EMA being at 31.20. That's not all that close. So yeah, kind of a tough one. Not sure what to do on this one. I'd rather play it to the long side. So if I see a break above 33, anything above that 32.80, 33, I might go long on that. Otherwise, I'm just going to let it consolidate or sell off. I don't want to go against it, seeing that it's up 20% on the day. What else we got? What else? Can we go back to that nerve trade here? Not too much in store for you guys today. It's a bit of a quieter afternoon. We're still holding highs at 71.10. We broke, definitely, I think, actually we were right on it. So the high of day for nerve is at $7.16. So we broke the high back in August by 1 penny. So that's definitely an area of resistance here. So make note of that because there may be bag holders above that area. So definitely keep that in mind. The futures continue to do their thing. We broke that 41.48 level, went down all the way to 41.35, and now we're making a pullback up. But something tells me that we're going to continue to make new lows here. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of a weaker afternoon with the big cap stocks also starting to pull back.
Yeah, big cap stocks pulling back. That's going to be your Apples, your Teslas, and your AMDs and so on, which I was actually building into at one point. Who's the guy who's sitting on the left? Yeah, I don't know what left you're looking at. It's my left or your left.
I'm Sharif.
I'm Prad.
Yeah.
Sweet. That solves the problem over there. Thank you, Sharif. I was actually going to ramble on for another 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good because I don't know how to explain it. I think you did it in a real good way. I'm Sharif. I'm Prad. And that's the end of the story over there. Yeah, what's up? What are you looking at?
Someone's spamming the chat. W. Makarai, JD. Okay, let's have a look at JD for him. JD was
what's that falling off over there on your chart?
What are you talking about?
What's that stock right next to the chart?
Oh, this one. Oh, okay. I believe that one is GCT. So that one broke. Yeah, okay. Thanks for pointing that out because we were talking about this one. Look at that break right there of VWAP. That just tanked. So, yeah, good head and shoulders pattern here. Clearly, after that, started pulling back. Should have probably taken, maybe like looking back, here's what I would have done. See a head and shoulders pattern. This is the neckline. Take this break right here. Once it pulls back up, goes ahead, take this break right here. These are just, key areas of support and resistance that you can play your levels off of. Once you can identify the patterns, you can kind of identify where the support and resistance are based on the patterns. So yeah, GCT pulling back. I didn't want to take this short just because I said it's up almost 20% on the day, and it's been good to me on the long side. So, a lot of people can play them both long and short in the same breath kind of thing. But that's not really my strength there. I kind of want to choose one direction. I've done it both times before, but it's not my strength.
I'm just talking to Lucas over here. Actually, I was telling him, how it says positions right here on top of your name, on top of your picture. Maybe we could have like an animated thing over there that pops up and leaves, right? has our name over there, pops up and disappears, kind of like a in and out thing. Not really. I can, however, make name keys that will fly in to replace the position board box. But then you can't have one for me, can you? So that's the weird part because you'll only have one that goes for Sharif over there. Anyways, Lucas, we can talk about this somewhere down the road. You don't have to do this now, bro. Just you're sitting there by yourself. Focus on what you got to do. I don't want to take away from your other work that you have going on over there, which is he's got to handle a bunch of cameras, the mics, and so on. Oh, look at that, Prad Trader. Oh yeah, okay. So every time we talk, a little thing can show up over there where it's like my name or his name. So for people who are having those confusions over there about who's talking and so on. People are saying they're seeing insane volume on NVIDIA and NVIDIA is going crazy on their indicator or something. I'm not sure if this was your way to make me pull up the stock, but nothing's really going on this position. The relative volume of NVIDIA 0.97 is doing normal volume to me. I'm not seeing anything too much going on. We're stuck in ranges too. I actually think you scammed me into pulling the stock up. That's pretty much what it is. So I'm going to move away from this one, go back into the futures over here where I'm actually up 60 points in the money at the moment. I'm going to close this trade, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take my profits. Yeah, you could call me a paper-handed trader for not holding the VWAP or holding it for a bigger move below VWAP. But, call it how I see it, which is taking profits. I'm taking my money. I'm going to be a paper-handed trader in your eyes, but I'm going to be a profitable, money-making paper-handed trader at that point.
You're a diamond-handed trader in my eyes.
Let's go.
Hey, you know what? I love the animation that Sean has, where like the guy with the diamond hand goes like this. We should get some of those here. That'd be fun. Looking at Tesla now, it's making a pretty aggressive move downward below VWAP. Let's see where it was earlier in the day. We had actually a double top here at that 911 level, and now currently we're trading at. Where are we at? 899, when we had wick down all the way down to 897. Interesting. I think it's following the the ES, but maybe a bit more aggressively than the ES. So we'll want to perhaps take a trade off that if we can break down below that 897 level again. I think it'll continue to move down. This stock, I've been burned on this so many times on this stock. Even with 10 shares, as Brad was saying earlier, you can find yourself like $100 out of the money pretty damn quick because it can move $10 quite easily. So we'll continue to watch. We'll continue to watch Tesla. Well, let's see what we got on our other screen. That Microsoft, no, we don't care about that. Revlon, basically the same thing, moving in that tight consolidation. So we'll leave that one alone. What do we got? GCT, okay, continuing to hold that level below VWAP. So if it pops up above that $33 level, we'll take another long. If it goes below that $29 level, we'll definitely take another short.
John's putting me on the chopping block here. Has me worried for a second.
No, officially we're going to do the hot ones on Friday.
What's that? Oh, the wings?
Yeah, we got
The wings?
sauces, ready to go.
Oh, I'm pumped for that.
Handle hot stuff?
I'm going to have to try. I'm pretty good, but I don't know if I'm as good as you guys. And I don't mean to be racist or anything, but I know
I'm bad with hot sauce.
Are you? Okay,
yeah.
'cause let's say-
I might be Indian on the outside, but I'm far from Indian on the inside.
Yeah, because I don't want to make any like assumptions, but I know Indian palate food is quite
Yeah,
spicy.
my mom
right?
makes
Like,
spicy food to get me acclimated to it, and
Yeah.
this is me with 15 million tissues, just like just wiping off the sweat and like eat. I'll still eat it because I love eating spicy
Yeah.
food, but I just cannot handle it. You'll see me like going through tissues, just wiping my
That's all right.
forehead, sneezing, and just like just absolutely dying through the process, absolutely
Oh,
dying.
boy.
So the news says hot ones on Friday on Trader TV. Are we doing like a Instagram edition, or are we doing live on the show? Live on the show.
Ooh. So we got to bring a bib because I don't want to ruin any of my shirts, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. Well, if it's really, Neil says, can I eat chicken without making a mess of myself? Well, if it's super spicy, I don't know. I might get carried away. I have no idea. Start wiping my hands on my shirt. That reminds me of that video where that guy eats the devil. What was that called? That pepper, like it was called the devil
ghost pepper?
Ghost pepper. And then the girl started crying. There's a bunch of memes of people eating that kind of stuff. Brings back funny memories. Back to business here. GCT doing nothing, holding on to that level. Tesla also holding on to that level as well. Kind of a dead time in the market right now, guys. Even Nerve bouncing off that 50-period moving average might be interesting going forward into power hour here. 50-period moving average was at $6.80. High of day is almost $7.20. So let's continue to watch out. Let's look at the 5-minute chart because sometimes we can see bull flags forming on the 5-minute charts that we didn't see forming on the 1-minute. This is tough for me to take on the 5-minute right now. I'd like for 5-minute candle to make a new high. So we'll have to wait at least 5-10 minutes or so to make that possible. Yeah, other than that, I don't really see much. Let's check the scanner. My scanner it kind of looks the same. Maya, what's this Maya stock? MAIA. Okay, so now we got
His name. What the?
MAIA. Is that
Oh,
a
that's not my
NASDAQ
ex's name.
stock?
We're good.
No, it's a New York stock. So we're gonna fix that, or it's an AM probably. Yes, it's an MX stock. MAIA.AM, guys. Booming. Volume coming in. We only have 450,000 shares, but in the last 5 minutes, we've had 161,000 shares. So the volume definitely coming in now as opposed to earlier. So let's continue to watch. I'm not really sure about what the catalyst about this is. Let me have a look here on my platform, and I have nothing for it. So yeah, we'll see what this one does. It's up 27.25% on the day. Currently, wow, that was a dip down from 530 right down to that $5 level. So this one is definitely thin. The spread is huge on this one. It was a bit bigger. It's 10 cents currently. It was 15 cents back up to, yeah, look at that. Look at the spread. It's just going crazy here. So this one's definitely a tricky one. If you're trading this one, tread carefully.
I think that's Maya, because MAYA would be Maya.
Yeah, you're right.
Right, Maya is what I think what it is.
MAIA.
I'm just having fun.
That's fun.
Maya
That's
was
fine.
one of my ex's names over there. So I'm like,
yeah?
if it's spelled MAYA, then it's Maya. But if it's not
Maya.
spelled MAYA, then it's not Maya. It's Maya. I don't know. Anyways, well, who cares about what? Huh? She's X for a reason. Yeah. She's extra
Sean pushing the buttons.
What's
here.
that? Nah, it's all my. Every single one who's in that category has always been my decision. Hey, no cap, no kizzy on a stack, 100, 100p. On G himself. You know, it's not that you don't understand as long as the viewers understand.
Yeah, I was about to say. Neil says this guy's
Neil
long
just
and
said
short.
this guy's long and short the entire market. Yo, look, but my worst position's out of the money 37 cents, and my biggest position is in the money 63 cents. Let's head over to Brando, though, at the big screen because he's going to cover the entire market for us.
Hey guys, yeah, well the U.S. listings, anyways, here we go. I'll talk about volume here and what is leading. 10,824 listings on this board, of which bit of a flat day. Once again, 5,800 and change in positive territory, 3,890 on the red side of things so far today, and 1,100 here, basically unchanged. As far as volume, leading the way so far today, drug back to the upside in a big way. 98 million shares traded so far. Bed Bath & Beyond, it's been a week or so since we've had this near the top of the list. Number 2 right now, 91 million. SoFi has traded 71 million. Big day for SoFi, up more than 6% on the day itself. TQs here, Piton on this board. It's been a long time. If you go out to a daily chart and look at the volume, it's been a long time since Peloton's done almost 58 million shares. This little SPCB, they won a new contract, if you missed it this morning, 15 million, I believe it was. SQs, NU, AMC, NERV, the big winner on the day, up 58%. This one's done decent volume as well. 30 million, tons of opportunity once again today. Back over to you guys.
Yes, sir. NERV is the name of the game right now. It's been ripping. Where did my position even go to? What? Did I cover my whole trade? Please don't tell me. No. I thought I had to order out to just cover 1% of my trade. I had the whole trade covered at $7.22. We're now at $7.40 on NERV. That's upsetting. I was $1 in the money and I was only planning to take 1% of my size. Whatever, can't cry about it too much now. It's moving to the north side at least and it's paying us some profits. That's frustrating. That is very frustrating. Oh well. Let's move on to another stock over here. Tesla. Tesla actually broke under 900. We're at the 100 period EMA on the 5-minute chart, around 899, 898. So I'm looking for a long attempt on Tesla over here. The market did pull back quite a bit. S&P 500 pulled all the way back to VWAP. NASDAQ didn't quite get to VWAP just yet, but I think the market has a chance to turn back around to the north side over here, taking Tesla above 900 for us. So I'm building into a tiny long over here to see if we can capitalize on that move for ourselves. But man, that NERV position is very, very sad for me right now for punching out all of my 50% of my size that I had left. I punched out of all of it over here. I wish some of you are still holding this trade so I could live vicariously through you, because if the stock goes higher and higher and I'm not in it, it's only going to make me sadder.
Oh yeah, God, I feel the exact same way as you. Scalped out. This wasn't really much of a scalp trade. We should have held on at least a piece for the dream here. We're pushing into that $7.50 level. Something tells me we're going to hit that $8.12 level that we identified earlier on the daily chart as our most recent high. So I don't know. What can I say? Maybe wait for a pullback to get in. I don't want to chase it into that $7.50 level. That whole dollar, half dollar always makes me nervous because there's always resistance around those areas, and it ends up pulling back just a bit before continuing upwards. So we want to get a better average cost, and there it goes, right up to that $7.70 level. This is some buying right here. Yeah, Brad smashing the table, and I gotta like echo that kind of sentiment because definitely should have held on to this one. We did have an opportunity to pull back to get in here at that $6.90 level. Kind of flirted with the 50 EMA a little bit, you know, but it was still continuing to make new highs after that. We could have got into that, but we were more worried about using the bathroom and getting a quick snack. So yeah, we're gonna have to pay for that, and we're gonna have to wait for a better entry because right now it's a gamble to chase it as it continues to make new highs. The scanner not showing anything new. That Mia, whatever, kind of doing nothing at the moment. Let's see what AYLA, no, GCT now below VWAP, so we're definitely not interested in that at the moment. Cano, or whatever, yeah, kind of sparse on volume. The recent volume is only flat. Last 5 minutes is 41,500, so that one isn't going to cut it. Don't really have much on the radar today, guys. It's been more of a quiet afternoon, especially for these small caps, and the ES is kind of trending a little bit sideways now, right? After having a nice move to the downside now. You can follow here. There we go, 4134 level on the top. You got that 4140 level. So we'll continue to watch that. Hopefully, any change in the ES will have a nice move in the big caps, and we've got that on our upper screen here to monitor. So we'll keep you guys updated on that. Otherwise, I'm looking for a bounce play off nerve. I'm thinking maybe that 720 level. If it comes back down there, we can get a bit of a dip buy in and around that area, or even possibly it may not even come down to 720, maybe even down to that 730, 740 area. I think that one's a little bit more aggressive though, so I tend to prefer this area here. In fact, let's put an order in now so that we don't regret it later. We're gonna go ahead and put it at that $7.23 level, and we're going to leave it around there, and hopefully to trigger and make that new high of $8.12, Brad.
Wow, what am I doing? Just watching stocks pop and not take profits. Gotta love it. So clearly missed out on taking some profits on this one. Gonna start doing that right now and start layering some orders. I'm punching longs over here. I'm punching longs instead of throwing orders for the short side. So, Okay, there we go. Bang, bang, bang. Just throwing out orders over here for the most part. Tesla now $1 in the money. Royal Bank giving me some more profits. So let's take those profits over here. Mosaic also popping to the north side. We punched some out of Mosaic. NU, we punched some out of NU also. WBA finally working for us, pushing back to the downside after being slightly out of the money all day. So now that WBA is pushing down for us, let's see how low can WBA go for us. Shopify was in the money, but now it's hanging out by VWAP or so. I'm expecting this move to come back to the north with the help of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 push back up. If they do, we'll see if that can help us out one more time. Warner Brother Digital was a trade that was also successful for us, push back to VWAP. We're just waiting to see if the market going long from here on out can help us out on this trade also, which was positive at one point, but now negative slightly. Plug Power, we're going to close this one for a loser. That one's not working the way I wanted to work out overall. And AAP, once again, coming back into profit territories after being out of the money slightly. We reloaded on this trade around the areas we like to, and now taking some out for 40 cents in the money on AAP. So let's go. Some of my trades are pulling back for me into profit territories. That's exactly what we want to see. Tesla now $1.60, $2 in the money as we push back above $900. So let's go, baby. Tesla is doing awesome.
Nerve continues to have the nerve to go up without us. Like, come on.
Someone said punch back in, Brad. And I was like, yo, it doesn't work like that, man. Like when I'm long where I'm long, it's hard for me to punch back in where I'm taking profits. I don't care if it's going to go higher. I just won't punch back in. But if it allows you to punch back in, do it. Who's stopping you? Not me.
I personally don't
I'm
like
not
chasing
doing
it. I mean, I gotta agree with Brad there. You know, I've chased many a stock and burned many a time. So you always want to have a set of rules, even if they don't end up working for you on any particular trade. Like in this case, waiting for nerve to pull back hasn't proved to be fruitful. But that may not be the case next time in another stock. But having a set of rules allows you to kind of have that consistency and make that profit on a consistent basis. But you know, you may get lucky chasing a stock. I'm not saying you're not going to get lucky. I'm not saying you won't make money. I'm just saying over the long run, if you distribute that over a 50 occurrence spread, then you may end up finding yourself on the wrong end of the stick there. So chasing a stock, especially one as parabolic as NERV, never proved fruitful for me, and I don't know if I would recommend anybody else to do that. As you can see here, I've got my buy already at that $7.22 or 21 cents or whatever. Looking back, I could have. These were basically this was the first pullback after the breakout, so I could have taken a nice little long off here, but you know that would have been aggressive as well. And this is kind of what I mean by not chasing the stock, giving the opportunity to pull back a little bit before continuing its move up. And so the way that I would have entered it if I had done it is these 3 red candles, and then you wait for the first green candle to make a new high, higher than the red candle. So the close of the red candle here, the top wick was $7.62. So you could have had your order at $7.63 or $7.64. What are you looking at?
Something named Dow just popped up on my scanner. So Dow Inc. Sorry, I was just trying to adjust my seats a little bit to get a little bit more comfy. So Dow popping up on the scanners as a loser for some reason. So let's go see how this stock is doing. Expecting it to break. Yeah, it broke the low a day and just extended a lot more. I'm not going to be able to chase this trade. Now look at the daily daily chart. And you'll be able to see that we're walking into support areas around $54 for DOW, support based on this range, resistance based for this range. So I think that it is possible for the stock to not go any much further to the downside. So no trade for me. Tesla now $2 in the money. We already took 1 profit target on Tesla. Let's take some more profits on Tesla as the market is pushing back to the north side. Tesla is giving us profits to the north side. So that's what we like to see also. NASDAQ market, I don't think it has the strength in it to go past 13K today, at least not during while Sharif and I are here, because it's still the unofficial lunchtime. It's been 10 minutes since the official lunchtime has elapsed. So we're expecting volume to come back into the market, stocks to move around a little bit more. But today has been that type of day where volume was already non-existent to begin with from the starting of the day.
Yes.
So if it's non-existent at the start of the day, I cannot expect it to come on in the middle of the day or at the end of the day. I think it's just that type of day where you sit on your hands. It's okay to not make too many trades today. If you made money yesterday, if you made money Monday, it's okay to sit on your hands today, wait for the volume to come back today or tomorrow or Friday. We know that Papa Powell will be talking about the inflation or whatever on Friday at the, do you know what that event's called?
The Jackson.
Jackson Hole, thank you. So Jackson Hole event, well, he'll be talking about most likely expressing the Fed's previous conversation on how they want to tighten down this beast named inflation and put her on tight reins so they can handle this beast, which has absolutely been going out of handle. But I think the only person who can handle this beast at this point is Newt Scamander. So obviously, if Newt Scamander is not coming in, inflation is not getting handled.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you know who Newt Scamander is?
No, I have no idea, but it sounded funny. Who is that?
Come on. Do you know who Newt Scamander is, Sean?
Sean doesn't know either, guys. Can the chat tell us? Come on, guys, let's go. Who is this Noose Commander? Noose? Like
Newt.
a noose?
Newt.
Okay, I thought it was like a noose commander. This guy's walking around with a noose.
No, he's a guy from the Fantastic Beasts movies. He's the guy who takes cares of all these beasts, and he raises all the beasts that people are trying to kill. So
there you go. Yeah,
he's direct. He's the descendant, not the descendant, but he's directly connected to Albus Dumbledore, and he helps him out. Harry Potter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got no
go.
idea about any of that. I don't follow Harry Potter. I'm not interested in it. So we're gonna have to talk about Peloton.
Peloton, the most magical company in the world.
Yeah, a big move up there for Peloton, off that 13.25 level. Made a high at 13.50. Now pulling back in a little bit. It was I saw it from the corner of my eye. One of the
now we know why Maya left.
What? I have no idea what he's laughing about.
Oh, now we know why his girlfriend.
Oh. That's mean, guys. Come on. If you can't say anything nice to Brad about his breakup, don't say anything at all. Let's go.
No, that was a good one. That was a good one. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good one.
All right. Actually, I forgot to tell you guys, we were coming to enter in an order here on NERV, and then we hit the enter button by accident. We meant to have a stop limit order, and we entered in an order incorrectly, so we got out. Never a good idea to stay in a trade that you got into accidentally could go against you. So we got in a tiny little loss there on nerve. But we still have an order, in case you guys are wondering. It doesn't show up on the chart, but we have an order at 791 for the basically the high day break. This one is kind of parabolic and going into that $8 level. I have a suspicion that it may break it by a little bit. So we want to kind of preempt it. We want to front run it at 791. So if it breaks that level, we're definitely gonna have a long. We'll report to you guys on that. Let's see what else we got here. Mayaya is doing nothing. Yeah, not much in the way of small caps right now. Let's check the big tech. Big tech is, not doing well either. Big tech on the way down, as is the market. Let's pull up the chart for the market at the moment. Yeah, moving, sideways. Had a bit of a bounce up there into that 41, 42 level, but currently just moving in a sideways pattern. Not much to report on there. What do you got, Prad?
Yeah, Randy just posted an article in our work chat about how Volkswagen and Mercedes have apparently signed a memorandum to attain battery minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite. We do know that they were in Canada yesterday. I believe the German chancellors were in Canada talking to our prime minister with the what's it called again? The whole environment, thank you. Well, environment stuff and so on. So it looks like it's already being put in motion. Volkswagen and Mercedes-Benz signing a deal with the lithium companies in Canada. Maybe if you know any lithium companies in Canada that we can quickly pull up, Sean, or even you, that'd be dope.
No.
But nothing that I can think of off the top of my head, sadly, because obviously I haven't traded in lithium companies too much. Mosaic, once again, pushing back to the north side. Let's take some more size L. We're going to try and hold 60% of our size over here. Take some more profits out on Mosaic, which has been very profitable to us. Even RY, which has been struggling to pay us money, is now struggling to give us more money. So we're going to take some profits off of that table. Make sure we... There we go. Yeah, now we hold 60% of our trade on this side too. What trade do I really need to go manage? It looks like nothing really, man. The stocks are managing themselves. The worst stock is out of the money by 19 cents, and the biggest trade in the money for the moment right now is Tesla, which is up $2 in the money. So, like I said, man, Jesus take the wheel, and he's absolutely driving this car for me. So let's go.
Hey, yeah, the only mining stocks that I have on my watch list here, and I don't have a comprehensive list by any means. I have MP, ticker MP, and ticker Vale, V-A-L-E. Those are the two that I watch, and I don't think either of them are Canadian, to be honest with you. Let me double check here. So Vale is Minerva Neuroscience. Oh, that's not right. Neurosciences. Okay, so that's wrong. Sorry. MP. So, oh, it's not loading. That's why. There's a bit of a glitch on my app here. Okay, so Vale. Vale is formerly Campania, whatever, is a Brazil-based metal and mining company which is primarily engaged in producing iron ore and nickel. And then MP, let's pull up that. MP is, boom, boom. Let's load. Okay, sorry, it's taking a sec to load here. Yeah, MP Materials is a producer of rare earth metals in the Western Hemisphere. The company owns and operates Mountain Pass Rare Earth Mine and Process Facility in California and North America's rare earth production sites. We should probably look into what companies do businesses in Sudbury. I know that, speaking of Sudbury, kind of an ADD moment here. So do you know the reason why Sudbury is so heavily blessed with metals and all these rare earth materials? So I was watching a little documentary on this, and Sudbury, for those who don't know, is a city in kind of northern Ontario, and it's known for its mining and extraction processes there. And the reason is they posit that it was struck by an asteroid that was heavily based in metals, because when they look at the surrounding areas, they're like, there's no other corresponding areas with the same type of metals. It's kind of like an island on its own. So, and apparently there's a lot of metals which are not found on Earth in that kind of quantity, and they're found in really high quantities there. Why are you shaking your head?
I
you didn't know anything about it. He's shaking his head.
I don't buy it.
Anyway.
I don't buy it.
So I think it was an asteroid. And the reason why Ontario is so blessed with materials is probably from an extraterrestrial source.
I'm not buying any of this. Yeah, look, I love to put on a tin hat, but I'm not buying any of this. LAC is apparently Vancouver-based, though. Lithium.
Okay.
What's that? Lithium America's Corp, but it's Vancouver-based, so maybe
add that in.
they have operations in Vancouver, but they're not They're not Canadian. I'm guessing they're just American, right? But he's right. He's right. Look, I'm not buying any of this alien mumbo jumbo. I'm not buying this stuff. Look, I may be born yesterday, but I'm not buying this asteroid conversations. Okay, I'm just not buying it.
We got triggered into our nerve trade here, guys, and it's triggered at. It's holding tight. There's a lot of size coming in at that $8 level. We're going to continue to watch and continue to scalp. We're taking out little pieces here and there. Our triggering price was at $7.91 level, and there we're going to take another piece out there. We're going to continue to watch this as it tries to make new highs. Recall, guys, that $8.12 level is the recent high on the daily chart. So we're not going to let it go against us too much. We're going to give it about 10 cents or so, and then we're going to flatten out. Because we did take about almost half so far, so we're not too far out of the money here, and we're gonna get out for the rest of it there because as we said, that break at 8, you could see it boom right back down. So not a bad trade, a little bit of a loser on the first half, decent profits on the second half, decent profits on the first half, but that's the risk of taking these whole dollar breaks, especially on these type of stocks. You know, there could be a lot of bag holders in and around that area, and what you find is that, boom, the stock finds sellers right above that 8 and then plummets right back down. We'll have to watch that. We'll look perhaps to take another break of that 8.10 level if it can shake out the sellers or the short sellers at that level.
So let's do the YouTube spiel a little bit over here. I just opened up Twitter and that just happened to be there. Look, I was about to say,
that's all right.
I didn't navigate there. It just happened to be there. Okay, now don't call me out on it. Don't be saying nothing either.
Oh, you're good.
But we're gonna pull up our YouTube chat, our YouTube show, to show you how many likes we're at. Clearly, the like number is not something that we are happy with. Only 2.2K likes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. We have about 4,000 of you watching. Let's get that number a little bit more elevated to the north side. I understand today was a little bit of a boring day in the market. Market didn't really give us too many opportunities. Lots of whipsaw actions. You probably got whipped around back and forth on your trade, so got to be annoyed about that. But at least help us out on that side. 2.3K now, so let's continue taking that number a little bit more. Hit that subscribe button for those of you who haven't. A lot of people probably joining the members side. I know we have 2 new members today coming in. If you want to learn more about how to be a member and what that entails, click on the join button and listen to what Brendo has to say. It costs you about $5 a month to do so and can be canceled at any time. And last but not least, right here should be a little button that you can click on to send super chats. Those super chats go directly to the to helping this whole environment get better and better every single time. Our chairs are amazing. Way better than the dog water Herman Millers that we had. The Herman Millers that cost like what, $3,000 more than this. But these Costco chairs or wherever you got them from are way better than those Herman Millers. Staples, way better than Herman Millers, man. I can actually lean back and have support on the upper part of my shoulders. Like, come on. Watch the stream, put that smiley face on there, baby. Let's go. Herman Millers are dog waters.
We got into STBX, guys,
What's the stock? What's the stock? I'm shorting it right now.
I'll find HLR.
HLR or something.
We got into STBX, guys. It seems to be popping off and breaking the recent highs here. The recent high, the high wick was 1134. We got it in at 1141, and we took a little bit of a profit take here at the 1147 level. We took off a little piece. We're going to continue to watch this one. We're looking for, let's see if we could identify some levels. We're looking perhaps for that break of 12. VWAP's around that 12 area, and the recent high after that would be the 1216, 1215 level. Recall that this one made a high of day of 15 and a half almost. So we're looking for some profit on this one. We're going to take out a little piece here again as it continues to move upward. Yes, there we go. Another little piece is out right there. So how much are we holding here? Let's check our blotter. We're holding about half left. So we're going to continue to watch that. We're looking for that $12 level and probably be all out by there. Maybe the next level I'll take profits at that $11.70 level. Let's actually put that in so that we don't actually have to use our flat key. So we'll go ahead and put $11.69. And yeah, there we go. So that yellow line there represents that I have a profit taker waiting. Yeah, what do you got, Prad?
Just looking at more Mosaic and other positions. Mosaic now my number one position on the board. Tesla pulling back slightly, sadly, with the market pulling back also. So NASDAQ pulling to the NERV. To the VWAP, sorry. NERV apparently going crazy too. So NERV popping up at the moment. I don't even want to look at that stock, man. I know you're saying for you, but it's not for... I don't even want to look at the stock anymore. We're at $8. Like, come on, man. I'm so annoyed right now. I'm so annoyed. This is why I said I don't want to pull it up. You make me pull it up, and this is what happens. My keyboard breaks, and you owe me a $50 new keyboard.
Oh, my God.
So,
okay.
obviously, did not want to pull up this position because I know my emotions are going to kick in, and I'm going to get a little upset about it. But congratulations to anyone who was long on NERV and didn't keystroke out of their position by mistake and is able to capitalize on all of these moves that you're getting, man. What a beautiful stock. What a beautiful move. 80% to the upside today, and you can't be complaining about not having stocks to trade, right? Even with the market so boring and so sideways, NERV giving you those type of profits, those type of moves. I would have been basically $2 in the money now as the stock clears $8.50 to the high side. We're about to halt very soon over here. At least that's what the moves are looking like. If we keep extending this move like this, the next obvious answer is a halt zone. What, did they just pull back a bit? As I looked away from the screen, looks like the rug pull action was coming in. I mean, look at the size, right? This is a low float stock, trading ridiculous amounts of volume. What's the flow on this position? 4.5 million float with doing 44 million shares on the day. So obviously lots of craziness coming in. Let's see if the rugs get pulled and we go under $8, or do the rugs get held and we see Aladdin flying on the carpet all the way to to the high side.
Did you say Aladdin?
Aladdin, baby,
like
Prince Aladdin.
Aladdin? Okay.
Yeah, it's Aladdin, man. Come on,
man.
You gotta say it right. You're those people. They're your people. They're your people. You gotta say it right.
You know what?
I mean your people. I mean your people. Like
Neil says,
I don't want to say like Afghani or I don't know where
Neil,
you
where's
are.
that from? That's it. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder. Yes. Okay. So by the way, guys,
I'm a dude playing a dude dressed like another dude. That was a good movie. Hands down.
We're talking about Tropic Thunder, guys. Yeah, that one. I watched that in the theater. I remember dying of laughter. That was a good one. It's a good one to watch when anytime it's on TV. STBX trade. We got in at that 1140 level. We scalped the first piece out at that 1145. The second piece 1156, and then we took out a few more pieces at that 1170 level. So we're all out of that one as it plummets back to earth at 11. Look at that red candle, guys, and it's continuing to go. Thankfully, we got all out of that one. On our nerve trade, yeah, we got a little piece here. We tried to break the highs at the 838 level, and then we ended up scalping some at 848 and 852. So we scalped a little bit on that one. You know, not too much size, not too much range, but we got in and out. Both nerve now and STBX pulling back aggressively, making really menacing looking red candles. So we'll continue to watch those guys. On nerve, I see some good support here at that $7.82 level, maybe even that $7.60 level, in between that range somewhere. If we could have maybe a dip trade in and around that area, we could see something pull back up. Prad, what's your nerve trade looking like?
I'm just trying to understand where the Aladdin thing came from. I forget what movie it was. Maybe it was the Borat actor Sacha Baron Cohen movie. The Dictator, yeah, I think it's from there.
Yes,
where he's like,
yes.
It's
Yes,
Prince Aladdin.
it is. Yes. And then-
Insert explicit over here.
Hold on, he
Yeah.
calls everything Aladdin, like green and blue are both Aladdin.
That's
so
Aladdin,
it
that's
created,
Aladdin,
it
that's
created
Aladdin.
confusion,
Yes,
like you
yeah.
didn't know what the colors were.
The whole
That's
language
hilarious.
is Aladdin.
Oh my god, I remember that. That movie was killer. Sacha Baron Cohen's an OG.
He's a legend.
I tell
Did you see
man.
his movie where he had to play like a serious character?
No.
He pulled that off really
Yeah,
good too.
so
he
he's
had
got
to play
range,
like
eh?
he's Sacha Baron can act. But
Okay.
right now, NERV is not acting right because it's
No.
dropping below $8, man. It's struggling to hold 8 clearly it's failed to hold 8. So now we're going down. The question is, how low do we go? Where do the buyers step in? And then when do we get back to the high side? I think the levels on NERV now are new levels, right? Let me go make sure that's accurate. No, they're not new
new-ish,
levels.
Not new levels, but recent.
That's right. New recent week highs or so on. But I do have this line mapped out at 791. Looks like we can now repaint that level to 850 or so. And then the next obvious level for me really standing out is this $10 bottom off of this range bottom. So clearly for above this range, above what, 794, above $8. I think the next obvious move looks to be to $10. And now only time will able to dictate if we're able to get there or not. As the market continues to pull back even more, Tesla now failing to hold 900. I did give it that $5 wiggle room. Looks like Tesla is going to give us some more pain on the day today. So gonna take that loss, gonna walk away from it. Let's see what the NASDAQ market can do over here at the lows real quick before we send it back to Sharif. We have some super chats over here from Samuel. Samuel's saying Pratt is a legit flat earther, okay? What? I think that's from the alien conversation we were having earlier, the asteroid conversation.
Alien conversation, it's an asteroid conversation.
Yeah, but apparently it's I'm a flat earther off of that conversation. So yeah, I'll take it. Gary Singh coming in with the $10 super chat, thank you. Chris Washington coming in with another $5 super chat, thank you. If you guys missed out your questions, or if you guys had any questions, just tag Barry versus Bull or me, and we'll look at your questions over there. But if it was just a super chat for you appreciated the jokes and all the banter we were having back and forth, then thank you for the love and support.
Yes, guys, always thank you for the support, and like light up the chat, and don't forget to smash that like button, guys. It really does help the algorithm, and it does help us expand our audience, and the bigger the audience, the more stuff that we can offer you. So definitely keep smashing that like button. Let's get that like count. What's our like count right now, Brad? Can you do it?
Like 2.3K, 2.4K?
No, we're gonna need to do better than that. I think we're gonna need around 2.5. Let's yeah. So let's just load up over here and refresh, see where we're at. So now we're at 2.4, guys. Guys, let's get that like count up to 2.5. We need that 2.5. It really helps the algorithm. It doesn't take 1 second for you to punch that like button. So let's go, guys. Come on. All right, let's see what we got here. Nerve continuing to pull back into that support area that we identified, that 780, 781 support area. I wonder if a long off here would be warranted with a super tight stop, perhaps at that 75 area. Let's just go ahead and take that long. Let's not talk about it all that much. And if it breaks that 775, we're going to be completely out. We may have to give this a few minutes. It just rocketed up and then rocketed back down. It's going to take some new buyers to make this stock go up. Like we talked about yesterday, you don't need a whole lot of volume for a stock to come down, but you do need volume no matter what for the stock to go up. Stocks don't buy themselves. And as I say that, it makes its way down to that 784 level. We're in at 789 or so. So yeah, it's about 6 cents against us at the moment. That 775, we're going to be out completely. We're not going to give back the profits that we made on the 2 previous trades, but we do like this level for a possible long here, just given on the area of support. And there we go. We took a little piece out there at that spike up to 796. And then here we go. Let's go look for that break of 8. If we can get that break of 8, we'll take maybe another profit at that 8 and then at that 810 level. So we'll see what this one does. The tape is thick. There's not much of a spread. It's about 3 or 4 cents at the most of a spread on this stock, which is, it's a little bit of, it's not bad for, there we go. There's that 8 level, and we take another piece out at that 8 level. So yeah, we're about, I think we're about half out now. Are we about half? No, we're a little bit more than half. So perhaps the next one will take out half of what we've got now. Brad, what do you got?
I'm just getting out a couple of my positions that did not work out for me. So that was going to be SoFi and what else did I get out of? And SoFi and Shopify. So we got out of, did I get out of Shopify or did I just take profits? Nope, we got out of Shopify. So we're taking that loss on these two trades as they did pull back to VWAP. I should have watched the stock a little bit more because I would have taken my exit right here at break even almost. But I was not watching it, so I went a little bit further. But we're okay with the damage that we had on there because we are always managing our risk based on the amount of size we're taking and how far it might slip against us in case it does fall. So still good on the day. What are your guys' names? No names, just pictures. Yeah, we don't have names. We're just Trader 1 and Trader 2, like Thing 1 and Thing 2. We're just AIs, actually. We're VTubers. I don't know if you know what VTubers are. You know what a VTuber is? A virtual YouTuber or a virtual streamer.
Okay.
It's where you have like this tracking software tracking you, and you have this animation basically. Every time you talk, this animations, lips move, and your body moves. It's like motion tracking.
Those are called VTubers?
VTubers.
Okay.
So I actually ran into one yesterday on Twitch, and I was like, people are actually watching this.
Huh.
People are sitting, like, okay, I understand.
I can't do that.
I understand if you're watching a gamer who's like good at the game and it's a real person, his camera's in the corner, like you're watching us. There's our cameras in the corner, our screen. I understand that. But you're watching a VTuber just talking about random stuff?
No, it's weird. And I got that on my iPhone. So that app where you can kind of point the camera at yourself and then you can choose your own image.
Bitmoji or whatever?
Yeah,
with
whatever.
Snapchat.
Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is like a full out stream. Like imagine our
Is it kind of like when Zuckerberg had that metaverse interview with what's his name? With James Cramer?
No,
Jim Cramer. Sorry.
When they were online and
Yes.
That's kind of VTubing.
I don't know. That's not my thing, man.
Yeah. Too old for that. Too old for that for sure. Not the juicers. Yeah, the juicers are probably getting mad in the chat. The juicers are a coined term for a certain streamer. He calls them juicers and so on. It's just hilarious. But
juicers for me are people that use steroids. That's like how I hear
juicers. That makes
right?
sense too. That makes sense too. I actually walked by the Good Life and I walked in, looked at their prices. I was like, nope, I'll stay fat. I'm good. I'll go out there. I'll go buy my super chickens and my McDonald's and so on. I'll stay fat.
Yeah,
this is expensive.
There it goes. A lot of buying on nerve now. There it goes. Gonna break through that recent high. Let's go. If we can hit that $8.50 again. But yeah, speaking of Good Life here, guys, in case you don't know, is a kind of a national gym that we have in Canada. And the reason that a lot of us go to it is because they have a lot of locations. They're not the best, but that they have the most convenient locations. So when we're downtown, and that's where we are, downtown Toronto, we want to be able to work out during slow hours of the day. And so Good Life is the majority of us here on the floor end up going to Good Life, but they do tend to charge you a little bit more, and especially after the pandemic, they've been jacking up their prices. And if any Canadian fans in the audience have any experience in that,
I think I'm gonna go to YMCA instead because they have a pool.
Yeah, well, that's not a bad idea. Some Good Lifes have pools, not all of them. The ones that they bought, remember Extreme? You remember Extreme from back in the day?
Yeah.
Extreme Fitness?
Yeah.
So Good Life took over all their gyms, and some of them had pools.
Yeah.
And so some of them still have pools.
Okay.
So we're out of our nerve trade there, guys. We did like a scalping thing. We got in at 780, I want to say 788 level, and then we scalped a little bit at that 794, again at 8, and then again at 805. So yeah, with size, we scalped a little bit in and out, just playing that range and reading the tape on that one. But other than that, what else we got on scanners here? GCT, GCT back above VWAP. I do like that going into the 2 o'clock hour. It shows signs of promise going into power hour GCT. If it can break high day, currently it's trading at $32, and it'll have to break that 35.75 level to break high of day. So that one's on watch. Let's see what else we had on our other scanner here. Their STBX. We got a couple of great outs on STBX right here, 4 outs, but now ever since then, bounced off that that 200 EMA. It's making its way back down. This has been a volatile stock, and the spread is kind of a little bit unusual on this one, so we'll leave that one. It's very weird in terms of the volume coming into it. There'll be spurts of very heavy, aggressive volume, both up to the downside, and then it'll just go dry. I wonder if that's a lot of program buying. Not really sure what's up with that.
Pratt. NERV?
Yeah, no, for STBX. If you recall, this is
from
like,
yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly.
These stocks are so wild, man. These stocks are absolutely wild. I guess the best time to IPO is not during IPO season, but to IPO during a recession period. So when there's no volume in the market, all it takes is one share for the stock to go from $40 to $100,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So ridiculous moves. I try to not get damaged by those stocks, so I stay away from them. But congratulations to anyone who did take profits on it. ACPX_CX saw that coming. Yeah, goodbye, bro. If you don't want to be here, I'll help you not be here. Trust me, I can make it very easy for you to not be here if you don't want to be here. It's a click of 2 buttons
Why
for
do you
me.
even acknowledge this guy? Don't even acknowledge him, bro.
Acknowledge him. It's a two clicks away, so trust me on that. AVYA is apparently ripping. Let's go check out AVY. That's a stock from a couple of days ago too, right?
Yes.
Avia, I'm guessing that's how you say it. What is the relative volume on this position? AVYA relative volume
moving.
2.3. It is indeed moving. Look at that volume candle. Big volume candle to the upside. Took out the high a day. Came back and then found support at the pre-market high a day or so, and now getting ready for another run up on AVYA. Float of 75 million. Avaya Holdings Corporation, not sure what they do. It's a telecom. Telecommunications. Another TCOM stock did pop up earlier for my scanner, which was TMUS. What is TMUS doing? No, that's not Avaya.
What's
okay, there you go.
TMUS?
Yeah, TMUS also had a pop. Pretty similar pop over there. Maybe something with the telecoms or something that's going on.
T-Mobile.
Yeah, T-Mobile,
Okay,
TMUS, yeah.
Interesting. Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
No,
Yeah,
you're good,
ahead.
you're good. So I was just wondering if there was a correlation between these stocks over here, between telecommunications and so on, random spikes on both of them after 1 hour and so on. But we'll just have to wait and see. Going back to the scanners though, KCSP, I believe that's Nightscope. Yeah, it is Nightscope also popping up. Let's go check out what KCSP is doing. This is your robotics manufacturer. So Greg actually went to a hot pot place recently, and apparently there were robots walking around with the food in that place, but then a server has to come, take the food off of the robot, and then put it on your plate.
What's the point
So
of
what's
that?
the point of this robot?
Why can't I take it off?
What's
Liability
the point of
issues?
this robot? Like, this robot's stupid.
I've seen the robot at the sushi places
Yeah, they
that
have
you come
sushi
around
places,
and
yeah.
like order
Yeah.
from it and stuff.
So,
but-
I mean, the point is eventually down the road, we will see a lot more adaptation
Yeah.
of robots
Yeah,
and automatives and so on. The Tesla humanoid, if you guys
Yeah,
remember
yeah.
seeing
Yes.
that. So there'll be more and more bigger riders adaptation of robotics. Currently, Nightscope not doing anything. No volume in the position. Nothing's going on. We got this random volume spike at one point. It was on the scanner for about 3 seconds, and now it's not even there. I mean, it's there, but it's not doing anything. And the relative volume on Nightscope is apparently 2.17, which is very surprising to me because it's not moving at all.
Huh. I'm reading in the chat here, Tesla is almost at the open price. Yeah, Tesla does seem to be weaker than the other big techs, despite being stronger earlier in the morning. If I can load that one up here. So here is the ES currently consolidating sideways, not really going down. But then if we were to pull up Tesla here, let's pull up TSLA. Boom, yeah, clearly a downtrend on that one. But despite the fact that earlier, if we were to look here, look at this spike, guys. This is a move upward, very aggressive move upward too. And that didn't actually correspond with the ES. The ES did not move that way. So now, you know, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. It was strong. Now it's weaker going into that that power hour. So we'll continue to watch Tesla. Tesla could have been a great short off that 900 break. You could have scalped $4 or so off that. Let's see. WA says, is it Sharif or Sharif? No, it's the other one there. It's the second one, CHERIF. There's no EF there, so it's just IF. And then Euthanasia, geez, someone called themselves euthanasia. Says the robot is cheaper than paying a wage. Yeah, you know, there are.
Yeah, but then you're paying both. You're paying the robot and the wage, so it's like,
yeah,
what?
exactly. And then Martman104 says, as a robot, I take offense to this conversation. It's like, okay, bro. You know what? You can identify as a robot. I'm not making fun of you. It's, you know, you're free to do as you like. Not much in the way of small
Yeah, but
capital.
robots don't have rights. So do you want to
they
identify
don't.
to robots?
Have you watched that iRobot movie?
Yeah,
with
of course.
Will Smith,
That movie was
obviously, right?
legendary.
Yeah, so that
Of
we're
course.
getting into like
You
that.
don't like iRobot?
Oh, so Neil doesn't like it apparently.
Yeah. Oh, and the movie failed you?
It killed it, eh?
Okay, okay.
I never read it.
Series of short stories on robotics and the movie is just like a bastardization of like one or two of those.
Yeah, okay. Neil was saying basically that the book is a lot better than the movie. The book kind of highlights and works around the 3 laws that were articulated in the movie, and the actual movie basically just kind of like skims over 1 or 2 of those like plots and doesn't really get in depth with it. So yeah, it's not the first time I've heard a movie kind of like killing the book, but you know. The one that comes to mind is The Godfather. That one was probably better as
Game
a
of
movie
Thrones?
than as a book. I personally read the book and I watched the movie, and I definitely liked the movie a whole lot better.
Yeah, it wouldn't
Maybe
be the
because I
first
just didn't
time.
have to read.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time. But then again, man, you like the book over the movie is because your mind is probably so creative where you're like literally drawing the picture of a dragon when you're reading it. You're drawing the picture of a starship when you're reading it, right? And when the movie comes in, you're upset because it's not according to your expectations.
true.
I personally, for coming from a guy who doesn't read a lot of books, look, I like those movies, okay? I enjoyed those movies and I appreciated it a lot because watching those movies sparked my creativity. Obviously, reading the book might have also done it for me,
Right.
but I just never got into that habit of like, you know, reading them so on. But at the end of the day, it's not the first time we've heard it that books are better than movies. It happens a lot. It's hard to condense 100 million pages into 1 hour.
Oh, yeah, no
right?
question
It's hard to
about
do
that.
so.
Yeah,
But you know, that's a topic for later on. We have about 15 minutes left for on the show over here. If you guys have any stocks you guys want us to take a look at, feel free to put it in the chat, and we'll obviously pull it up. And if there's a trade in that to take advantage of, we will try to do that too. At the moment, I'm looking at NU not really doing anything other than hanging out at the previous ranges for myself. So that's a little boring. Looks like most of my trades are at the moment absolutely dead in the meaning that they're not moving to the profit direction, nor are they moving to a loss direction where I want to jump out of the trade. So pretty boring moves, pretty snooze moves coming into the market. But that's the nature of it. You know, we still got another hour or so till the power hour to kick in. Hopefully it doesn't turn into sour hour so we can see the market move north and then take advantage of it that direction. Revlon apparently taking off, which means it's moving north, so that's the wrong direction for me.
Let's have a look.
Come on, charts. There we go. Yeah, Revlon pushing. I mean, it's pushing to VWAP. It pops what, like 3-4 pennies? Come on, guys.
No, guys, come on. It's got to break that, you know,
Come
at
on,
least
guys.
that 7 level. Yeah, I can see where they're saying there's a little bit of a pop right here, ever so slight, but, you know, definitely not what it was like before. Look at our chart here at the 11:52 time slot where we took that short and on the move up, and then we covered on the way down. That basically encompasses, like it basically engulfs, that's the word I'm looking for, it engulfs this entire move 3 times over. So we're not really moving anything here on Revlon, guys. But I do want to thank the chat for hitting that like button. We're at 2,500 likes.
Let's go.
Always appreciative of that because you guys are the only reason we're around. Otherwise, we're just talking to each other, right? So yeah, basically that's it. Let's have a look at my scanner here. I see, you know,
MAIA is going.
MAIA, that Maya thing again, Miaya. I don't think it's doing anything, Brad.
The scanner says it's moving.
Yeah, have a look at the chart. It's like
Oh,
pretty
it's dead,
poopy.
dead.
Yeah, there is something here that can know it's kind of light on volume. It's done 7 million on the day, but in the last 5 minutes, it's only done 265. That Cano's, it's trending upward quite nicely. It's above VWAP. Let's pull it up on here so you guys can see it. CANO. Let's hope it's a NASDAQ stock. It's not, obviously. New York. There we go. Let's go load. There we go. There, Cano. Let's zoom out for you guys here to have a better look. Yeah, so, let's see where the daily is on this. So we started the day out at that $6 level. Now we're touching 7. So, yeah, hey, not a bad day for Cano. Up 17.38%, $1.05 total since the open. Now, if we're to analyze this for longs as it zooms back down, that $7.02 level here is the 50-period moving average, which could be an interesting long. In terms of support and resistance levels, we definitely see some support level here at that $7. You'd have to assume the whole dollar is gonna encourage some buying or some profit taking there for the shorts coming off that 716 level. So there probably be some buying here at that $7 level. So we'll continue to watch that. Not a fast mover, definitely, and you can tell by the size of the candles, the majority of the candles, that it's not a fast mover. So this one, pack your patience for it. Then I think the Tom Anthony says here, GSUN is ready to dump. Now, GSUN is the top name on my scanner, but it's done 490,000 volume on the day. And the last 5 minutes, it's only done a little bit less than 30,000. So this is one of those ones where you may be stuck. You may not be able to get out. And it doesn't have that kind of liquidity that would give you the confidence to enter in with any meaningful size so that you could make some money. Granted, it does have a good nominal range. It started the day out at $22.23, currently trading at 34 even. 33.70 now, so definitely does have a lot of range, but not one of the ones I would want on my list, just given the lack of liquidity on that one, Brad.
We have a super chat coming in asking, do you guys see Autodesk SF or CRM breakout after hours? I mean, your guess is as good as mine on that. I can't tell the future. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes, so after hours is going to be in the next 2 hours. No clue what's going to happen, mate. If those stocks have earnings report, yeah, maybe they'll move around. If they have negative, then maybe they go down. If they have negative and guide better, maybe they go up, maybe they stay flat. There's so many maybes over here that I can continue throwing. It'll take me till the end of the show. So you're talking about the future. I don't know the future. I'm not here to, nor am I here to predict the future. I'm here to anticipate the future and take part in it as they happen, right? As they take place, I will also try to be part of it. I am not going to predict the future. I'm sorry. But what I can do for you is take a quick look at that stock and see how the chart looks like on the dailies and on the intraday levels. Autodesk on a day like today, pretty much following the market around, very flat. It's up 1%, but very much of a market move around on it. If it has earnings report, let me see if it does. Desk. It does have an earnings after hours, looks like 24th of August. What is today? Today is the 24th of August. The other one you said was SF. Did you say SF? Let me just quickly, I'll tab to my second screen over here. You did say SF, which is Steel Financial Corporation, I guess, another stock that does not have earnings today. So I don't know why you brought up this position. And last one was CRM, Salesforce, which has earnings today, but nothing really going on until the report comes out. We won't know if it will come out positive or negative. Everything will just be an absolute lotto gamble play, and that's not something we suggest to our viewers. Kuljot coming in with the €1 super chat. Thank you for your support, Kuljot.
Yes, definitely appreciate your support for that, Kuljot. Yeah, that's one. Is that euro? Or is that a sterling? That's a sterling. So he means this man's from England. Okay, well, hello there. Looking at Nerve, yeah, breaking below that 50-period EMA. So this may be kind of the end or the unraveling of Nerve here, because if we look back, guys, and we zoom out, we haven't had a breaking of the 50-period EMA since that, 11 o'clock level. It's been holding quite well, and even when it broke it only ever so slightly, and it bounced right back up. Now this seems to be more of a pronounced break below it, so I wonder if a short would be warranted here, perhaps into that $6.90, $6.80 level. Just kind of hesitant a little bit to short something that's up 65% on the day. But yeah, let's see. Perhaps we have some support in here as well at that 1730. So let's take a short here. We're going to take it with a smaller size, just because we don't want to get burned. Let's go ahead and initiate that short. Let's see what we get here. Okay, so we're short here at that $7. Where are we? $7.40 level area. We're looking for first profit taking. Perhaps, or the main profit taking. I don't want to say first because I may scalp on the way to this level. That $7.15 area, perhaps even that $6.90 area. We'll continue to wait, see what this one does. If it goes against us, what's our plan? Where are we going to get out? So I'm thinking that the 50-period moving average is more than adequate as an out to know that I'm wrong at that particular point. Recall that we only got 5 minutes left on the show, and then we have to be flat. So $7.66, it will be my out. My first profit target will be that $7.30, $7.25 level. We'll see as buying comes back into this level. So we may be wrong here, guys, and that'll be fine. Oh, wow, broke right above that 50-period EMA, and I am out. I have to get out there. That was not a nice loss, but we were smaller sized position into that for that exact reason. Maybe some people would even say, why don't you take out half there in case it does come back down, and so you have the other half to kind of balance out for the half that you lost out on. I would typically do that on a less aggressive moving stock. This stock is just, the way that the tape is lighting up at the moment, you can just see how quickly this stock is moving and how much buying and selling is coming in. It could move up very aggressively. So it always makes me worry to do that kind of strategy with this particular stock. But hey, we're still very positive on the day, very happy with how we traded this afternoon. Looking back, if I had to have done this trade over again, I probably would have entered on the break of that 50 EMA and perhaps taken a profit target. Perhaps I waited a little too long to enter that short. Something I'll have to look back at once I review my trades later today. Brad, what's GCT up to?
I don't know. I'm just pulling it up because it's something that you talk about. So I was like, let's go see what the stock is doing. Currently just forming a little bit of a head and shoulders, I guess. But the next up is the knees and toes as it craters to the downside, right? So it's just doing the head and shoulders, knees and toes. So we'll just wait and see, obviously, where this stock goes to. Apparently, Twitter is moving around. What are you doing, Twitter? Let's go check out Twitter. Twitter at $40, moving back towards a high day. Let's see if Twitter can have a high day breakout. And looks like even Ape is moving around. I still don't understand the point of this stock.
No, apparently you get some sort of, what is it, a dividend? What is it?
How is this legal that this company is allowed to create a completely new set of shares for a set of traders who held on to it or whatever?
I don't know, man.
Like, how is this even a real ticker? It's just part of AMC, right?
Yeah.
So it's literally
Ray
just
Dalio
AMC.
got into it, eh? Ray Dalio. So if Ray Dalio's doing it, then it must be right. No, I'm kidding. Of course, it doesn't mean anything. Ray Dalio may have plans that we don't know about, or he may be, he may be up to something.
He's also the one who said cash is grass at like the high of the market, and now he's probably like, I wish I had some cash left.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
Good point.
You can't be following anybody blindly. But this is so.
Not.
How do you just create a stock? Okay, so let me rephrase this. The apes have this theory that AMC is going to squeeze. And what do? They create a whole subset of stocks so AMC does not squeeze now. Isn't that what they did?
I don't know if that was their intention.
No, but isn't that what it basically happened?
I have no idea.
In a way now, they gimped AMC shareholders who were waiting for that squeeze to happen by doing this ape stuff. That they kind of killed that squeeze. Yeah. Now the people who have been bag holding from $20, $40, who are like, oh, maybe when the squeeze comes, I'll be able to get out break even or at least for some money. now your dreams are even more washed out.
Absolutely. No, I agree with you.
So
I
how
mean,
is this even legal?
I have no idea.
This is why my anger about these stocks just keep on just rising up there. Like, I get so agitated by the market sometimes. It's like how does that stock that has less than $1 million float go public?
Oh, I hear
Right?
you.
Like,
I
how
hear
do,
you.
how
Yeah,
do
yeah.
things like this happen?
have no
But that's, I guess this leads me to the next part of the question or the topic, which is the market will always be stupid, irrational, dumb,
Longer
then
than
you
you
can
can
stay
stay
solvent.
100%.
So focus on risk management, focus on protecting your capital that you've already made, and think about how little of a capital can you risk to maximize your profits. These guys are partying back there, not sure
yeah.
what stock they're trading, but apparently Revlon being called out in the chat. Revlon pushing back down. Look, I did tell you that Revlon is popping up. Oh my god, it went up by like 3-5 pennies at best, right? Maybe 10 pennies at best. As long as it's under VWAP and under $7, I'm still holding on to my short. I'm still putting some damage onto it and taking advantage. It looks like Ape is now really popping up on that scanner to start going downside. So Ape is getting shorted across the board. Even Dollar Tree is getting shorted. DLTR pushing to the downside as the market apparently wants to go north. So we'll just have to wait and see. Sadly, though, Sharif and I will not be here for you guys to see those moves. But for you guys will be heading over to the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendo. Make sure you smash that like button on the closing show.
Yes.
Make sure you also hit the subscribe button for those of you who haven't already.
Yes, sir. It was great being with you guys. Now we're gonna send it off to the big kahunas.
The big kahunas, that's hilarious. Yeah, obviously have a great time. We'll be back here tomorrow, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. And Sharif, this was your first day, whole 3-hour slot. How'd you feel?
Felt okay, aside from the fact that it was kind of a slow day on the market, but it went by quickly because we always have a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Awesome. So obviously more 3-hour time slots for Sharif in the future. Hopefully, I enjoyed my time with them. As these guys are miking up, you guys are good. Yeah, these guys are good to go. So I'll go have some fun on the closing. So see you guys tomorrow.
Take care, guys.
Peace.
Hey guys, welcome back. 2 o'clock, couple hours left in the trading session as we head through a kind of lackluster Wednesday afternoon here. It has been relatively flat for a second day in a row here. Everyone awaiting what is to come over the next couple of days. We get the Jackson Hole Economic Symposium kicking off tomorrow. Obviously, Fed Chair Powell going to come through Friday morning to discuss all things